This stream contains
That what's up? Hello, hello. How are you doing?
may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Timed it well. Yeah, we're ready today. We're prepared today. Perhaps when the event starts, like, at a good time. This one.
Yesterday, half of
9:30, just waking up.
their 2025
Adega, thank you so
global
much. Thank you,
debut.
thank
And
you.
today, we'll get our first look
appreciate
at
that.
four more powerhouses.
Hello,
everybody, and
Chema
welcome
Yuki
back.
again.
And welcome to day
The
2
5
of
gifted
Master
subs. Thank
Bangkok.
you
I
so
am
much.
your
Thank you,
hosting
thank
Sue,
you.
And on the desk with me,
Bigger,
it's Mimi, once
Bigger
again,
called
and
you
we're
out
today
there.
joined by
Check the,
Achilles, who is here
I checked
specifically
the
to
activity
celebrate
feed
the
as soon as I
RX
got the sub, just in
Yippee!
case.
We did it. We always win the
Dude,
opening
Chema Yuki, this might have been the fastest I've done it,
we?
to be honest. Maybe I'm on to you.
notebooks,
Thank you so much, Chema Yuki. I appreciate that. Hopefully everyone spammed. Hopefully everyone said thank you.
Biased at all.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you get
Freddie
to be
as well.
biased, you get
Freddie,
to
thank you
flex
so
a little
much,
bit,
dude. Thank you,
today.
thank you.
And so do you, I feel like, Mimi, because you did say yesterday that G2 were winning it all.
Okay, this is gonna be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, so
But
you
they
get to
haven't
flex
played yet.
today. That's what I'm saying. You get to flex
We
today.
got
Get
T1
out there when we get ready to talk about G2.
and
And I will. And
The
I will.
Lotus is
okay,
sick.
I don't know why I was so confused by that.
And then we
Shaka
got
Falcon, that was
Vitality.
also befuddling that
Pretty
he
much
managed
most of
to
them
hit
ups are
that
pretty
one.
sick.
Some pretty crazy games to start the tournament.
Yeah, and I was
And then
really
the
happy
G2
about
Trace
the
game
EDG
with
winners,
Trace
obviously, predicted them to
having
win the tournament. And
3
what did you make of this,
weeks,
Seth? What did you make of the EDG?
kind of
start?
4
I
weeks
mean,
to
Kong
change
Kong
stuff.
still looks absolutely nutty. Chi-Chu, incredible performances from him. I think that, that first map, it was a little muddy. But
I mean,
Give us at
the
least
mud
5
did
maps
not
today.
stop
One of these will
Steph.
go to a
Team
third map.
Liquid, they've returned to the watering hole of mud.
It
and
should
have,
it
gone
should
back
be
to
this
some of
one.
their
Honestly, both of
early
them
days
might.
performances at the start of EMEA this year. I think a really tough opener for those guys, but of course you saw that second game as well. It was all joy for DRX, just obliterating Sentinel.
it was going from mud to just pure spring,
Shut up, man.
triple distilled
2-0,
water.
the
2-0.
mountains of the Alps.
Yes, it was
Alright.
just so crisp.
Dude, I'm worried for the
Alright,
0-1
alright,
teams.
alright. But this is how the
The
bracket
Sentinels
is
didn't put
looking
up much
today,
of a
but
fight.
Immediately following today's
Liquid
second
only
match,
looked good on split.
Sliggy, Tarek, and Co. do not
Oh.
turn off your streams because we will have a quick draw show to determine our next Swiss stage
Oh, yeah.
matchups.
Oh,
Of
yeah,
course,
dude.
the winners
This is why
of,
Swiss is
today,
sick as
yesterday,
well,
they'll
man. The
play
draw
against
shows
each
are
other,
fun.
and so on and so forth. We also have an incredible duelist battle in today's first match, and it is the subject.
How many
of
times has
today's
EDG proven me
Mastercard
wrong?
fans.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
wanna know
you're not
who
wrong.
you think will have
You're
the
not wrong.
highest ACS out of Durka or
I still think it
Fuzz?
should have gone to a
Scan
third
the
map
QR code,
yesterday.
below to
But
cast
I
your
agree with
vote.
what you're saying.
And, of
Sorry,
course,
I had a cough.
yeah,
I think the
what was that?
Chinese
I didn't hear anything.
teams,
But make sure to use the
it was a
hashtag
weird
Valorant
one, right?
and
Because I think it was
Masters
probably
BCS
harder
after
to
we beat
qualify
you
into
guys
this one
on
for the Chinese teams because
broadcast.
obviously they
And
didn't get the
since Mimi, you
Teo
have no horse in this race, who do you think is gonna
until
get
like
the highest
halfway
ACS?
through.
What time is it, Yinsu?
Yeah.
Dirk
I need
time!
to stop
Dirk
going
time!
off of
Correct,
like
and
what
I
we've
couldn't
seen
agree
and
more
more
with
just
you.
like
Okay,
the
sorry,
time
Seth.
and
We'll see.
what you
see,
can
'cause we're
change
gonna
up,
find out
I
after,
think.
This first matchup.
Centerpiece
Because
of an Indian sandwich.
having 3 weeks instead of 10 days is
For
giant.
now,
Generally,
only for now.
the middle of the sandwich is the idiot part. The bread's just bread,
Yeah,
and I'm breaded.
I'm feeling pretty breaded as well. But you might also be able to put one of your boys up for the MVP award by the end of this tournament because we will be awarding the most valuable player. and they will
Kagiri,
be
thank you
getting
so much, dude. Thank you,
bracelet.
thank
We
you.
saw Kong Kong,
Appreciate the
rock
prime. Thank you for the
bracelet
9
already at
months.
Shams. There is another one up for grabs.
They had
And
Lunar New
Seth,
Year as
I
well.
don't
So how
think
long
it
do they
is,
celebrate that
out
for?
of, question to kind of pitch freeing right
So
now.
if they had 30
I think that
days,
he will have
right?
to be at the top of
Every
everybody's
team had
list
10
right
days,
there
they had
alongside
30
Kong Kong, the
days.
performance that he
How many
also
how
had
many do you
yesterday. But Fring
celebrate Lunar
continues to
New
just
Year
be
for?
incredible. I mean, there's people saying like
You
there's
celebrate
no
it
way
for
he's gonna
15
continue to
days?
put
Did
up
you
figures
actually?
like this when he gets over to the international stage. There's gonna be nerves, these jitters that he's gonna have to work through. He came out swinging. It was so clean. This ace caught me completely off guard on the cast yesterday. Couldn't believe that it had happened. And
Mate,
Fring
when I was
proved that the
coaching, I don't
only
think I
thing
had 15 days off within
freer
2
than
years.
A DRX win in their
There's no way
first
they take that time
series at
off.
an international is NA.
Wow.
So damn
true.
free.
So eloquently said. It was an incredible day for the DRX rookies. Both Freeing and Hyunmin making their global debut had incredible performances. It feels so good to watch a DRX that it's decided to, instead of going back.
I've almost
recycling
said
a lot, the
15
same
days, but they'll probably
talent,
take
trying
about
the
5
classic
days off.
players in
That
Korea,
sounds
take
way
risks
more
on
realistic.
some rookies, and they were absolutely rewarded here. Freeing has been such a good pickup for this team.
I mean, he's been nuts, but also worth mentioning Mako with just a big change up in his own play style, double TPing forward into those sites on Lotus and just opening things up on C.
With that timeout, dude, Trace might.
Crazy to see Mako looking
Trace might come out with some good stuff today.
Yeah, and of course, the other player I feel like we could maybe throw it out there as an early contender is not Kong Kong EDG, but Mimi Chichu.
Hanging out cards today, dude. We should have given 2 cards yesterday. We only gave 1. But honestly, the Astra miss suck was a red. It was a straight up reds, to be honest.
He's one of those guys that you put him on a site, solo anchoring as the Viper or as the Vise even now, as we saw.
It was either that or it was either the comms or where it's planted, but still the Astra should be.
Finding that isolated duel, winning that out, and getting even more beyond
Astral
that.
form.
Quick
Suit with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 16 months, dude. I appreciate that. Burn Dog. Burn Dog 3 as well. Thank you so much, Burn Dog. Appreciate that,
I
man.
feel like the other 3 is going to have to step up. Yeah.
It's very possible. I mean, the thing about Chichu is like, he's so clinical. Usually he's very clean and not nearly
You're a
as
Trace
flashy as
believer?
Kong Kong. So
Dude, after
the
seeing
result was
EDG, I'm feeling alright for Trace.
Chichu is just this consistent figure on the squad that sometimes
They're at least going to have so much new stuff that we
can
can see at third map.
I feel like
would
we're already
imagine.
doing a lot of coping here on the desk, so why not take it up the notch and play a game we like to call Truth or Cope. You guys at home play along
Why
with
do you
us
think
as
Sen
well.
lacked
I'm
yesterday?
gonna be presenting the desk,
They just need
with a
demos, I think.
statement, and I
But
want
personally, they
them to
didn't
tell
show
me
up,
this
and then
statement
second
is
of all,
the truth,
they had to deal with
or
loads
is
of new
it gonna be
stuff.
Cope?
And these
So,
are
Because they played like
not necessarily mine.
they played a variation of
Just general
the
statements. So we're just
G2
gonna start
Lotus
with a
comp
nice
of the
and easy
Cypher.
one since we got
I
Seth
just don't think they knew
here
how to
with
play
us,
against
and,
it.
we want you to be
Appreciate
able
And like
to
they showed
have a
enough
nice
new
time
stuff
here on the
in like
desk. So the
round
first statement
3
we're
and
gonna throw
round
out here is
5 that it was
Pacific
pretty much just hard
is
for them to do anything.
currently the best region.
And then I think they
here
were
at
just
Masters.
boomed on Lotus.
Big true.
And then they had to play
That is
Haven,
a
which is their perma ban. You could tell they had
big
about
So that's funny
1 day
'cause we have
prac
not
maybe.
seen G2 or Vitality play, the 2 probable
But
best
we-
teams of
Carpe
the
or
we saw
Silver
their
playing
other-
today?
we
That's
saw
the
their
big
region,
question.
so
I
right
really
now
strongly think
Pacific's
that
looking
Carpe
great,
will be
so,
playing,
yeah,
but
boom, got it.
Let's revisit
I don't know,
that
man.
one
T1
this
do some
afternoon.
mad stuff.
I mean, it will be kind of down to if the first seed of APAC will be better than, like you said, the first seed of EMEA or NA, right? But you don't think that that is true?
No.
Even before we've seen
Which game is
the other
more
two
likely
teams?
to
No,
go to a
okay,
map
no.
3
I
today?
said Pacific looked like the
I'm not
worst
even sure.
team
I would
coming
say they're
into the
pretty
event.
equal.
I was super
Probably the
impressed with
Trace
DRX
G2
yesterday.
game.
I
I
love
don't
the
know if I'm mad
changes.
for
I
saying
love
that.
the
I think
Yoru.
everyone else would
They
say
are
the
much better than
Vitality
they looked in
T1 game.
Pacific, but
I would say
not the
Trace
best.
G2 has more chance.
Wow, okay.
Just
They
because
could prove it,
Trace
though. They could prove it.
should have.
Damn, okay, she's, I feel like she's
Again,
put it all out
first
there,
time you
but,
show
hey,
theory
we'll
on
see.
the map and
Friendship
it's
on
good,
the
you
line
should
right
win
now.
We'll
the map
see,
no
we
matter
will
who you're
see, we will
against.
see.
As long as your
The
players
next
aren't
one,
awful.
less inflammatory, don't worry.
And your theory's,
which is
like,
Yoru
actually
right
solid.
now is broken.
Yes.
That's
Most-
why are you
wait.
coping?
No, I don't know how this works. Truth. I think the most
DRX is 10-0 in first games at international events. That's kind of wild
I'd
as
probably
well.
say Vise is a little more broken, but
This is what I'm
guy
saying, though.
is
They're the
so
ones that
powerful
love
right
to
now.
change
A hard
stuff up.
counter to Sentinel util, cross map rotates, one of the best ults in the game, good flashes.
I'm gonna say Cope. Just
Ooh.
because I think that he's a great tool, but I think that we just
They felt
haven't
shaky as well.
found- like,
Sentinels?
there is
Oh,
a
dude, they
team
were
at this
losing
tournament that is
Angels.
going to find
Yeah,
a way
we
to
were
do
speaking
it.
about that
Shut it
here.
down. I
But like
think
they
that
were
iteration is gonna
losing.
happen. It just
They were
hasn't
losing
occurred
just
quite
because
yet.
of
I
it
don't
was
think
like
that
new
Yoru
stuff for them to deal
individually
with.
is
They were
particularly broken. I would
heavily
say that
getting
KO
out
is
aimed.
overall
Like DRX were
still
just
a bit
winning
more
all the
fun
aim
to
duels.
I disagree. I think they're both pieces. They're complementary, right? I think Vise, Teo, Yoru are all something that is fitting together. But I think this is the time where Yoru's skills
Freeing?
are
Yeah,
strongest,
Freeing's frying.
and the way he
Honestly,
interacts
Mako's
with other agents
crazy
in the current
impactful.
meta makes him just so powerful.
And the reason I lean
Gotta
towards
develop.
Mimi for this is your coach, Termi, yesterday said, you know, we have to play Yoru now. We looked at NA, we looked at EMEA. Human, you're on Yoru duty. And he also agreed on the desk. So I feel like if your coach thinks it's broken, surely you're not going
I like
I
you
like
doubt
calling
your
my coach.
like
Yeah.
he's on the team.
You're not going to doubt your coach, right? Seth? Turn that board upside down.
all right, fine.
Your coach.
There we
You
go.
got me.
There
Dude,
we
he,
go.
I
Okay,
love
we'll
how
close
his
this one out
Achilles
with
is
one
like
more
the biggest
statement,
DRX
for the
believer,
third
and
one
this
and
is
see
maybe
you
like
guys
the
think
best DRX I've looked for a couple of
Right
years.
now, IGL,
And he hasn't
they have
really
to
piped
frag.
up
We're
too much.
full deep into the fragging IGL meta.
I've never seen anything that is less cope. It's just so true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it necessarily has to be isolated just down to the IGLs. I think you just need a
Olivia
team of fraggers at this
QTT
point.
with the Prime.
Just
Thank you
given
so
the way
much,
that the
Olivia.
game is
Thank you
developed,
for
I
doing
think
that.
Especially
Appreciate the
if
2
your
months.
IGL isn't going to be able to keep up with the
Do you
rest
think
of the players,
every team should be
that's gonna
playing
a struggle.
Teo or
But if you don't
Yoru?
have a full 5 that are going to be able to be consistent and have their impact, then you're
On
just not
like
gonna be able to win trophies.
over half the maps,
Mako,
yeah. To
Safe,
be honest,
Valen, some of the best teams in the world. They all have.
I would
fragging
honestly I would
IGLs.
throw Vice in there
It's
as
just how
well.
it is. You got to shoot your gun in Valorant. It's a
I'll
gun
give Stacks
game.
a
It's an
shout. He's been
FPS
fragging
game.
this season.
I I was gonna say there was one player missing from Mimi's list. You had to just remind her there a little bit. But some of those fragging IGLs will be in action.
Lofa was angry in a Reddit comment saying that Yoru is OP. I mean, Yoru has been OP. It's just a time agent.
That's already
like it takes time to get good on that agent.
Bangkok on the second deck.
Yeah,
it's definitely a little bit more OP now with Vice and Eowyn.
But these two, arguably, on paper and also
Cousin It, thank you so much for the 2 months. That's what 24 months to 2 years. Thank you.
The ones that rebuild to make sure they come into this year with a super team.
Yeah, so T1, it was kind of looking like
Isn't Teo and Breach together broken? Yeah,
and then,
that is broken,
they were
yeah.
able to win some off-season events.
Because you can see even DRX is starting to lean into that now.
But coming in, things were a little bit more disjointed, and obviously there was some very last-minute.
Just has crazy kill potential. It's like crazy kill potential, and just the pressure of it alone means you can't play a lot of places.
I think T1 hasn't quite lived up to the moniker as strong.
I haven't considered either of these teams super teams, but I'm also a curmudgeon.
You're insane.
Yeah, they're a superb team, Yinsu.
Oh,
they're so superb.
Yeah,
but Vitality is insane. Like the offseason they already had a good core.
Who's the most OP agent right now? It is Teo, no doubt about it. The kid's too strong. Who's my favorite agent in the meta right now?
One of the best Sentinel Viper players in the world. Import him over to EMEA, and then you pick up Durka.
It's fun watching the Yoru, to be honest, even though it is a little bit strong.
I think he overtakes us.
I think the Yoru is kind of fun at the moment.
Almost like you're saying they built a team of super players to make themselves into
it's a very high skill agent, and it has that little element of craziness of just taking a TP that's like
I'm gonna go out there and call them a super
really
team.
risky.
I don't remember the last time that a team.
Who's my overall favorite? I love Chamber. I think Chamber's sick. I think Chamber's still
and one of the reasons
incredibly strong.
To the players as to why they decided to join this Vitality project was a very simple answer, and that answer is safe. We spoke to their coach, Faded. He came over because he wanted to work with Safe. Les came over because he wanted to work with Safe. And Durke also wanted to join Vitality in particular because, let's not forget, he had a lot of options. He could have gone anywhere, any other team he wanted to, and he specifically
Why do you think it took people so long to figure out Yoru's this good?
With Safe.
People always knew Yoru's this good, but it's just the fact of, like, Teo, first of all, clears a lot of spaces, so now more TPs are viable. Then you got Vice, which is, like, pretty much gets hard countered by the clone. And then you got the fact that all the other duelists are slowly getting nerfed. Like, yeah, Yoru's always been really strong, but you got to look at it in comparison to the other duelists. Like, the other duelists were better. It's just the fact that they've been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed.
To be the best they can be.
It's just been incredible because not only is it just the
I'm gonna play the Fortnite new season now. I'll give that one a miss.
A great foundational core that I want to
give
play
that one a
with,
miss.
Also, the trust to just say, yeah, I will come over and play with you as the IGL, which is not something that you
Guy nerf, yeah, that's true. All of the flash
nerfs
of agents as well.
In the world, and he's just been so incredibly good at it. He knows how to utilize.
Yoru's good in Vice meta. Yeah, we said that.
Like, watching a grandmaster play chess, he knows how to.
Which game am I more excited for? Kind of this one because I like the T1 Lotus at the moment, and I hope we get to see it. Why am I a Fortnite hater? I'm not a Fortnite hater. I'm an Overwatch hater. That's about it. I think Fortnite was great for esports.
But finally, he's assembled the team with actual superstars, and he's put together a system that is clearly working. He's won the EMEA trophy, but it's not just that he wants. He's talking about winning trophies internationally, going on the road to Paris.
Yeah, and I also just want to mention real quick, because when you ask
Goalpost Malone, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
He actually said it was Kix. He said Kix is going to be the best player in the
Dude,
world.
He was so good.
In just
Faxi, is that from the
I'm sticking with this.
From that podcast thing?
However, they will be going up against T1 in this matchup. And before we get everything started, we can confirm.
Must hate rivals? Nah, I don't hate rivals. I only hate Overwatch because of the people that were high up in Overwatch were just idiots.
Oh, I mean, because
and like, I don't actually hate the game. I just hate the way they handled the esports. I don't hate anything about the game. I just think that when you have a game that is like has a lot of potential, but then it makes all the mistakes that games before in the past made when they tried to do esports, but they have to make the mistakes themselves because they can't learn from other people, you're just gonna write it off for about 4 years until they learn.
And it didn't get them
And
the
it's going to
trophy.
waste a lot of money and set esports back like a couple of years. Did you wake up with the tier 1? Thank you. Appreciate the 14 months as well. Thank you for doing that.
Comes down to Smokes, not really leaning into Omen and Astro so much, has very quickly caught up and has looked like
Carpe plan, yeah, there we go. Dude, I don't think Sylvan will play a map. That's what I'm going for. I just don't think it makes sense. I think it's way too bold.
In subbing in towards the end of this tournament over Sylvan. I think he's been a consistently solid player, has had really good utility.
You mean franchising as a model? Nah, I just mean the people high up don't know what they're doing, man. They think that drawing in esports is good so that you get another map. They think that you should be picking the same agents. They think they have no bad maps. They think that overpowered agents are good. They're just idiots.
Maybe we can send Mika. We can send Mika and try
They think
and
that
get
observing should be third person only, so you don't see any of the skill. Like there is a long list of
Stags and Paper then actually had the
morons that work there.
for a quick chat.
Hey, what's up everybody? It's Paper Thin here, and today I am joined by two players who you all know and love. It's Stax, it's Buzz, and our wonderful translator, Jen Lee. So, I think this is a really cool story for you guys coming into this event.
Tier 1 and tier 2.
This is your first time
Nah, not really, because
with a different squad.
honestly, I think
so really what I want to know
there's
is,
better
you know,
ways
you
of
guys
fixing
have been
tier 2
so many
instead of
these
like messing up
events.
tier 1.
What's the feeling like for you representing this T1 team here in 2025?
T1이라는 이름 밑에서 이제 세계대회로 나왔다는 게 일단 저는 조금 영광스러운 자리인 것 같고, 그리고 이제 T1에 걸맞는 이제 성적을 내려고 이제 엄청 열심히 하고 있는 거 같은 느낌이 제 스스로 들어서 좀 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
Well, definitely I would consider it as a huge honor to be able to be here under the T1 banner. And I feel like I'm trying my best to live up to the expectations, but also the legacy that the org itself has.
For sure. Buzz, what about you?
일단은 T1으로서 처음 국제대회를 왔는데 사실 좀 아직 어색하기는 하지만 그래도
Observing change later. Yeah, but dude, they could have just listened to me. It would have saved 3 years.
성적 내려고 온 거기 때문에
Calvin, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 29 months.
Well, honestly, it feels kind of weird still. It feels strange to represent T1 and be here as T1 player, but it just makes me more motivated to prove myself and show the world what we can do as T1.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm kind of curious then to kind of know for each of you individually, what have the roles for you kind of been like? How have you adjusted? So I'll start with Stax. You're back to IGLing again for T1. You know, you took a little bit of a break there. What have you learned from, during that time where you weren't IGLing to now taking over the reins on a brand new team with new players? What's kind of different for Stax this year?
I think Sylvan will get to play? No, I don't think so. Until they start losing.
경향이 좀 많았었는데 제가 그냥 다시 잡고 이제 제가 하고 싶은 플레이를 T1에서 많이 할 수 있게 됐고.
You never know.
조금 시간이 많이 지나고 경험이 많다 보니까 이제 제가 원하는 대로 또 잘 굴러가는 것 같고 그냥 좋은 것 같아요 저는.
Well, I have been IGLing for a bit, and even when I wasn't IGLing, I always had this thought that, oh, maybe we can do things differently and maybe I could do it better. And because now I'm able to kind of navigate the team to playing in a way that I want them to, and I have plenty of experience to back it up. So it definitely feels great, and yeah, I think we're on the right path.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got a ton of experience being an IGL, no doubt. All right, then I want to ask about another player with a lot of experience in the duelist role with Buzz. You know, you've been one of the most consistent players.
I think it's more of an issue of Carpe being better.
Valorant. But now
Might be
you're
multiple
playing for a
things.
different
It's
team.
like
You're so
we don't
known
know
for
him
being
from the
the guy who's
outside.
going to do the dirty work. You're going to dive in and you're going to take the aggression. You know, you're going to open up space for your team. Do you still feel like you're the same Buzz now on T1, or is there a new Buzz here that we're seeing in 2025?
좀 똑같으면서 많이 달라진 것 같아요. 왜냐면 일단 제가 하고 있는 역할은 DRX 때랑 크게 다른 게 없다고 생각은 드는데 그렇지만
Behind Duck right now, you know map 1 in the comp league? Yeah, dude, leak it.
듀얼리스트에서 조금 다른
That's fine,
캐릭터들을
go on.
많이
What they playing?
경험하게 되면서 조금 똑같지만 조금 다른 느낌을 많이
Mortism, hello mate. How you doing?
I would say
Thank
a
you for the
little
prime.
bit different, a little bit same. because my role and what I need to do as the duelist did not change. But joining T1, I'm playing more of the Yoru and the Neon, so those unfamiliar duelists that I kind of haven't touched in a while. Yeah, definitely, it's something that I feel comfortable with, but also is something new for me.
Absolutely. Okay. My final
A
question,
lot of sense.
guys. What is it going to take?
Will
for
as
the
well with the
T1
Prime. Thank
team
you
to
so
win
much for that,
Masters
Imams.
Bangkok. What's the path for T1 to get there this year?
그냥 잘하면 이기죠.
Play our best game. That's it.
That's it?
Simple
that
as that.
easy? All right. Okay. All right. Well, that is going to be it. with
Rayquaza,
Stacks and
thank you
Buzz.
so
Thank
much
you
as
so
well on the
guys. Thank you,
YouTube.
Jen, for the
Appreciate that. Thank you for the
translation.
membership.
And can't wait to see what these guys can
I'm
do
doing
on the
great,
big
mate. How you
stage
doing,
again.
Ray?
Oh yeah, Paper. Then I am excited to see this as well. But Kilios, how much do you think that these two players have changed and matured and evolved since being on DRX together compared to now?
I mean, I think, quite a bit.
I think
as far as,
Kyoto
like,
would be played if
in-game
the
is
ult wasn't
concerned,
destroyed by
maybe
util.
not as much. I mean, I think
What's-
that they've just kind of
I mean,
stayed on the same
if it's
path.
completely
so it hasn't
indestructible,
been
then
anything
yeah.
super huge with the jump over to T1. But I like, Buzz's playstyle. It's pretty much remained the same. The guy can go and he can.
You still have the same issue of the turret and the alarm bot getting broken by
prop up and set the rest of the team up when they go
Alvarez as
for a
well.
side exact.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for
Remember
this
the Sembi
team,
back in the
right,
map
you-
pool,
you come out with some of
after this
the
event?
best individual players in Korea. That DRX duo you're talking about, Meteor coming off of his really incredible year with Gen G, and they play in a way that really leverages how strong their individuals are. They are the most unique team
Guys,
in
we
this
start looking
event
at maps.
in the amount of
Let's see
double
what we're
duelist
predicting
comps, the
for
amount of kind of wacky, really hyper-aggressive ideas that they lean into. But they're a
let's
team
make
that
this
can
shorter.
take heads because of that. For me, they're the squad that is going to
Vitality,
have the highest variance
and
of anyone at
then-
this event. If the players are struggling, it can easily fall apart. But when
So-
they're hitting, when they're at their best, they give so much room for these individuals to shine. And that can, I think,
Yeah,
catch
sure.
teams off guard.
And I
I
think
have
that's
it
what
written
Stacks,
down.
his response to Paper Thin's last question is pretty true. Like, if they just come in, they are able
let
to
me
play
try
their
and not
best
block
game,
some of
they
this stuff.
absolutely can tear people apart. They can win this series here versus Vitality because
So
the
we
amount of talent
got
across
minus
these 5
Pearl,
players is
and
nutty.
then minus
We've seen that
Abyss.
on display in the past. It's a question of can they hit
And
that
then
stride, can
plus
they maintain that consistency.
Haven
And of
is what
course,
we're
if
thinking,
you,
plus
for some
Lowe's.
reason didn't
Dude, this one
watch,
could be pretty
Pacific, in which
straightforward.
case, what were you doing? And you're
And
looking
then
at
it's
the strategy
like
thinking, what is
Fracture or
Meteor
Bind,
doing
probably.
on T1? I mean, I can tell
And
you guys
then
what
obviously I
you've been
think
doing,
the
which is,
T1 would
Kilios,
want
you've been
Fracture,
watching
and
all
I
of
think
it.
the
Like, he's
Vitality
been
would want Bind.
frying.
It depends
He
on
has
who
been.
gets the ban first.
Especially when he picks up the ISO. The ISO was something that kind of caught us off guard
I'm
because they're running
expecting-
double duels
I'm
on maps
expecting
like Haven, Lotus, and
Haven.
Meteor just comes out with his ISO, and he has such
Haven,
incredible impact
Lotus,
just by going out
and
and just shooting
then
people in the face. Like,
Fracture or
that's basically
Bind,
all he
depending
needs to do
on
to
who-
go find impact, and he's so damn good at it when he's on that ISO.
depending
in
on
particular.
who
Kill
gets the V at
contracts, he
first.
only lost a handful
Fracture's
across the
fast
entire
map?
run of kickoff. He had
What do you
a
reckon?
huge win record
How's
on
that happened?
And you look at these
Someone's
comps, and it is easy to
unless
just
Vi-
lean
unless,
into that they're gonna shoot you,
unless
they're gonna
Vitality
run
have
at you,
banned
kind of
Lotus.
ideas. But I do feel like they
And
have
they
a lot
actually
of really
play
well thought out stuff with these.
their,
You can see Lotus that is
Pearl.
in that one as well. I love their Lotus comp where they're using the ISO shield
not
to
Lotus,
fight into a rubble
yeah.
every time. I think even their
What did I say?
offbeat compositions are all really well
Did you
thought
guys say it was
through.
Fracture?
And all of the players kind of understand the macro idea,
Hmm.
why it works. And yes, there's going to be some mud.
It's
there's
not
gonna be
Lotus,
some
yeah, they got the
chaos
sunset
in this
on there.
team, but
You can see
at the
it.
end of the day, they're
Okay,
starting
let's just
from a
laugh
good
at it.
base.
Yeah, and as you guys saw at the bottom
good
of that
morning,
graphic,
Weber.
of course,
How we
it was
doing, mate?
Vitality's Haven comp. Looks very familiar. You know, we've heard Durka talk a little bit about why Vitality are running that comp, and he was very candid. He said, I feel like with the group of players I have now on Vitality, we can make the Fnatic Haven even better. Although we've had Mini also dispute that a little bit and say, I'm not sure if it's entirely better just yet, but it will be very, very, very interesting if we do get that map and we get a Meteor
They're,
ISO versus the
I like
safe
the
ISO as well. In fact,
ISO.
Meteor himself
like the ISO on
actually
Lotus.
told us what he thought would happen if he ever went up against safe on the ISO. We're going to get the quote
Tomorrow's
in
games,
just a minute. But
I
it's,
can.
like you guys
It
said,
depends on
very,
what they
very
are,
interesting
Weber.
that they run these comms, they
I'm
run
doing
the ISO, not
the
that many
liquid one
teams
with
do it,
bacon.
and not that many teams
If
look
that's
good
one of the
while
first
doing it.
games, and you
both
can do
of
the
these
other one
teams are
if
the
liquid's
ones,
not.
that do. We have the quote just coming up. Let's take a
Basically,
look. Here we
you
go.
can do two,
He
or you can
said,
do one
Meteor
depending
said, when it
on
comes to safe. For me,
if,
it would be a
Liquid
kill
are playing.
contract for safe. It would be a death sentence, and he went on to dig this grave
that sounds
even
good.
further by saying if he really actually wanted to
Yes,
learn
you've been
something from ISO,
replaced.
he would be watching out.
No,
for
we're
it
just
on safe.
switching it up.
So yeah. So he's
devious.
Are we doing?
You
Is
gotta
it
come
winners
in with
first
some
or is
confidence,
it?
that's
It's
for
winners
sure.
tomorrow.
Meteor
Oh, okay.
clearly
Then
having
yeah,
troubles.
Webby
And I
can
mean,
come in tomorrow.
he absolutely should. His performances on ISO have been incredible. I like that we actually dug out the kill contract record there with his, what was it, like 16-7 or something when it comes down to those ultimates. So if it comes into play today, I really will be looking forward to that one-on-one. But Meteor,
Mama
he's
Benji
coming into
Fishy,
this.
hello,
He's a-
hello. Good morning
he's
as
a
well.
championship-winning team. He lifted a trophy last year. He
Yeah,
shared
drop
the,
should be
all the
sorted. We'll see when the game
It is
starts.
funny looking at that because it also draws a similarity between these teams. Whether you believe it or not, people have called both these squad super teams for a reason. They play similar styles. They both give a lot of credence to the individuality, the skill of their players, and I think it can come out either way. So you have to have that confidence from a guy like Meteor.
Yeah, and I can't wait for the other duelist battle as well, of course, between Buzz and Durka. They actually caught up with Mika Fabs a little bit earlier.
This is a matchup that many have been waiting for. I have Buzz and Durka with me. Now, of course, you guys have faced off against each other in years past, but Durka, it seems as though you come out on top a lot. You probably get more kills than Buzz, not counting last year, but is that going to be the same story today?
Yeah, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Buzz, do you have a comeback to that? Are you going to get more kills? Is it going to be Durka?
It's gonna be me because we're playing in Bangkok. It's one of our home ground.
Oh yes, Pacific represent for sure. Now, Buzz, how are you going to tell Durka from the clone Durka?
Maybe a real one is shine and fake one is doesn't shine.
Is that true?
I made chance if you should it.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good game, gentlemen.
Oh gosh, I love these two. Of course, they've played against each other so many times. There's been a lot of heartbreak when they played against each other as well. And what's interesting is before this tournament,
They
they
waved
both
the
went
handshake
to
at the
9
end,
global
yeah.
events on the
Yeah.
on
It was
one
going so
team.
well until
and
then.
now they come the 10th time, Mimi, on a different team, and both still looking very, very good.
When you talk about GOATs of the game, the best players of all time, I think you need to have people who have proven they can do it with multiple squads. You look at a guy like Ospas, who did it with Loud, now he's done it with Leviathan. And for both Buzz and Durka, this is their chance to show just how good they are outside of the structure that they have been known for years and years. And if their regions are anything to go by, both of them have been exceeding expectations already, Seth.
No, for sure. I mean, Buzz has just been on an absolute heater. He's been getting a little bit more out of his comfort zone, not just leaning on things like the
3-1
past,
headset all
picking
the
up
time.
the Neon, the Yoru more often. And I think that has been great to see, and I think that he's slotted in really well, especially in the double duelist comps, to be able to
Vitality
play
dominating
off and bounce
EU?
off of
Yeah.
Meteor.
Yeah, and of
Yeah,
course,
yeah, yeah.
you guys saw it there. It's 3-1 to Durka right now. But that one time he did lose, it was
And I feel like they have a lot more improvement they can do as well, because a lot of their games has kind of been.
This vitality we
It's been like good comps and stuff, and the macro is good, but there's so many things where they can play better together.
Pressure is on the shoulders of players like Buzz,
Like, I
sitting
think
on the other
we're-
side, knowing
I
that
think
they
they're
weren't
just
even
set
the
for a
first
good
Korean
year.
players to lift the global trophy. That went to Gen G last year.
But they have one of those members with them now, right? The Meteor is joined up with those former DRX boys. If anything, I don't think it adds
What's the
pressure.
map pool? We're
more
not
the-
sure yet.
more so
Fracture's
that it puts a
fast.
chip on their shoulder to prove why they're the best players from the Pacific region, why they finally won that
So
Pacific
I
trophy,
guess in
and are gonna
T1
look to
pick
do it,
Fracture and
again
Vitality
here at
managed to
Global.
like
I think both teams honestly had
beat
something
up the
hanging over their
Lotus
heads.
or
For
something.
T1, it's not coming in as that first seed after having such a fantastic offseason, after putting together this.
Unless they got Lotus the third map.
Vitality, it's
Which case I
being able
think,
to win some damn matches, let alone the trophy. They haven't had that
Vitality might
international
have messed up
success,
a
and I
little
think
bit.
that that's also something that might be weighing on these guys. I mean, granted, the players that have joined, they have plenty of international success with Durka and left, but still, for Safe, as the IGL, is he going to be able to get that out of his head? We'll have to see.
Vitality,
yeah,
they
and for Trex as well, I
ban
feel like
Palm.
Trex is one of those, probably one of the best players to never win anything, especially in EMEA. He finally wins a trophy regionally. I mean, I have faith in him this time around.
Yeah, both him and Safe have been like the perennial. They're going to be next up, I promise. They're going to show it at a global
They also
event,
had
and finally they have a team to
this it didn't
actually
show
take
so
that
much,
goal.
and
Me and Mimi, we went with
like again,
Durka,
every team has
in
a
the Durka
curveball for
versus
sure.
Buzz, head to head. You went with Buzz, so I want
DRX
to see what
apparently
you guys
too,
voted for,
and
because
the Chinese
it's
teams will have
time
like
for
3,
the
4.
result out of our MasterCard fan poll. Which
So,
duelist do you
maybe
think
they've been
will
practicing
have the
Paul,
highest
who knows?
ACS in this
Tenacious
matchup?
Dealer, thank you for the tier 1 man,
71%
appreciate
of
the
you
21
went for
months,
Durk
thank
in
you,
time.
thank
I
you.
don't blame you. I don't
Fraudulent.
blame you.
Why is it fraudulent, Seth?
Fraudulent. Stop the count. This is this is a fake poll.
No, we stopped the count
Well,
already.
3
and
maps
it's
are good for
71%.
T1.
Yeah. No,
The
I
T1
mean,
to
look,
win, in
Durka,
my
I
opinion,
mean,
need to
I
get
can't even disrespect him. Like,
Loads
the guy is
and Fracture.
insane. He always has
like
been.
the two
he is
they
always
should
somebody that
be
you have to be
feeling
worried
good
about
about.
if you're on the opposing side of the stage. For me, Buzz, though, when he gets to these internationals, sometimes he just absolutely takes over.
If they can somehow
like
get Powell and fair play as well.
I know that Buzz has been pissed that they didn't come into this.
Mad Lad John with the Prime, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you.
Also, I want to shout
as well.
out
Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the 4 months.
Joining my tirade of thinking
Dotty 1 as well. Thank you for that. Also, appreciate
I
the
actually
6
think
months.
this is like the proper percentage.
Tracer got to work on the map pool, yeah, but lucky for them, they've had 30 days.
We did good. We did real good. The first game, though, as well, it's a repeat of yesterday. We all clowned on the 3 Pacific talent for Predding DRX. We were fools.
Andy picked Trace, dude, she must have looked at
I did a last
I reckon
minute
she
swap
looked
on
at
this one. There's just a
EDG
feeling
yesterday
in my
and was just
gut.
like,
I
hold
think
up.
that
Wait,
T1
you
has
went
made
with Vitality first?
Initially, but then I woke up today and I was just like, I feel like T1 is going to be able to have this. I think that angry Buzz is going to come out.
Yeah, well, I woke up today and said it's Durkin time, so you know that's what's going to happen. But today
Liam, thank
we
you
have
as well.
4
Appreciate
more
the
teams
13
making their
months.
2025 global
You
debut.
still hate
Vitality
this game.
versus
Well, I appreciate
T1.
the support, though.
G2
Thank you for
versus
that.
Trace. Day 2 of Masters Bangkok starts right here, right now.
Pansy casting today? I think so. Maybe. Hello, Zil. How's Finn? Must be a long break for you, huh? So. Rossi's here, of course. Hello, Rossi. Beginning the biggest factor for this matchup. Some would say the most important player, the GOAT, Carpe. And dude, he every time you watch him, to be fair, he's playing great.
Quality isn't a great duelist. Definitely being selfless and doing their job. Not worrying about how they're going to die or how they're going to kill. Just fully relying on their teammates to make sure they're set up and just trusting us. With Jogmo, there's not a single doubt in his head.
我觉得想跟他们队的那个加个盟，因为他当年在17夺冠那场比赛我是看了的，然后他的打法还有他的瑞子玩的都非常好。
我觉得 G2 今年非常的强吧，我们不会像上一次那样紧张，然后更有自信心赢下这一场。
Our confidence is the highest it's ever been, especially with our new addition of Jogamo. We have a real X factor. Leaving this tournament without a win will be a disappointment.
我一直觉得 VTGC 是最有竞争力的赛区，然后今年我们一样会。
Whoa! I don't know about that
G2 is
one.
the best in Americas, but now we're gonna show you G2 is the best in the world.
that's a really bold take.
세계에서 날고 긴다는 선수들이 모인 곳이긴 한데 저희도 만만치 않다는 걸 보여주고 싶고 아마도 이 경기에서 이 첫 바이탈리티
What did he say? He said that China is the most competitive region.
I'm happy for Stax because he qualified with a new team. It's kind of like the same situation as me. We're feeling confident, and I know that they're probably on the other side also feeling confident.
일단 제가 좋아하는 선수들도 많이 있어서 조금 제 스스로도 좋은 경기가 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 어차피 이미 많은 경기를 치러왔고 바이탈리티도 그래서 저희도 이제 준비를 잘하고 있고 정말 재밌는 매치가 될 것 같아요.
Both of us have really good map pools, and we're just gonna see on map 3 how it's gonna play out.
제가 생각하는 예상 결과는 저희가 2대1로 바이탈리티 이길 것 같습니다.
I think it's gonna be 2-1 Vitality. We're the kings of Europe. Now we are taking on the world.
If we consider competitive between each, yeah, I don't know about that though, because they got some bottom feeders, no doubt about it.
We have a lot of returning legends onto this stage right now. Champs winner, Masters winner, Lock-in winner, you name it, we have got it. This is the
W Power, thank you so much,
of
dude. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Vitality
Did I miss
taking
anything
on
else?
T1.
Yeah,
It
Dentro,
does
thank you
not
so
get
much as
more
well,
hype
mate.
than this.
And it's players that we've always seen on the same roster, debuting at a global, taking a new step in their career. Durka off Fnatic, the champion of EMEA once again. Buzz, not on DRX for the first time ever as well.
been monstrous changes, and that's also somewhat what I'm looking for here from the side of T1. We've seen some inconsistencies when it comes down to the compositions across the various maps. I'm curious, with the time that they have had since kickoff ended, what have they cooked up for us here today?
These teams, they play a pretty similar style in a lot of ways. They
Carpe,
lean on
yeah.
individualism.
Carpe's
They play a
plan.
lot of modern comps, but I think the execution looked
Yeah, I think
far
you play
better
every
for
map.
Vitality at
It doesn't
home,
make
but you
sense
can't deny
on the
power
biggest
of
stage
these
to get rid of
T1
it.
players.
When it comes to the Mavi,
So,
I want to know
okay,
who would have
this
the
is-
balls
this
to
is what
pick
we
Haven,
thought.
and it turns out neither
But then
of them want to go there.
Vitality
I am very,
picked
very surprised,
Fracture.
not by the pearl
Honestly,
ban, however, Vitality
but then
always
they
take it away,
pick.
but
Dude,
I
I'm
really
so
thought they
confused
would
by
pick
this because
Haven
I thought
or
these would be the
Split.
two
They have
picks.
never first picked Fracture. This is a bit of a risk.
This is
Yeah, I
this
think
is a
it's
risk.
interesting to
Both
stay away
teams
from
have
that
gone for a
Haven.
risk
Both
here.
these teams, it's a very strong map for them. So I think neither wanted to lose their pick
I can't believe
on the strength
T1
of their opponent.
T1
I feel like
could have
both
picked
of them are probably
Lotus
feeling
and
that
they
that would be a
didn't.
little bit of a coin toss. I think that
But
Vitality
I mean,
getting rid of that Lotus as
see,
well.
I think T1
Surprised it
looked
went
good
to the
at
second round. I
Fracture.
wouldn't have been too shocked for T1 to really lean on that as their opening pick, but they opt for the bind, which is a map that they were
Yeah,
really
these maps
going
are
for at the
these maps are
beginning
really
of kickoff, but weren't really finding solid results on. I believe Talon being able to get a 13-5 victory over them, etc. It got better as time went on, but they continue to lean on this, favoring this as their map based on scrims,
Weird,
I would
dude.
assume.
Weird.
Will it be prepared today? Because it has to be.
I've
when
been
you're going
owned
up
in every map
against an
video so
opponent
far.
like Vitality.
Yeah,
Both
but
Vitality
normally
and
like
T1
teams
have
feel
played
different
Tail
about
Lux on
maps
this
than
Fracture, but
from the
biggest
outside
difference
view
is
anyway.
Vitality locking in the Vice. We've only seen them play it once, but I thought it looked really good there. And for teams that aren't running the Yoru, I think it is really difficult.
Because everyone
to
goes for
play
like what
against
they
that
feel
Vice.
most
It
confident in.
forces you to slow down,
For
stay
what
out
do
the
you have,
wall.
basically?
It makes it a lot harder for
All
T1
that.
to go for these hard execute rounds that they do a lot of on Fracture.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Vitality after seeing the Mavito, just because of the lack of reps we've seen from them on a map
Yeah, I
like
can't believe
Fracture,
they
for
picked
example,
Fracture.
But it is an EME18. They're always good on Fracture, and it looks like, yeah,
they're
you
going
know
Yeah,
about the
everyone
Vice.
everyone
straight
going
up
to
mirror. I love
the
it. Vice, best
the
Sentinel
G2
in the
comp
game
maybe.
right
I don't
now,
really
in
know
my
who
opinion.
started this one, but
Glad to see them making that change. Meteor, the one to
So,
lock it in as well.
Yeah, he's been
Vice
playing around with
comp
this a little bit. We also
incredibly
have seen
strong on
Isu
attack.
picking
You
up
can
the
pretty
Vice from
much
time to
just
time,
spam
but
sight
I haven't
hints.
seen
The thing that it
huge
struggles at
impact from him
is
when he
like
is playing on
if
this
the
Vice, and
defense
that's
decide to
something that
push
he's
you.
going to have to deliver
If
as
you're
they
going for
start
like
on the
2
defending half
3s or like
It's a mirror
1
match, but that means
4s,
Buzz versus Durka on the
like say
race.
this is
Couldn't think
AB
of
or
a better
whatever,
way to kick this off.
then
I couldn't think of a better way as
you
well.
struggle to hold
I don't know if we're ready to go
against
into
the
game.
defense
It looks
pushes.
like we could be
But
ready
on defense,
in
you
just
should be
any
pushing
moment, but for now, the
on
fans are
attack.
absolutely loving it.
It's
Behind
it's
me
just
here.
insane comp.
Yes, we
It's
are
very
ready,
hard
so
to
let's
flood
turn
out
this over,
against.
to get us into
Vate
even match
44.
one.
Thank
It
you
is
so much.
Bren
Appreciate the
and
prime.
Simon.
Thank you for the 10 months.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it with this one. I mean, this is... it could have been a very interesting game, honestly, with the maps, but it didn't go in the way that we were potentially
The Haven, the
expecting.
Lotus,
Yeah.
the double duelist, so much ISO.
No, that's what we
Denied
that's what we
it.
thought
But
was gonna
What we
happen.
have here is two teams that
I'm
were
pretty
built
sure
with
Vitality would have won
purpose,
Haven,
and that
and
purpose
I'm
is
pretty
these
sure
super
T1 would have won
teams. Now, whether
Lotus.
that has actually
So,
materialized is one thing or
let's
another, and we're yet to be seeing as well how they're going to be performing across this event, but high expectations of Vitality. T1 got high expectations for themselves. They've been having a few issues themselves, and just in terms of what roster they even want to run. what
Okay,
coaching
we've got
staff they
T1
want
on
even
defense, we've got
their years when it
Vitality
comes to
on
timeouts and
attack.
whatnot, but we start with Fracture.
And T1 instantly going for something aggro. That's good, yeah. This is what you got to be doing.
And going to be communicating
Well,
that
this
to
is a
the
really
rest
good
of the
sign for
team.
T1.
They can go for a little reaction, and it's actually Carpe.
We've got Thorns reaction over towards hit, stop them from flooding out. We've got smoke down Thorns, so they can't actually push. It's all down to the sound people to try and actually
On an island, and he's got to do a lot in this spot. Still
big
the
round
thoughts
from
of
Carpe. The
help and
space was bad from
supplement slows
Vitality
down the
here.
approach at least. Still, he is on the site. Solo for now.
He's done a great job of shutting down Durka there. That duel was vitally important,
Yeah,
and
but
there's
that's
another fight.
Beautiful call by Vitality, honestly. Cut noise, wait for the smokes to dissipate,
And dude, they
the
actually
bodies
just
are top
straight
one.
up won 2
Players just
Angels
walking
as well
straight
back.
into them.
And look at
Plucked
that.
them out of the picture.
Look at this discipline. It's so nice.
This is like
to
the
fall
story of
back in the
Vitality that we
4v2
see,
and make sure that T1 can't
where
cause
it's
more
just
chaos.
individually they just seem to wreck people.
Ensuring that there are no wins whatsoever for T1.
They even think they've
Yeah,
rotated.
it keeps them guessing, doesn't it? Look.
It's great calling. And I think that's one of the things that's been so impressive looking at this Vitality roster, because it was a massive question for us. Safe, new to the IGL role.
Planted.
Potential for Stax to make the the difference there with the calling, but he's going to have to come out with the pistol shots.
Dude, everyone's swinging on it. I mean, honestly, it looked like T-Bob were in a really good spot, and then they just lost 3 kills.
Dead set, I think, and they know what they want. they've been, I mean, saying themselves they've got their eyes on the prize, which
Like,
is
it's looking
Paris.
great here. They can kind
Champs as their end goal, and any trophies they pick up along the way, it's just an
I have
extra
so
bonus.
many questions.
Yeah, I was amazed when they actually
I
won
have
in
so
EMEA
many
kickoff,
questions.
bearing in mind that
He knows that sand isn't he knows that they're on sand.
They've picked up
They
trophies,
can't do
right?
anything over
But
towards
for them
main.
to purely be
Like, this
focused
is
on
blocked.
accumulating trophies,
There's no
looking
vision
towards
for
the
this
end of the year,
angle, and
being
it
the
just
best
drops down
version of
through the
this team that
smoke,
they
even
could
though Carpe
possibly
is
be.
on site.
They were probably the least focused of all of the rosters on the here and now.
Okay, so
Maybe them
3
and
guns.
EDG
They're allowed
are in
to.
long-term growth mindset.
They're allowed to.
So here you see them prioritizing alt-orb acquisition as well.
Yeah, I want to get that Razor nice and early.
Yitsu takes contact against Trex. Trex has got to play these kind of situations fairly carefully, but he's also only got a Ghost, so he's allowed to go a little aggro on this round. See if he can get some information.
Putting it down, he's just spotting out a body or two, and this is going to be fake noise pressure, essentially. See the drone.
And Safe does a lot of this. You'll see this on map
T1
1 and map
picked
2 when he's playing the
binds.
Tejo.
Why do they think their bind's
A
incredible?
little bit safer, although Vitality not committing over towards B.
And just as Vitality start walking dish, T1 starts spreading back out to B.
So much uncertainty in this round. Time might start to get a little bit short, but that's Salvos. Drop down, Izu, yeah.
That's nice,
Out of
though.
the pan and into the fire, and a bullet to the back of the brain while you're at it. Turka, short work, Buzz is close and personal, but the Classic can't really do too much in that spot, and this is just clean as anything
Yeah,
from
looking
Vitality.
easy.
I mean, talk about coming out swinging.
They're looking pretty immaculate. We're seeing some early pieces of aggression.
Things haven't
So
changed in the
early
meantime
rounds
for
they
their
go
bind. Yeah,
forwards,
maybe.
They take some kind of space.
You would
and
hope
then
so.
we've seen round 1 and 2, they slow things down and they wait for the reaction from T1. And this, I think, is showcasing the amount of experience on this squad.
Still no drop?
I don't think
Okay.
it's right to think about this team as
Again,
being
see
heavily
what's going on.
microed by Safe as the IGL.
Yeah.
He's in charge, he's the leader, but there is such a wealth of experience and vocal players on the team as well.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about, right? When you have like these 1-4s, if they did do a split over towards here, like this guy's wrecked. This guy is actually just wrecked. If this pushed here, he would be out in the
Yeah,
open.
that's
You wouldn't be able
incredible
to get the rope in time.
been to
You would just
global
see it from
events.
this angle, he'd be dead.
Buzz and Durka 9 times
So I do
before,
want to keep an eye on how many
representing
times
Fnatic and
T1 are
DRX.
going to go like
Now they're here for
aggro on
the
their
10th
defense.
time in New Jersey's representing
Because
Vitality
normally what
and
happens
T1.
is you're just weak on one
an
side. Well, you kind of weak
historic
on. Well, yeah.
rivalry
Normally
that we're now
you're weak
seeing
on
in
one
new
side.
colours.
They'll just do
Here's this push out
smokes,
through tree. This is something
isolate the
that
2
T1
on
love
site,
doing as a
and then you
reaction
just have
of A
Fawns down.
pressure.
They're going to be meeting
A bit of pressure over towards the top side. We do. Okay, I like this though from
Buzz already
T1. They
taken
do
off the head
late.
of Trex.
Sure.
The squeeze is occurring right from behind the Stimmy to try and push this forward. Vitality. If they can stem the bleed.
Oh my God.
And
Did
stack some
3
Buzz
bullets.
alongside him.
Nade.
Salvos around. This is an awkward and tricky spot for Vitality to be in. And how are they going to be surviving?
Okay.
And then, oh,
Nicely done from T1. Again, this is good, right? Because you can't get out through these choke points against this team, right? So you gotta start pushing on the sides.
Really
Because
important
these
there that
areas are gonna have
Trex ended up
Fawns
going
in after
down
the
to.
smokes. You can't
T1
flood.
took fights. That
So
little push,
late
the
aggro,
duo
I'm
push
fine with
out
that.
through tree is something that a
Arrow
lot of the
Cascade, thank you
Pacific
so much for
teams
the
have
Prime.
been
Appreciate
doing.
the 5 months.
Based
Thank
on
you,
a
thank you.
reaction, you hear noise elsewhere on the map and you just double up and walk out. It's unexpected. Normally you expect the B players to be hard anchoring, and then this time Trex falls defending holds and it becomes a full crunch. A beautiful round, right when they needed it.
Okay, big round. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 1,
Looked like
2.
Vitality wanted to go quickly, but they were cancelled
Got
out
2,
there.
4. They can buy
Yitsu
after that.
using the salvos,
We got 3 and 2. They can't buy
taking
next.
some halls control. And Meteor may end up getting tested here for the first time in his anchor position on B.
Yeah, look
He
at
used
this
to
though
play
as
Cypher
well.
on
Just
this
getting
map, and he used to
info
be immaculate at working around the
over
cages.
towards the top.
I
They
don't
can go
know
heavy on.
how he's
And
gonna
then we
be
can
able
have
to stay
Fawns
safe
and
in these
Wall
spots.
to
I
hold
assume Carpe is going to be throwing smokes for him to
south
play
side.
around.
Doesn't really have the luxury of those cages, as you mentioned.
Yeah, this is really nice. Izu's doing so much work right now.
You were talking him up, Josh, as well.
Does he get good timing here, or is it awful timing? Like, the timing here could be incredible.
He's going to be getting a clash soon enough if he's not too careful. This peak needs to be
That is nuts, isn't it?
diligent, but speaking of peaks, discipline, diligent, noise, and
Very, very
chaos
nice.
is created. Perfect timing for the peak of Izu. Safe has been removed. Players toppled on the side of Vitality. Before they even know it. 30 seconds left, 2 players left to stand. Lessing Kits can't really do much in this spot. This is essentially
30 seconds left.
to be boiling down to a save.
And that's now 2 rounds in a row that T1 have found a mid-round timing to push out. In round 3, they pushed out Tree. This round, Isu realizes there's no pressure over towards Dish, takes tons of space, control, information, and then a good teamwork play, just to ping-pong off each other over at Arcade.
Cast your minds back as well. Vitality, it's a team that we haven't seen bleed too much, but the closest they came to it was the grand finals of EMEA kickoff. That Team Liquid playstyle, a lot of contacting, trying to find the gaps in the play.
Damn, both.
No guns surviving.
Got both.
That is rough for
That
Vitality.
is
If they
very
kept a couple
big
weapons,
for T1.
Maybe this round could have been dangerous still, but there's barely going to be any sting to it anymore.
Yeah.
That's just such nice team play from Meteor and Isu there.
Yeah,
Isu's
but if
communicating
I'm
that he's got
Vitality at the
hunt on them,
moment,
he's
they
got the timing, and
probably
Meteor's like, "All right, hold
got to
on,
be
let me play you
on.
in."
They got to be on the page where they've been pushed quite a few times. Pistol, not eco, but 3 out of 4 rounds has been some kind of push.
Onto the staircase of Tower, they're going to be applying a lot of
Whether it's
pressure now.
instant or just like 50 seconds in.
Going to be surviving against most of this, and how do you survive against that showstopper into the back wall?
Carbe's going to have to do a lot here. That's a good ult. It is a good ult. It buys him a lot of time, and it means that those smokes are going to go down. Yeah, this is nice.
Meteor steps forwards, dominates the angle. Back to the site now. Watchful eye onto it. 2 players left to stand against it. Safe gets that trade-off, but
Yeah, I think T1 looking nice, to be honest. I feel like everything's making a lot of
Isu's
sense.
pushed out Arcade again, or pushed out Dish rather, and about to arrive at Arcade. He'll meet Trex underneath. I mean, this is a terrible fight to take with the Stinger.
Yeah. Isu to be highly favoured, tapping away, and finally, bullet land into the brain. Spike drop down on.
Please? Dude, I'm complimenting for how they're playing. It's good.
Really an impossibility for Safe at this point. He's locked into Tower. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Tiny gap that can't.
Razor into this? Razor's fine into ecos, in my opinion. As long as you have like something behind it. As long as it's not like a full eco. Especially on this map, like when your comp's really good at going fast, and you can isolate the people over towards site. Like you can normally get a 1-for-1 or like a 1-0, and there's a gun down for people to pick up.
There you go. Does manage to get the kill.
Like I feel like on map, it's map dependent, it's eye dependent, but this is so fine.
Still an impossibility. It doesn't matter how well he plays this situation.
Marky99 with the prime as well. Thank you for the 15 months. Thank you.
Very, very clean the first couple of rounds were. T1
Is this a good Visor? Yeah, because it bought him
The
enough
adjustments
time.
go for these mid-round
It
pushes.
bought him enough time. But basically, when you play against the solo Brim, you're just trying to buy time to make sure that these smokes fade. And as soon as these smokes fade, you just have crossfires, and they can't really do anything. Like you should always be getting trades after that point. At the worst situation, trades.
If Vitality end up losing this round, I think we're going to see a tactical timeout coming out.
I would do a tactical timeout now.
Major ultimates at work here.
Yeah, they really are.
Not yet? Okay. Let's see if they decide to keep going aggro somewhere. So Vitality kind of looking like...
Given up. Picked up, kicks.
Okay, I thought they were going to go a little bit faster on this one. So they lose Arcade, instant reactions to drone down, and then they now take all space over towards Tree. Yeah, but this is nice from Vitality. They got the flash, and it's more just flash for info on this.
And leaving Isu to anchor into Tower, which is a really unusual.
Damn, look at this rotate from that.
T1 are just rumbling across the map here. They're trying to follow these sounds.
Insta reclear? Looks like it. Insta reclear. Dude, Isu's gonna have to do a lot here though.
I wonder if Vitality even think about this.
Carbe's already found an opening.
Yeah, Carbe's on top of this. Isu, yeah, dude, it's so hard to play Heaven against this comp.
Up onto the site, whips it around. Carpe attempt to try and push them.
Does Buzz want to ult into this, or do they just accept it? Big Joe here.
Buzz needs to find value. Sees it. Back to the side, shoulder peeking out, and there's the one. Nade rebounds.
Boy, good little jiggle.
He's got the ult into his hands at that rocket. Let's see what he can get done with it. Showstopper. Just a bit of tickle damage, and Les was tucked to the corner himself.
Whoa, what a shot that is.
Meteor.
Yeah, and they know that the other person's there because they saw kicks.
The had to be expended nice and early here. You're getting a move on up onto the site.
Hey, you can get half.
Being done to Trex here, but a Rolling Thunder is that immediate insurance policy. It's going to be buying that
I think
time.
you'll be happy they got the ult out of them.
Trex right from behind.
Okay, this was nice. I do worry when I see teams playing Heaven against this
A good
comp.
one to get on the board for Vitality. Like I said, they needed that. Their economy was going to get broken if they lost it.
Because like you'll see if we see Izu's kill here or Izu's death here, like look how he has to go out. Oh, he doesn't even have to go out in the open. Oh, okay. Oh.
Just forced into it. Yeah, just forced slightly into that little.
It was almost a good example.
It was a really strange position to be holding, honestly, from Itsu, but he'd done a good job in previous rounds of being able to find those moments to push out on defense. Oh, a bit of frustration.
Could have tucked closer. Yeah, I think he could have tucked closer.
Looks like another B split, yeah, from Vitality. Thorns are going to be slowing down his approach. The reaction from
the push.
There's no way you're taking this peak alone.
Oh, Durka saw him and he didn't see him. Okay.
Player, but you don't want to go for this, do you?
They could actually accelerate that. If the Vitality players were quick enough, they could have trapped him with less or safe Zolt.
Well, fight occurring. Down into tunnel, I believe.
This is kind of nice though. I like this from T1. It's still just been super aggro. Dude, he got both. Sure, Brimble was ready for the trade because inevitably, well, he thought his teammate was going to die.
Rapid on it. Oh, wait a second. Plus reveals the position. 2 stray bullets and right into the open arms are safe. So 1-2 combo, but a lot to overcome.
I mean, it
still
should be pretty. I want to say impossible, but they have good amount of util. Yeah.
Clear out this space on top of it, but right from behind, Carpe is losing a fight. Armageddon now offloaded.
God, everyone's popping everything into this. One more smoke if they want it.
But already the players are up and ahead of all of this here. The Armageddon's going to be pushing them forward to the volley as well. Only the tiniest.
This is such a weird round, man.
Just 30 health. Comes down to these fights, and how do you take it? You got to think Vitality not favored.
How is it even possible? They'd have to jump up and land an unholy shot.
One of you's running away now. Easy runs, one stays. Dude, that stun is 100% secured it. And he's out of there. He's out of there, dude. One of the weirdest rounds I've ever seen in Valorant. There were so many rough ults here.
That is a ludicrous round. That one is absolutely bonkers, but it is so fitting that it's Isu who stays alive for the Red Bull clutch because
it's strange, dude. It's so weird
for setting that situation up in the first place. These fights, skirmishes over towards tunnel, almost inconsequential when you see what he's able to do there, utilizing the stun and the kill onto kicks as well, denying the trade that was going to come through. At the moment, by the way, it bears mentioning that Durka is having a very rough game on the entries. Almost every single time that Durka is trying to
commit to the fight there, yeah. It might have been like a bit of lack of time against the Teo. I think he thought the stun was going to go off a little bit earlier or something, because he could have got like, what, 2-3 more shots in.
This is a player that most people are looking at as the best in the world.
But also his satchel, I thought his satchel would have pushed him further than this.
And Vitality desperately need him to come online. What a wild round, though, and a cacophony of ultimates expended on both sides.
Oh, yeah. Just carnage, man. Pulls the time out of Vitality now. It's all about stamina bleeding and see if you can turn this one around, because you are right. I mean, every time that Vitality have tried to make a go of things, whether it's the B split, there's usually going to be like smoke in the face, Thorns, a reaction from
So where's their money?
Something to throw a wrench into the plans.
Yeah, I mean, this is a force.
Now this would
Kicks
be a
takes the hit.
for T1 to do something aggressive, offer it. And the fact that we're 14 seconds away, and T1 have got 4 players over towards B, and a breach ult to work with. I mean, I could see something.
Wait, is it Raze as well for that? Oh, okay.
Like this,
Damn, that's crazy.
Great setup to get themselves back on the board. It's worth it.
Wait, does that mean that the Harbor Wall slow does the same thing to Raze satchels also? I like this from T1 again, just going super aggro. This is still a big win for Vitality though. They went so fast that they get through the chokes.
Squeeze on any potential player. Meteor feeling pressure. That flash is good with the connection at least, but
it's a really hard retake. We've got to keep an eye on Trex going around the world on this. They do have breach ult in terms of stacks. Still no plant.
Trex might be just working his way into the B side. They're going to be committing the plant though, so not going to go for this one, at least with a roll in front of that. Does push them back and away.
Holy, they locked them out. Solo planter. Dude, how's Durka alive? Oh my god. He's on site on his own. He got breach ulted. No way. There's no way. He shouldn't be getting 1 kill. He got 5.
His whole team smoked off.
He just solo 1v5'd them.
How have they breach ulted him as he's planting and allowed him to ace? Buzz is frolicking through the meadows there, jumping around. They heard the plant noise and breach ulted the site. Are you not gonna look? We are having some insane rounds here. But I'll tell you what, Vitality needed that one, didn't they?
Cannot.
It's got them straight back into things.
Cannot, dude. And it was a force buy as well. And it broke the economy.
Look at that clash and players into his face. What a
Like, if T1 lose, it's that round. Like, everyone's thinking about that round. That was nuts. They were expecting so many more on site, and there was just no one on site.
Exchange that Vitality were looking for, but cut noise. Now is the time for a bit of discipline from Vitality.
The question is, do you defend these guns, or do you try to find the gap and get a plant down?
Dude, that was so funny. We've had 2 absolutely mental rounds, and we're only 8 rounds in.
Not willing to give up main control, as you mentioned.
Carpe uses his final smoke. That's going to allow this
Red cards for T1? What, you want to give all of them red cards?
Hotline kicks forwards, Meteor and Stacks together, trying to combine their might. One to the side, just one left to survive. Meteor, not long for the world there.
It's risky
business. It got a little bit. They get a little bit scary here.
Almost a thrifty, but kicks.
Dude, they're just forcing over towards sides now.
Perhaps
Amy, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for 3 months.
But I doubt it.
Thank you.
Rifles back online for round 10. Remember, what's worked for T1 so far is
Brian as well. Brian Williams, thank you so much for the 8 months, dude. Appreciate that.
In a different location.
Yeah, dude, Vitality are just like, right, instead of letting them push, let's just force sites, and then we can focus on behind. We know they can't flood out here, so we only have to focus on behind. Oh, dude, I get scared when they do these slow rounds. T1 have been coming out on top every time we've seen these kind of slow rounds.
They're pinging it out. They're aware of the fact that E2 has just been
I'm pretty sure if you actually tallied them up, every fast round Vitality's won, every slow round T1 has won.
Goes for that push and tried to bait it out. Applying a little bit of pressure now over towards the south side as well, as Safe took the ropes.
That's just so quiet now.
Goes back with the spike over to the north side as well.
A hell of a time.
Kicks has made
Okay, here we go. We've got the 1 minute. Get in aggro, get in some info.
Exploring, but he might be walking right into the crossfire, but
keep an eye on Izu. At one point, he's definitely going to start checking this, and he's going to have a good luck.
Overlaid on top.
Meteor in heaven once again did manage to dodge everything, but I think they saw him.
Carpe was ready for it, at least to a degree, but how long are you going to be able to at least survive? Not much longer. Still up and towards heaven, and this angle, Meteor rifle in hand.
No way.
And my God, beautiful work from him.
God, it could have been so much better from Vitality here. What is that?
What is this? Peekaboo. Stacks' time to shine. Him alongside Buzz.
He actually has to ace it.
Just 1 man, 28 health. Very difficult spot.
It's a really nice reposition from Buzz. It was so instant.
Great flank.
Not a discipline on show. Bit of spam after
yeah, no matter what, it's done.
Buzz knows it. Time to
I mean,
hide.
Les tried his best here. Dude, again, it's more proactivity kind of won them this. I will say as well, Carpe did pretty good. I know he dies here, but this smoke delayed them so much time, which meant that the person in heaven managed to get their gun out. Right, Meteor shouldn't have had his gun here if they went a bit faster. That smoke delayed them so much. I think Vitality really messed this up. It was like Vice. Oh, wait, because of the smoke. We did double salvos and then our damage, so there was always a place to hide in heaven.
Vitality have got to be
like,
able
this was an
to
awful round from Vitality.
And
and then they're so scared of pistols because of the shorties, I guess, from the smoke that goes here. The Carpe did great. Vitality really messed this up.
Oh my!
Okay.
Carpe trying to dominate this position, and he's going walkabout.
One more?
He's going hunting. Damage.
Carpe's doing incredible.
What a menace this guy is. Right into the side. Styling on him.
This is a stupid game, man. This is a stupid game.
Watching the end of the
This
Pacific
is so
tournament where
funny.
he's been pulled in for T1.
Yeah, he's done so much. I think he's won in back-to-back rounds. I know it's dumb to say from the round before, but
strategic coach for the team at
at least this one.
but when you watch what he's doing, I mean, look at this. The judge damage and then the swap over to the classic as well. It's so cerebral. Like, he's actually just...
Dude, he might have mentally boomed him here. There's a good chance he might have mentally boomed him. Because, dude, T1 should be like, it should be like 9. They should have 9 or something at the moment. How are Vitality even in this game?
There's a gap into the corner, and Buzz has just absolutely destroyed and dominated that position. Durka, though, has managed to sneak himself in, but that nade somehow gets the kill. It's going to be Buzz with the ult and attack, and my god, man! He's just working him into neutral.
I have the spike.
Trex forced to cower into the corner. It's a 1v5. Maybe you can hope and pray that they line up for you, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. And it's not happening. 7-5 here.
Big
for
Vitality
T1.
got lucky to get 5, to be honest with you. I will say T1 played this great though. Like, I'm glad we spoke about what we spoke about before, because they were so proactive on defense. So proactive.
But this is an inauspicious start. T1 are definitely in the dominant position here.
Yeah, just proving, I think, these international events, listen, anything goes, anything can happen here. Who the hell knows?
Let me mute this so I don't get wrecked, chat. Oops.
We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan.
This was
and
fun.
Get an Apple
This
Watch
is a
Series
fun
10 all free
first
on us.
half.
That's up to
This is
$2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One of the most entertaining. Oh, dude, one of the most entertaining halves. Probably one of the most entertaining halves I've just seen in Valorant. Full stop. There was so much that was going on. It was funny. Who picked Fracture? Vitality. I don't know why. They would have won Haven. I have no idea why they did that. Di Carbonara, thank you so much with the Prime. Thank you. Appreciate the 13 months. Overcooked a little. Yeah, they did overcook a little, I think, with it. I trying to work it out. Let's see. So we had their Fracture as a B, and they didn't change anything. Then when T1's Fracture A-, so I guess it's kind of close, but still. I don't know, man. So odd. I guess they changed it up a little bit as well. Keza, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 19 months. Loveless as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you.
They're going head to head. They're clashing hard.
Unless they were so confident that T1 would have changed up their Haven. I don't know.
Durka is at 9 kills, right behind. But if you think about it, apart from the ace round,
T1 used the same comp in Pacific. Nah, they used they either used a Killjoy or a Cypher, and I can't remember which. But they looked really good on this map. It's just the fact that DRX
felt like he wasn't really getting the entry.
DRX looked great on this map.
Buzz is going to be, I think,
hello Prius, thank you so much.
Serious action on the attack.
In terms of the pistols, by the way, it's 1-0. You know, it doesn't look like it score-wise. We need to see Vitality be proactive, no doubt about it.
I mean, listen, Easy was doing it enough himself. So
Track D with the tier 1, thank you so much. Thank you for the 7 months, and McCunn as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
In Pacific Kickoff, we're playing really defaulty kind of styles. Not too many of these instant off-the-barrier splits and execs.
A wall
here,
gets set off over towards speed, and that makes Durka start getting a little bit proactive. Just as he decides to W key, gets caught. They do get the trades though.
Just in time.
Dude, Durka's having a rough one.
Position towards Dish.
Other than, well, to be honest, even with the ace, he's having a rough one because he shouldn't have got the ace there. He should have max got 1, got traded. Like, positionally, he's getting wrecked.
Jump up, okay, he's got his wish, hasn't he? Yep. It's not the cleanest in the world, but he gets the job done, and the players low.
I don't know about that.
DeSalvo's going to be clearing out 1 level of it, but Stax is way ahead of the curve, and still, almost single-handedly there. It looks like the trade wasn't even ready in time. It doesn't matter.
How have they lost
Barrels
this
over
one?
These players leaves it to Les, and as we said, poor Les, 25 HP, essentially from the beginning of this round. He's got it all to do. Now, players are low on the side of T1, but monumental at this point here for the pistol. It's looking all T1, especially if they've got that discipline holding Util in their hands. Tucked players contact, looks like as soon as Izu sees signs of life, either that or from on high. And there's the swing.
Oh boy. Okay, I gotta. I'm being lenient. I gotta give a yellow card to Trex there. Why?
For this map, and it'd be a big one to take.
Oh yeah.
Vitality picked Fracture here, thinking that they would have the run of things, and it's a nice map for this EMEA super team. I mean, I say EMEA. They're not. They're a global super team, essentially, right? With less coming over. But it's one where they can spread out. In theory, it lets them rely on that quality of their roster to take the duels around the map. But we've seen T1
was T1 good at Fracture? T1 have looked good at Fracture. Again, they only lost to DRX, and DRX had some good stuff. And I think they lost to DRX. I think they had an 11-13 game against DRX, and DRX won double pistol.
Trex realizes that he has to give up control.
Like, I think there's a couple of those games where they should have probably won.
Open access, and it will be, in all likelihood, an open plant.
That's actually a really nice nade from Buzz. It pops super high in the air, and it breaks that normal high-low setup that you would get from the guy behind the box and the person
Don't even hit
tower.
on nades on this.
So combining that with the Teho drone, a beautiful idea on the anti-eco.
Mud Skipper King with a tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Drilled. The post-plant positioning is essentially impeccable. Fault line, the only thing to try and supplement this push as well with the classics in hand, and Buzz will make sure to shut it down before it even gets started.
He's been on fire today, hasn't he? He always comes out with big performances, I feel, at these international events.
The judge definitely boomed them. I think the round before boomed them.
He's in a very sad position.
Accidentally right-clicked. I think he was trying to go down to the spot.
Yeah, he's just trying to kill someone there as well.
Flushed him out, and they're going to be looking to hunt down these players.
Dude, they're getting a lot from this. They got a lot from this as well. Every single orb.
Surviving here for T1.
Yeah, those 3 rifles, 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom that they've managed to keep in is going to make this bonus round.
The T1 Util? No, the T1 are playing great. I don't want to take anything away because even their ideas have been good. It's just like sometimes their like spacing has been slightly off. Like the Util and everything from T1 is like nice. They're just good at this map.
So this is a great chance for T1 to stamp their authority over the series early.
Just look at that. Across the board, it's a dangerous buy from T1.
It's so weird, but both of these picks here, I had the other team winning. Like I have T1 winning Fracture, I have Bind getting won by Vitality. I don't understand the picks. It must be like something in practice. It's going a lot better, and so they have faith in it.
You have to bait out the Vice wall, and it's a dangerous wall to bait. Using the salvos there to try to break some of the thorns.
Holy, that's...
Oh my goodness, what the hell happened there?
How's he...
bizarre one. I mean, came out, so I'm not
it was just
really
spam
sure
though, right? That's the only reason.
Dropping anyway, Meteor looking to contain. Hold some ground out towards Arcade.
And T1 decided to go back into halls.
No drone though for this reclear.
This is where Durka got timinged before though, right? He took a step forwards. Was kind of not caught on the angle. They're in fact pinging the exact off angle he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, they picked the right side here at the moment. Is the 2 over towards site. After showing a little bit of pressure over towards A main, because they got aggro A main, they can get the rotate M3. Instant reaction is drone to clear over towards Arcade as well. So they can definitely hold 3 strong here. How many smokes they got? No smokes? Oh, dude, I mean, they can't win. You should. The thing that maybe Vitality messed up of is they didn't get anyone on site, so they don't have the best crossfires, but they still should be okay. Okay, there we go. As long as one gets on site here, they can't lose.
Try and dominate, control, hard anchor spots. Being held down, Vitality have got the read that this is going to be potentially and probably most likely landing over towards A now.
A nightmare of a player to go down at the beginning. This is what we're talking about, right? Now they're just going into this area. Like everywhere's a crossfire. Yeah, Carpe cannot die early.
From Vitality. Just a masterclass in terms of how to set up crossfires on the site. As soon as the stun came through, and that early player was pressured, Durka swings on site. And then when Durka's under a little bit of pressure, Les swings out from his position in lane.
Oh, yeah, the tagging. The tagging was so strong here.
He got slightly bullet tagged by a little bit of spam there, and that's what caught Carpe at the beginning. It's rough, because obviously, for example, Les's position would be smoked off had Carpe survived. So showcasing the crossfires that the Smokes player couldn't cut.
There's a satchel as well. Oh, okay. Wait, did Buzz own him?
This is what they were doing tons in the final
the
match
satchel
to
and tags.
EMEA and lift the trophy just after the
this should be a pretty big round then. We got 1, Wait, let's think. Lost this,
On
sure.
the north side.
Exactly.
Having said that, though, they've cancelled it. And they're going back over to clear halls.
Yeah, we kind of got 2 and 2. We'll ignore the
Expecting T1 to go
700.
into a B exec that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they saw the wall being placed down, but Meteor's been doing this.
Nah, honestly, they should all not be
As the
able to
barriers
play.
go down at the beginning of almost every round just to try and plug up that potential gap.
You don't really want to push Dish until...
Yeah, I'm definitely worried that Vitality aren't playing aggro enough.
I thought Vitality were going to go separate ways, but they want to go for
But I do like that they're
Set it up.
holding A main all the time. Like as soon as they cross or push this area, like that's how they know how to have rotates, right? If you got control of this, then we have 2 here. If we don't have control of this, then you have 3. It's like they lose this now, they lost this line, here comes the
Might
3.
pull a couple of players back to try and help him out. At least from Vitality's side. That's the goal of things, but with Izu dropping
Clears it out, rotate goes back in, big jewel. That's a big jewel to win.
Land that shot.
Imagine he didn't win that.
Right into the face of kicks there, and he just to wrangle that rifle can't be
Got it. Wait, oh, I didn't hit him. Okay, very nice.
Cleaned up at the end of the day.
Very nice at the moment. I
T1
think
are living
T1
or
need
dying based on
to.
whether or not they can push Durka away from halls.
Yeah, T1 need to
it feels
try
like he's
and go
starting to get into the
aggro
rhythm of
A.
things,
They even need to go
I was
super
pretty
fast.
critical of him on the attack
Or
side,
they
despite
just
the
need
fact
to
that he
try
got
and
one
actually
kill
like
to the end.
take
But
aggro A
here on
main.
defense,
And it's hard against a
you know,
breach
we've
Teo.
played 4 rounds, he has 4 kills, he's been able to hold down halls.
Or they
most
just
of the
completely
time
ignore
really
it and take
effectively.
everywhere
We
else
see
that's
here
free.
That he's able to deal with Isu, and he's constantly re-pushing into that area with Safe and regaining that information. And the info is just as important as the kills in that spot.
Oh my god, I got jump scared.
Yeah, and Buzz probably should have got the kill.
Weaker weaponry now for T1. They've been knocked down. Peg or 2. Meteor
so
is
deep.
Yeah, this guy is
Uh-oh.
just taking liberties.
He's through.
In through the smoke. Arms out with a U-turn. Guess
Uh-oh.
what? Kicks not ready with a
Visor?
rifle in hand.
Oh god, the
There's an
Visor
ult.
is
Drake's
big
gonna try
here.
and back
Trex has
himself
got to do a
away,
lot.
but he's stunned up as well. T1
Holy
has
stun and breach where it didn't hit. Sorry, Brimmo. That was nice little combo, knowing that he'd be in this corner. Stun on top as well. Damn, that was sick.
Need to hold this one down for the smoke stone. They realise it. Up for the north side.
Look at this nice flash from Meteor.
Buzz taking this fight.
He's done good damage though. 40 HP, 20 HP. He probably did enough.
Okay, Util out into the hands. These timings are being found, and it's all T1. Less weakened, steps forwards, tries to take the challenge, leaves it down to Safe, and not long for the
very
wall
nice.
again. So T1 straight back at you.
1-9 loss
That's a
bonus.
sick read
They can
of a
still
gap
buy.
in the B defense for Vitality. That is Meteor showcasing.
I mean, I think that's
why
Meteor
he's
just
one of the
taking a
best
bit of a risk because he's got the hero gun, to be honest. I'm not even sure if it's a read. I think he's just like knows Vice is maybe on site. It could be a read because he knows Vice is on site, I guess, but
He just managed to walk through arcade.
this was cool though. The actual
Of him, and he's on top
like
of
how
King.
fast T1 react here is very impressive, right? Because this isn't a Visor that they practice too much. Saying that, it would be similar to Underpass, I guess. But
Explosive! And it's an opening.
okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people that can't buy next, and that is another really important duel for Kicks that he wins.
Vitality not giving it up though. Eager to take the fight and eager to draw blood. Putting a stop to this. Any funny business out towards the B side.
And this is a big win for
Stacks is left
Vitality.
isolated.
First of all, because they break the econ again.
So quick
Second of all,
was
because
the
they actually
reaction
like
from
stopped the
Vitality.
fast rounds.
They lose 1 round to that gap over towards B. They're like, okay,
And
we're gonna
Trex
fill
should
it
have this
instantly
kill.
with a stack,
Nice,
with an
dude.
ult,
4 people
with a
alive as well.
showstopper.
Not bad. They know about
Slightly
Dirk as
overcompensated, but it worked perfectly.
They know about Dirk
They
as
limited
op, though.
T1 to only 1 round from that weakness, from that mistake. And they've also damaged the eco pretty heavily. We just caught a glimpse of it there, but Meteor and Buzz
It
have
was
barely
close.
got any
I
money
love
to
this
work
from
with.
I love this from
Dirk
Dirker
having
as
to fire that
well.
off just
Like
before.
I mean, they almost
cancelled
take
by
that
the
all
Dale.
out of his hands with the drone.
And then there's an op shot. Look at this buy.
It's all over the place. I
Look
was just
at this
staring at it, man.
buy.
Wait, they forced?
Spectre, Sheriff up and
They
over the
forced?
top. Nade rebounding.
Why?
There's Salvo
You're 10-8.
alongside it. Durka going to be tickled by a lot of this. Suppressed in the process, and a flash into your face as well. Showstopper
Oh
now.
my god. I mean, they got a free sight. We're
Clears
questioning the
away.
force, but they might have done it.
Scramble. Drone of their own as well. That's just an attempt to suppress it so that
It's a hard
Buzz isn't able
retake.
to
You got
step
Brimble,
forwards
you
past
got
that
Breach ult,
boundary into
but
their
Stacks has a
spawn.
counter
Vitality set
Breach ult.
themselves up even further now. They wanna go
Cape's used his molly, or maybe he
Nade's not
didn't buy it
committed.
because the low buy. I'm not
Okay,
entirely sure.
versus
So
E2.
We don't have too much after plant util other than Stax's damage.
Might be able to try and pick up the slack into that direction.
I mean, this is crazy.
Clearance into the corner. Carpe's only got a sheriff to work with. They don't even realize that they've crossed these timings up. Still, it's a rolling thunder cuts up.
Carpe lost the
Wins
jaw.
it. Return of the fire happens again, but tower control still maintained. T1 have got it for now.
Stax is still alive in heaven, so he can breach damage this.
Cacophony at that. Aftershock into the corner. Less.
He got it half though.
And then maybe that potential win con. Is it what Vitality needed? Rifle in hand. Safe wins it out. And a 1v2. Time ticking. Kicks.
No time.
He's been bought that
Very
win con.
nicely done.
It was painful
Oh, this
with
got
blood.
close though, but they forced, so they kind
Gets the
of
job
got
done
it
for them,
equal.
so
2,
Vitality trying to scramble it back
2-4.
to
They got a
an
plant.
equalised
Everyone's sitting
game
like
that we see here
they
on
could get like a
Fracture.
similar buy again if they
That
wanted
was
to.
a serious risk from T1. They decided we have the ultimates to be able to get in. It doesn't matter that we have weaker weaponry. We'll be able to win the post plant here. And because of Vitality being able to respond
No way.
with their own,
I thought he should have
like
been
for
up
example,
there.
that orbital strike, you get to see it there. The value that Les got from those players in tower, unexpected. And all of those
Les?
weird
No, Les
wraparound
did
timings
did
from
unreal.
Tunnel. Vitality come out on top.
Taking
They're
one for
still
the
in
team,
this
just
game.
hitting the breach damage for half.
Money flowing for Vitality. As you said, still in this game.
And Trex has adjusted his wall. He's trying to make sure that Meteor can't lurk through Arcade. So even though they've got that triple stack over towards A and are leaving B a little weaker, the gap has been shut down.
Kicks. Shaw's to shut down the drone, so T1 now opting into a bit of contact plays, but flash repeat, Durka, rare whiffage. Missed that shot, still
Rare
posted up
whiffage.
though.
It's not really fair for Buzz, is it? He's only got a Marshall.
Jump spot does not connect either. Aftershock to push them back and away. There's a minute left into this round to work with. T1.
They've been doing a ton of these kind of rounds where they try to go 4 holes and 1 lurk through dish. And it has worked about 50-50.
Natural through, trying to swing and take the fight straight to them. The doors were open wide here.
Uh-oh.
There's kills flooded on
Dude,
either
Kicks
way,
is
but still,
saving
the
them in quite a
weaponry is
few
not ideal.
rounds now. This is like what, 3? Where he's got the most
Ran out of
important
gun,
kills?
I think he's run out of bullets potentially. I'm not too sure.
He just didn't want to reload, but he was
Yeah, I thought everyone was close to
only
him.
had 2 or 1 shot.
Buzz gets an op 13 HP.
Little bit insane that's occurring here, and that operator was handed over to Buzz.
All missiles away. Thorns activated.
13 health. Flash forwards, dodges it with the timing. Misses the shot
Whoa,
though, and
dude,
that was a
little
critical one.
jiggle.
Good
That's
fight to win out for
nice.
Sapir. Tapping away. What the hell?
Oh
is
my
occurring there?
god,
Texas
I'm
just
so
bunnying up
worried
into the
there.
side.
I do really like that. It's a great little team combo play to
Yeah, I
take
mean,
the first contact.
you gotta
with the
hope
jump,
that you
but
made
Safe
it
was
to the
already
shot when
taking
you're
the
doing
fight.
it. I mean,
Safe was already taking the
he won him the
jump,
round with
Trex
it.
was jumping around. We are getting some chaotic moments in this game. And I think that's pretty important to think about because Vitality, we have discussed them as being a super team. They obviously have players with huge amounts of experience, but they also have players that haven't been able to perform when they've got to big events sometimes. And eyes will be on this Vitality squad.
they nearly
to look
lined
at
up at the
how
end.
clean they look.
I mean, listen, the spirits seem high though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know,
Well,
yeah.
It looks like
seem
a
good.
fun game to
I mean, it's still
play.
pretty
They're
good
at
eco
10-10 right
from
now,
T1,
back and
but
forth all over the
Vitality
place.
have
For
done nice to get
Vitality,
this here.
actually, the
They haven't
mental
even
should
had
be
to
in a
go
better
aggro
spot.
as well.
Because you look at the rifle rounds that
Like, I
have
do
happened
think
in
that
this
T1
half.
can
Yeah,
at
they're
least start
5 for
taking
6.
like Dish for free. It's been
T1
free every
managed to get
time.
the pistol. They were out to a big
You
lead.
could take Dish, Arcade, Tree for free.
9-5 up at that point. And now we're back to 10-10. It definitely feels like Vitality are in a position to win the game. T1 lost their vice grip on this.
We'll be able to get the bye to give it over this one, but so damn important. Doesn't quite break the bank if you T1 end up beating out Vitality in this upcoming round here, round 21. So
Mouse on screen, mate, there's nothing
too many
here.
ultimates to work
Fine.
with either for Vitality, so potentially a fair fight.
No, I mean, you can take a look at it here, see what's going on. Trex has got his ultimate to be able to work with. Didn't invest it in the previous round because T1 were on an eco.
I mean, feels like an easy call, no?
Needs to get something done with
Go get
his
Tree Orb,
range.
go
I think
ult.
There is a genuine idea of Meteor going and playing for an ult orb and then pick that up over towards Tree, go tunnel.
Don't want to rush us here, but we are going to be getting into the round in 4 seconds as an operator facing potentially 4 players. So
He's trying to. So this is Vitality looking at what we thought they were going to do as well and just being like, well, we need to stop them from getting this orb over towards Tree. Dude, another time where Carpe goes down fast as well, no smokes, it's a done round.
Over the shoulder fire, it's lead raining down and a 2-player advantage now for Vitality. They're not stopping this ball from rolling.
T1 realized that there was
As long
a
as
stack
Trex
up
doesn't
towards B,
overpeak.
they're trying to react A.
It's tuck in.
It's a long way around.
Yeah, they're fine.
Trex has already got backup. Safe. Here to support.
Oh.
Garden forced out of Trex as he's pushed forwards. He's scared, I think, of being jumped on.
Yeah, it's a nice play, actually, because it just neutralizes what could have been a 3v2 attack. And now he's got extra reinforcements. Here comes Durka. And instead of being the weak side of the map, this is now the strong side. And T1, they've lost all information towards Tree, Arcade. They don't know if there's people about to crunch them.
Yeah, they're just scrambling at this point.
It's tough
Yeah,
to play
this was.
these
I mean,
kind of
this was
spots, but
nice
you have
from.
to take a risk, and I think the risk is going to be don't worry about the flank too much. Just
This is
see if
nice
we
from
can
Vitality.
Run some kind of slow siege.
I feel like T1 could benefit from. Who's the team that does the flash here, and then if the flash hits, they stun this?
Especially with Stacks having the
Like, I think they go for a 4-1 default, but honestly, I feel like the Vice util could be so much better.
Yeah, probably the right play. You look, they've got 3 rifles. There's very little
Saving?
point, I think, trying to do extra damage to Vitality's economy at this stage, because we're getting to the...
It's booming.
Yeah, the tail... Well, we're also just getting to the tail end of the map.
I have missed Fracture, though.
It's a great map.
A lot of coin flip fights at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and I suppose you could call this one of them. But at the same time, when you have a coin flip fight, we normally mean it's...
The DRX that does that? I don't know. I can't remember what team does that.
T1's to take. And credit to Durka for having the composition in that situation to, even while stunned, still go for the Opry peak. He wasn't pushed away, wasn't coward.
Yeah, they still got the 2
T1's
ults.
4-1 default,
So
go over towards B,
you would
try to
expect Vitality to
floor a
go
player A, and then
aggro,
end in
because
that
you would expect
A
them to
executive
go
with
do
Seesaw.
the underpass Vice ult.
Vitality have
Which
never really
worries me that
punished an
T1 go
onside
for a
player,
1-4
even though they know
default.
that Meteor or Itsu is lurking up
The
here.
1 being the person that needs to do the ult here. Makes sense. Vitality is just so sure it's going to be the ult here.
It's tough though, because if you
And then
bait
hit
it out,
over
you just
towards
lost the
B.
timing. So what do? Triple push past it? That seems very committed.
Durka's just going to commit it.
He's got
I mean, he has
the
a
blast packs
satchel to get
escape,
out if
so
he
it's
needs
not the
to.
worst decision in the world.
There goes the ult.
Okay.
I don't know what
Could be
T1 are
regretting
doing.
that one. Needed the info though, just to ensure that they weren't pushing up. But it's a bullet to the
Yeah,
chest.
this was a rough one.
They also just haven't been doing that. It's really unexpected from Vitality, because that's the first time I remember them.
Lewis D Magic, thank you
push
so much for the
north
prime.
side
Thank you,
on
thank
a
you.
mid-round timing to punish Meteor.
Vitality are in full control. Honestly, they have been this entire second half. Flashing to the base. Armageddon, but there's that gap. Tiniest of margins. The Durka to just play around. He's a menace with this operator. He has been the entirety of his half that he's had.
Nice
It's
shots.
safe.
Dude,
Shuts them down.
do something decisive.
Carpe.
Yeah.
Has he got a free
He's
one?
being hunted. Being hunted.
Still can't get this. Okay, 2
Tragedy.
chances of Vitality. I do feel like this is one of those games
what
where
a resurgence in
T1
this
lost
half
it
from
instead
Durka.
of Vitality
I mean,
winning it though.
He's
I really
just
do.
been on fire. 12 kills. Currently sat at 21. Picking up op kills, being the tip of the spear in so many spots, holding down halls with team support.
Toto Boss, thank
doing
you so much for the
exactly
tier
what
1.
his team
Thank you,
needs.
thank you. Appreciate the 22 months.
It's an event where honestly looking to cement himself.
Dude,
in that
Vitality
status as
would
well.
love a win here. Imagine winning this map and you can just have a free VOD review of all the stuff that went wrong.
The prize, which is champs. That's their focus, essentially. It's a very long-term growth mindset, which I respect. It takes a lot to try and get that and instill it into a team, but along the way, if they pick up a few trophies, listen, I mean, the accolades will be piling up for a player like Durka.
And I do think it's important that we point that out, because Durka, if he does win this event, and that's a possibility, that's something that Vitality are going for, then he
Who
would
do I
tie
expect to win
Chronicle
map
as the
2?
winningest player of all time.
I mean, in the head-to-head, I have
With
Vitality
trophies
winning
at Lockheed,
binds, I'm pretty sure.
Tokyo.
It should be close
now,
though. I'm
potentially,
hoping T1 have changed their bind.
And if they did win, Les would also
Because
join
T1 have got
Sassy
a
as the only player to
really...
have won a Masters and a Champs
You want to do the
Trophy.
solo...
And the rest of EDG are also
The
going
solo Vice, solo
potentially
Brim,
have a
right? And I
reasonable
don't think it's
chance to join.
great.
Yeah, there's some serious chance of history to be made here at Masters Bangkok. But for now, to focus on the here and now, T1 have taken this
Dude,
tactical
just
time
do
out
something
to try and
decisive.
adjust something
Dude,
and
why
win
every
2
single
rounds in
time
a
we
row.
have a Vice-ult? Why are we
Meteor
going
died before he could
4-1?
get value out of this steel garden.
Is this not the VIP right here? I've seen 3 rounds where we have this ult. Meteor should be VIP. And he's just solo all
Driver
3
trying to
times.
Set the pace. Tone for the round, moving forwards. Clears out most of Arcade. Wall going to be dealt with. It's an essential round for T1 to stay alive in this map. For Vitality, they're looking to deliver the death blow.
Solo peeking over towards B. I'm so confused.
Smokes to cut them up. At this point, getting a bit of a read as well. There's been no re-clearance out towards A main. Vitality have full control of this one, so Les should be aware, but now he needs to step up to that challenge, and it was Trex the one who was really tested into this spot as well. Les needs to dominate it. Went out that shot and just back himself away. Tucked to the side, didn't know if he was compromised. Out towards Jenny and round from the side. What a shot from Durka. It's a showstopper.
Yeah, and switches guns so he can send it in with the ult here.
And this is it. They're going to be applying that pressure, turning up the heat, and T1 are in trouble.
Yeah, I guess Micha keeps his ult into the next map. Like, I don't know what they're doing.
Flushing them out wide. And as Les is the one who steals that kill. Down and around. It's just Izu. And Durka's already on the defuse. Half forward, not planted for him. He's going to land these shots, but he can't get there in time. Vitality.
Okay, very nicely done from Vitality. Dude, this was a scrappy game. This was a scrappy game.
What an awesome recovery.
It was very, very fun. Very, very fun. But I actually think that my original rankings of these teams, I would put them down a little bit on this map. I didn't think the map looked great from anyone here.
Topping the scoreboards and looking great to win their map pick.
Composure off the charts of Vitality. We'll see if they can carry that forwards into Bind. It's going to be T1's map pick. Definite chances for them as well to bounce back.
Durka? No, Durka had a great little reset because he was getting wrecked on attack.
Sorry, this is first time. I don't really play Valorant.
But he had a really good defense. And it looked like T1, if they didn't have A main control, they didn't know what to do. And then they just had no set ult rounds, which is weird. Okay. Both teams kind of lost their stuff. I was impressed with the... Because Vitality managed to do this without going aggro on their defense, which leads me to believe that T1 messed up quite a lot as well. But I felt like they had a plan and it didn't get shut down. You can't be angry at them, really. Okay, chat. Let me upload this map and then I'll be right back. But I think that was a must-win map. So I had the T1 to win this. They had to win Fracture. They had to win Lotus. They didn't win Fracture, and Lotus isn't in the pool. So I don't have too much faith for them being able to close this out in a 2-1. But who knows? I'm thinking they got something new for their bind if they're picking bind. So an easy 2-1, yeah, an easy 2-1 to T1, basically. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I'm standing here right now with Faded from Vitality. Congratulations on that first map win. I think there are a lot of questions though on why you guys didn't pick Haven and favored Fracture instead. Was there something on T1's Haven that maybe you guys were trying to avoid? What was the reasoning on not picking Haven?
I mean, to be honest, like, we have a very strong map pool, and we're confident across like pretty much all our maps. I think there was a couple holes that we saw on their Fracture and thought, why not? Let's take a shot. You know, I think we have a lot of confidence on Haven. You know, we've definitely showed very strong progressions with it, but I think it's like, let's just do something different. So, yeah.
Well, judging by that, it was the right decision. So good luck to you.
They saw something on that Fracture, they took a risk, and they come out winning on map 1. I am your host, Youngster, and I'm back here with Achilleos and Mimi. Oh, you gotta feel a little bit bad for the side of T1, maybe the second half. They could have had it, but in the end, Mimi, something about Durka today is just, he's just on fire.
They couldn't figure out getting past him. The second half was just kill Durka challenge and 99% fail. T1 could not dislodge him from A main at all, and he cooked them with the op.
Yeah, I mean, he conditioned them nicely. Okay, we're not using Operator at all. Suddenly brings it out and boom. From every single round pretty much after that, finding value with it. The wheels really started to come off here for T1. Just going for these ego peaks. Meteor swinging back on that north side after his wall gets tripped outside of Dish. You have to know that Op is going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, well, let's move on to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It is Durka's ace. He has these almost once a year at global events, he'll get an ace. It wasn't with the op this time around, but when he did buy the op, out of the 6 times he bought the op, he got 7 kills. Maybe he pretty much won the game for them.
Yeah, it's insane, and he was splitting up rounds for them in the first half. I think that we saw T1, who came out with a really good start to this game. They took a lot of risks, played players in positions Vitality didn't expect, took them off guard in some moments, but then these key players started to come online, and to me, this was the round that was the turning point to get Vitality back into the game.
It really was, and this is where you can see the T1 was kind of starting to get frazzled. Yes, they were able to, you know, finish the half 7-5 and then go on to get up to 10 rounds, you know, on that second half, so it seemed like things were getting readjusted, but this is where I started really seeing the cracks in the play. That first kill from Durka, honestly, shouldn't have really come through, but they don't check default as Buzz goes strafing across, ends up jumping, can't plant his feet fast enough, and then Durka pulls off an ace. He gets online, gets that momentum behind him, and then it just kind of falls apart from there.
And despite T1's curveball with coming out with their own Vice, which they had not shown before, I think that Vitality did a really good job navigating around that utility, finding the soft site in these mid rounds, and T1 could not get through the door on the retakes in that first half, really.
I mean, we set up this duelist matchup before the match started, and let's take a look and see how they're doing after map 1. It is Durka versus Buzz, of course, in this head-to-head, and Buzz, by all means, it was not a bad performance, Achilleos, but it just felt like the rest of his teammates just struggled so much against Durka.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz, you know, there was some critical, you know, missed kills on the entries, but that's never really been that big of a concern for Buzz in the past, because even if he does die on entry, the info that he's able to gain, the rest of the team's been able to play off of that. And that was something that we weren't really seeing come together here from T1 in certain key moments that ends up with them, you know, losing after having a pretty staggering lead.
Yeah, but that second half was all about Vitality. I wanted to look at one of the rounds that they brought out in this one.
Mystery Live, thank you with the Prime also. Dennis with the Prime also. Not Your Dumpling, the Prime as well, and Vanilla Smile, thank you so much.
With Durka taking that space, the Teo util to
Dude, what's this,
but Vitality did a really good job.
What's this trend of subbing when it's just the chair stream?
Fight forward,
It's like 5 subs and it's just the chair.
This one is one such example where they activate that trap play. Durka takes
the
timing to get a kill, and then immediately Vitality's in a position to pinch through as this Vice util is full stalling out
normal
T1
comps,
and to then go on to win this round. They
I'm
play
pretty
around
sure I
that
have
Vice so
Vitality
well.
winning.
They're so willing to take those aggressive risks when they need to. This is why that teams or players or people in general, we're calling them a super team. Whoever it is, people are calling them a super team.
Me. Yeah, I was. I'm people. I think I belong in that category. I'm people.
Roxy, thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate the 11 months. And Hokey Cokey, man.
Bind next, and
the chair is what you sub for. Oh, okay.
That you expect T1
Damn,
to make a comeback
Jervo.
and to stamp them
Jervo,
up.
thank you so much, dude.
Surely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. 10 gifted, chat. You know what to do.
All right, look, like I
Dude,
said,
the bunnies are celebrating as well. They're going crazy.
Map
What the
throughout
hell?
all of kickoff when they were
Java, thank you for that, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate the gifted. If anyone got
the tournament cycle
gifted,
to really start finding value
is it
on
Jervo or
and start looking
Gervo?
like themselves on. So
Say Jervo.
I have that concern.
Jervo.
You know,
At
especially
Jervo,
coming off
say
the
thank you.
loss, considering
Appreciate
how far
you,
ahead
thank
they
you,
were
thank you.
on Fracture at certain key
Thanks for
moments
doing the
there.
10 gifted, mate.
Are they
Appreciate the
going to be
support.
able to get that mental reset, jump back in, and then focus up for this bind?
The
Or is it
bunnies
going
to
to be
celebrate?
another
No,
repeat
yeah,
of what
literally,
we've
they're
seen
going
in the past
crazy.
where they're like, we feel confident on this, but they can't get the gears turning, and they end up coming.
Need a bunny
Well,
cam.
heard from Coach Faded already, so
Yeah,
let's hear
we
what
set it up a
Coach
while ago,
Autumn
but we
had
need to
say
actually
ahead
like
of
properly
Aptitude.
set up. We moved them as well, so maybe we can get a.
I'm here right now with Autumn of T1 and
Let's see what he's
Jen
gonna say.
Lee to help with some translation. Now, Autumn, that was a very, very close map, and it felt like it boiled down to like little small tendencies. I'm wondering, was that enough time for you guys to get familiar with Vitality as we head into the second map?
감독님 상당히 팽팽한 경기였고 이제 서로에 대해서 조금 알아가는 탐색전이 펼쳐졌던 것 같은데 1세트가 좀 T1에게 있어서 바이탈리티를 어떻게 상대하면 좋을지 배울 수 있었던 기회였을까요?
네, 그 확실히 게임 패턴이나 이런 거는 어느 정도 분석했던 건 비슷하긴 했는데 반대로 저희가 결국 럴케 선수의 오퍼레이터 대처를 못 해가지고 졌다 생각해서 두 번째 맵에서는 만약에 똑같은 상황이 나왔을 때 그 오퍼레이터 대처를 잘할 수 있도록 노력을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
So yeah, the tendencies and their play patterns were kind of as we expected, as we analyzed. But I think one of the things that really gave us a tough time on the first map was Durka's operator, and we weren't able to adapt to that very well. So going into the second map, which is Bind, we kind of talked about how to adapt if the similar situation with Durka's operator were to happen.
Definitely a very scary player. Well, good luck to you guys, and thank you very much for your time. 감사합니다.
Watch with Mini, dude.
glad that
Mini
they
would
have
have
a plan
flamed
going
the
on tonight, because
hell out
that
of
is
both of their
definitely
fractures there.
something that
I know
they're
that
gonna
for
have to
a
adapt
fact.
to. If they don't change any comms at all, I don't know if we're going to see that. But also, at least on the pistol side,
Can't have him on the
Achilles,
channel.
there was some improvements.
I was a little bit brutal, but
It
he
was
would
an
have just been
improvement that they got
complaining the
one.
whole time. I know it.
And pistols were something that were plaguing T1, and a big reason why they were dropping certain maps where, you know, it was close, and you're like, oh, if you had just gotten that pistol, if you just got one pistol, maybe you would have been able to close it out. You see here, 37% win rate from kickoff up until this map that just ended. It has not been a strong suit here for the side of T1.
Okay, T1 change up their comp.
And it's something that needs to change, not just for this map, but for the rest of the tournament while they are here. If
It's
they're
not
not
the
going to go
biggest
get
change
pistols,
up though.
they're just always giving themselves a hard time.
Interesting to see a bit of a change coming out from T1 in the agent select here. They were playing the Gecko KO before.
It's still it's still not struggle with everything that it still struggled with.
Yes, a bit of a double util grab here. I mean, Stax has really still been favoring the KO. He's one of the few that
It's still a change up though. It is still a
Pacific.
change up,
Hasn't
so
really
they
been
should have
too popular. People still
new
kind
stuff.
of lean back on the Sky when it comes down to
I'm
finding
worried
particular,
that
but
it's
Stax
just
has
a
avoided
comfort
that for the
change
most
and it's
part,
going to
but
do similar
I'm
things.
curious
but-
to see what this ends up looking like. I mean,
Actually,
you
Peach,
have
thank you so
some
much for the 16
decent
months.
overlap
Thank you,
with that
thank you.
bait raise combo. Perhaps that's something T1's
It's a
going to
weird comp. No, they have a really weird comp.
Team Vitality deals with
They have
this.
a weird
This is something
comp,
they struggled
and
with against KC back in
they've
the
been.
NBA. So
I mean,
Sideshow and
they've
Brent,
been
take it away.
really struggling, to be honest. T1 with this.
We're going to be getting all sorts of answers.
Ever since that boom game where they lost like
particular as well. I mean,
13-3 or
I want to put a
something.
bit of a focus on T1 as a team because this is a squad that they've kind of mirrored, I suppose. There's parity between them and Vitality in terms of the intentions of building as a super team. Buzz and Stax, for example, as well. They wanted greener pastures. They left
It
DRX
did. I tell you
to
what.
the cursed fourth
Since
place.
Carpe's
It was
come
always
in,
just
their
chasing
bind
them.
has looked a little bit better though.
And so they want to come out strong, I think, here for Bangkok.
That
They
is
want to
something that
prove
for sure has looked
perhaps
better.
it wasn't quite a mistake.
Well, that's going to require them to turn up here. Buzz did not
Okay,
have a back
T1
end
on
whatsoever, but
defense,
I think Stax
Vitality on
have to outcall
attack.
Vitality to come out with the win. It's an interesting smoke that was wall, sorry, from Les immediately. It's great on eco rounds. Allows you to do a waterfall out of hookah, but it also allows you
This
to
is
go from
nice,
B-bomb
instant
into
pressure.
elbow.
So I like the T1 in reaction to there being no Viper stuff over towards shoulder, just jolting
See
it the
here,
whole
the
time.
crossfire just doesn't exist.
Because you should be scared
And
of turning this
Vitality on their
corner.
attack sides do tend to do a lot of this. So they'll take beat on
Mocha
early,
as well, Mocha Valor.
leave
Thank you so
someone
much
there,
for the 2
deposit
months. Appreciate the
somebody.
tier
In
1.
this case, it's Safe. And Safe will look for info, and then he can go through the teleport, and he can drone
Yeah,
his
so they're
team
just trying to
through showers.
fake this. They're going to put
Ton of
wall
this
up,
kind of stuff. Now,
drone,
they're actually going to go for the
and
drone
like,
on B. Make
oh
it
yeah, that's
feel like
great
this is a
though.
B
This
fake
little
as they
knife
walk
over
up.
towards here only hits one. They realize that it's a fake. They can get 3 people on site, and there's no pressure showers.
But still,
Like they're probably going to TP back, no
just getting
Vitality.
reinforcements, and he's unaware of the
Oh.
lurk up. Les has already posted up onto that position. Buzz is wrapping
Oh,
onto the
okay.
scene again. Sheriff
Honestly,
in hand, but
when you just hit
Vitality
shots like that,
cleaning
sure.
them up, filling up the feed. Plants down for them, full control.
And that's a massive loss there. not being able to keep track of that short lurk. Durka goes for the swing, super confident as ever.
I'm timing over to util. Takes for his life, but you can't imagine there's too much more trouble. What is that from
No way.
Oh,
Okay.
absurd. That really
Looked
So
looked good.
normally in these kind of rounds, you'd be expecting there to be a vice wall at short.
Yeah.
Or something that's going to be able to give them
Leggings with the
information.
tier 1.
Usually
Thank
it's
you
gonna
for
be
the whole
wall.
year.
This
Thank you,
time
thank
it's a
you.
flash. And that means that if you dodge the flash,
It's
and
nice
maybe you
shots.
didn't find the right timing to use it
Both
there,
kills are just nice shots.
Hold of Vitality is on top of them before they have any
That
idea.
duel looks
I mean, they were
so
pushed up to
good.
default before they even realized that they were on the A side.
What is this, 3-0 in
So
pistols?
that's a great pistol round, a really phenomenal one from Vitality, recognizing a weakness of T1 instantly. And I do think
Was
that
it
the T1
2-1?
defense on this map
Wait, they won
is
which
pretty
pistol did they
lacking.
win?
So I think it's going to require something special from these
Wait, that
T1
makes the
players to be able to win
Vitality
here.
and
And I think one of the big
defense
reasons is
even
they
more
don't want the
impressive.
Viper. So you just don't have
They
good
won
smokes
attack
across the
pistol
map.
on.
Carpe just gets
Oh, that's
stressed
pretty
out
cool.
in these situations.
Dude, how did T1 lose that game if they won
Maybe
attack
help
pistol
with
as
the
well?
Smoke over towards A short sometimes, and then you have to smoke off long, smoke off hookah. Well, that's it, done.
Playing off sound cues most of the time. Running wherever the action is to try and...
Aconite T
Vitality's game
with the
plan
prime.
versus
Thank you
Eco as
so much,
well.
dude. Thank you,
Pure
thank you. I
discipline.
appreciate that.
Just make sure they can control the orbs. As I say that, though, footsteps are heard
The
by
timing
Buzz,
here
who
is
realises the
incredible.
timing here.
It's quite a great
Oh,
time.
Bit of damage.
That's nuts.
Well, they're just looking to slow him down, aren't they? Because
Little
Buzz is the
fadeaway
playmaker
dink.
in this round.
That was a great shot. Buzz Buzz has really good timing.
Swinging out
But
wide, finally
if they get nothing over towards side, then less is just
There are
going to
3
start.
Phantoms in
Watch
this
it
round, by
behind.
the way, just to point that one out.
Stax does get just a 1. Pretty essential for Vitality to keep these guns to the next coverage. Okay, it wasn't quite there, but Kicks just gets off the plant anyway and rapping from behind.
This isn't even a Phantom.
Okay. It's not the gun that perhaps Buzz was looking for. These players are weak. Economic damage is quite important.
Yeah, I mean one more death would be big.
He's not getting anything now.
One more kill, I should say. Lucky Viper, thank you so much.
Buzz can
Appreciate
do
the prime.
damage.
Thank you for the 6 months
Lovely
also.
to build up towards one step closer into the ult. Force forwards into a tight corner and Trex
Okay.
watchful eye.
I mean, they
That
got the
avenue, so
Brim all out as well,
Vitality's
so
economy,
couldn't have gone
it's
to a
gonna be
better
great.
player, really.
They've got 3 Phantoms.
Yeah, they
were
got.
allowed 2
They're gonna have
deaths 'cause
5
2 people came into
guns.
this round
They
with
got
ghosts.
Brim
I mean,
all. They go
it's
into a
perfection again,
bonus
but
with
this is
literally the
exactly
better.
what we saw from
The
Vitality on
advantage.
Fracture. They looked immaculate in the pistol round and the follow-up, and then they kind of lost it a little.
Yeah.
There was a serious run there where T1 came back into things. So, listen, don't write off the Korean team just yet. We've got the classic Vice setup over towards short, wall, flash, thorns, and T1 maybe looking to try to take a fight B long. This is not something that they usually do. They certainly don't do it with more than 2 players. They're trying to apply as much pressure as possible because if you give this area of the map for free,
This is kind of nice from
it's
T1 though.
so
That you managed to
difficult
hold over towards long.
play the defense macro.
I like this from Vitality. They play so all the time at the moment. We've seen 3 rounds basically where they've tried to be default all the time. They know where they're against no Viper, which means no wall here. So as soon as they create, what's going on? Yeah, where's the sound gun? Is it my end? I guess it's their end. Dude, it's so quiet here. On me, trust me. I got a cast. Brimall into back of sight. 2 people here. They have to kill everyone. They don't kill everyone. That's the round done. Casting's kind of easy. That's something I've noticed. Casting's kind of easy, chat. Chat, where's the sound gone? Is it just the YouTube stream? It's all streams. Dude, I thought I pressed like a button or something. I thought I like accidentally muted it. It's so weird when it's like this. Do we get a tech pause for production? You love the cast? I mean, the cast was incredible. The cast was great.
Excited about?
There we go.
Suppose,
I suppose that, like, your identity.
Yeah, this is a rough one, especially bind as a map. I mean, it's so damn important. You're playing defense side. You got to slow the momentum of the attack side team down.
Let's go back to what we were talking about a little bit. So Vitality, heavy focus on over towards here. As soon as this wall isn't here, you got to use the brim smokes over towards here, which means the defense gets a little bit worse. And then what are you meant to do? Just perma brim smoke these? Like, you're always susceptible to someone trying to take one of these angles and take the jewels. And it just means that the rotate is so much harder if you commit over towards site. So they've done enough pressure there. And honestly, against the ecos now they go towards A to try and make it look like they're just hitting sites equally, but I reckon they'll go B again default next buy V buy.
Steadily backing away.
Three players defending over towards B. And here's a little bit of pressure coming through over towards E2.
Trying to fake over towards B and go back to A.
Looking to try to make the hero rifle play. I mean,
It looked like they wanted to rotate, but I feel like the overall game plan from them is to just hit B on buys, or at least B default on buys. Ooh.
He's got one and he's got out.
Yeah.
This might get a little bit weird.
Information to be gathering, but
this could get really dangerous here.
Yeah, it might.
35 seconds left.
Time is of the essence. Less forwards as well, another fight. Oh my god, he held.
Oh, imagine it. The Les just needs to stay alive and hold the gun now.
He's pulling the defenders. He's actually doing such a good job here, Les.
It's a beautiful job at that. So maybe made it more winnable. Still Izu, he's got the one.
Dude, Les is killing everyone. Izu is the main jewel, or this is where the spike is.
Forced to drop the spike off to the.
They're going back through the teleporter. They're going back to left.
But you don't have time to do that.
You've only got 11 seconds left.
What are they doing?
What is it called to be
Holy hell, dude.
What is already open, man?
I mean, that is a ridiculous round. I don't think they were expecting Les to literally win the one.
Yeah, they weren't expecting Les to just kill everyone. And then they wanted to go back when there was like, what, 13 seconds left and they were here?
The rest of the players on Vitality, sorry, are thinking, well, do we stay on B? Do we try with 15 seconds left to go through the teleporter? I think someone made the call to take the telly and then got counter-called in that spot. What a 3K from Les.
Enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Operators out on both sides. Durka has gone for an attack
He's
side
just like, what the hell are they doing?
And they're looking to try to take the fight. They have looked at this economy so heavily.
Buzz and
Wait, they were on top of this. Yeah, dude, T1 are done, dude. He's literally looking at the floor waiting for the flash to go over the top. Like, T1 are done, man. They've just been antied on this map again.
And it was the major win condition for them being able to get that win on Bind towards the end of Pacific kickoff. He was taking the angle over towards Showers and then pushing out, giving his team full information to be able to stack on B, making up for the weaknesses in the composition. Vitality are they're just completely in control at this point. T1 need some change, some shift, some flair.
They needed to change the map.
Yeah, right now looking lost.
They need to change the actual. They need to change their comp.
It might seem a bit doomer from us.
Why did they pick this over Lawrence? Dude, I have so many questions about all the picks in this.
Now going to be challenged, tested into this spot as a rapid approach by Les. There's no trade.
Dude, he's literally solo here over towards site, and there's a chance that he can win it.
Izu still going to try and isolate some of these fights potentially. That's Durka, alt, offloaded, showstopper, round to the side, collects the kill. Izu, he's got a lot to do.
Dude, he satcheled into sight with the op, and they didn't give him a rifle. Oh god, what is this game, dude?
Trex left alone here with only seconds to spare.
It's so scrappy.
I said they needed a hero. And
I'm
Izu,
Elliot. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 2 months.
He was completely alone. T1 utterly beefed the macro there. There was 3 players over towards the A site trying to defend a non-existent hit. Like I said, it's a great idea from Durka, but here you're seeing the replay through the eyes of Itsu. He gets one in hookah. He manages to get out. He buys enough time for reinforcements to come through, and he manages to pick up 2 more kills. Crucially important to get T1 on the board. Buzz again picks up the same op. Going over to Showers.
Yeah, this is nice. That they added the fade eye through the TP. That's cool though.
For now. Like I said, same angle.
Still same thing for Vitality. They're more than happy to like invest a smoke to actually get hookah control.
Based off B pressure. At the moment, he seems pretty content to just
Okay,
sit
now
here.
now we see that what we're talking about. If they create any kind of pressure over towards A,
But the
it's going to
T1
pull a
A
rotate, and then
defense
Duck can
relies
just
so
swing
much
out.
on him staying in control in
Is he going to
showers.
go clear this? Big
less
Jewel
gonna
going
try
up.
to swing
Damn,
Okay.
dudes.
Oh, Izu's been
He
dropped.
won that still as well. It looked like Izu was
Made out as
honestly
well.
aware of what
Turkey
was going
backing
on.
away. He's
But
kind of done the damage here because he's going to be pulling
Here's the
players
push.
away.
Here's the push.
Here's the push. And in through the wall as well. An attempt to punish by Les. Swinging out wide. Doesn't get a damage on, but Buzz.
Hey, he's got the stun. I was going to say, Les must be tempted to go for that.
And now there's the response. Vitality. It would be rapid here. Up through the main choke and still finds their shot. Buzz. Where are you nailing that one from?
He's one away from Showstopper.
Out through onto this site. It's Vitality. They're poking, they're prodding. Bullets are flying. Tapping away with Plan. Just trying to bait
Whoa.
out some of this util. Buzz!
No
He's
way,
dominating.
Trex. And he
Well,
managed to
Smoke,
transfer it and
that's
get
just
the
raw
other.
spam as well, following those sound cues out, but Meech is still alive and kicking. And a bit of damage through the box,
TP.
not enough to get the second kill he needed. Match TP, it's an evacuation. Time to run the hell out of there.
Yeah, with the plant, Trex
They've
gets
given
all.
him the spike so that he can get the orbital strike off the end of this. Didn't have the molly, so Meteor's going to be able to cross, get into sight on a quicker timing.
Damage done to the safe though. Still potentially winnable, you got to imagine. As you said, orbital strike has
Yeah,
been
I was going to
earned
say,
up.
Safe was a little bit
Salvos
hesitant
too.
to go around the world here,
Safe
but
is already
probably
rotating all
secures
the
it
way
by doing it
around.
early now.
It should be a checkmate for Meteor. He's going to have to pull out something unbelievable to win this.
Yeah, hey, he's doing a
Trex
good job of
hanging
making
up
this
onto
winnable.
fight. Nice and early, but it's an off angle at that still.
There goes the orbital strike.
Good
Yeah.
precision. Salvo's forced
And then
out.
Salvos
Time. Gonna
make
start
it
to
look
tick
like he
here.
was
It's running
from
short here
Hooker,
for
and then
Meteor
he
to try
doubles
and
back,
make
goes
that play,
towards
try and
long.
get that win
This
con.
is cool
He
though
throws the
from
salvos
Safe.
from Hooker, so that's why
This
he
is
thinks
cool
he is.
from
Now he's
Safe.
all the way
Oh
around, but he's
boy.
finally shown presence, but this time the circle is
Nah,
shrinking.
this was
Safe
nicely
delivers.
played from
Bullet
Safe.
to the
Went
dome.
close enough that the
Meteor is
salvos
no
were gonna
more.
go through Hookah. That was
is
smart.
masterful
Low
from
HP,
Safe,
realized he
man.
has to actually just
Throwing out
outbrain him.
the salvos, using the fact that you can see them flying through the air to bait his position.
That was awesome. This overall macro is really good though in
Durka
telling
managed to
him,
get that
okay,
opening kill
Izu didn't even think
as
he would be
Izu
here.
was going for more info in Hookah, and that shows you, I think, just how much they're missing on the B side of the map. The defaulting working so
Oh, yeah,
nicely. And what a
they
play
have
from
to
Trex.
try
He
and
got 3
re-clear
from that
these
spot, by the
areas
way,
because they have
pushing
no
over towards
Viper.
Lamps. He was the hero early on. Tactical timeout here, though, coming through from T1. Yeah, and composure. That's the word that we were talking about so much with Vitality in map 1, actually, when they were able to get the comeback. I think they've really settled into the game here, settled into the big stage. T1, they're going to be forced
me see
onto
the
an
VODs
eco
uploaded
round,
from the
most
fast map.
likely. There's a few players that might be able to scrap together a bit of a buy, but the tac timeout was desperately needed. They need input from Autumn. And if you haven't been following the drama behind the scenes, actually, we've seen quite a lot of stuff. For example, Meteor doing live VOD reviews of some of his matches during kickoff, talking about how Autumn wasn't really giving them the support that they needed during some of these tactical
Dude,
timeouts.
that is
And
so
then
mental.
That process, they've actually given a lot of
Imagine a
transparency and
player.
insight into
Imagine
what's been
coaching
going
a
on
team and your
to
players
make
VOD
this
review
T1
and just
squad
flaming you.
perform
That's so sick.
like a super team.
That's so
There's
sick.
an opportunity for Autumn to have his impact in the game. Let's see if he can make the adjustment necessary for them to win in round 8. This one's just going to be
Okay, a lot of
wild
eco,
push-up, sure.
a lot of
For a brawl,
sheriffs even
less.
on the eco for T1. They got a lot of ults as well if they want to use them, but obviously you don't really want to see on the eco.
Holding to this potential push that T1 might be opting into themselves. Steadily as it goes. Creeping forwards onto the angles and the wide swing. That is
Oh.
going to be explosive.
That
Okay,
is not
let's not
looking
ready
nice.
for that.
Reaction should be coming out here from Vitality in through B. Isu required a lot of.
Yeah,
he does actually
double
have the
drone
Nightfall to
just
try to
kinda
slow
clears
this down if he
everything.
wanted to go crazy with it.
Just going to be playing his life for now.
They
though.
might be
That
tempted to use the
retake,
ult in
you
this
don't quite have the
retake.
weaponry,
They
you
might
can't
all in
do it
here.
still.
Nobody committed to
This
the
could
fight
turn
for
into like the
retake.
most pivotal
All
round,
three
really.
for CT.
Yeah, there we go. There's one of them. Stops the plant, means that they can now get close to flood in. Are they then going to flood in off the
It's an
next
unusual one
tap?
by T1. They want to try and go for this
There
once
goes the
more.
tap.
Trex,
Can't
Steel
really
Guard
flood in
landing,
because of
Steel
the Brim
Guard
molly.
in, Sidearms out. Time to shine.
It's a pistol round.
They're being absolutely offloaded in terms of, I mean, every single
KO
piece of
damage
util
meant sure that they couldn't
ultimates
flood
all
over
being
towards
used.
site from
Nightfall
spawn.
on top of it. Durka
Brim
coming
molly.
to the corner here,
Sorry,
but the
Brim
rifles
ult
are
meant
back out
so they
and
can
ready,
get through
awaiting
elbow.
Trex. He's found himself too. Drifting in and out, they need to time these fights correctly. 1v2, safe, almost
Holy,
monstrous.
imagine it. It would have completely destroyed them.
saves the day.
It would have actually just been the whole map done.
T1
Okay,
have
T1
managed to
all in on the
stabilize, getting
pistol.
some rounds on the
All
board.
in on the eco,
It's
basically, and win it.
requiring a lot.
Ah, that was
But there you go.
very, very
Tactical timeout,
close.
finding the value
The whole
already
map
with
would
the
have been one
Mastercard
from
Thrifty.
safe there if he wins that 1v3.
Got to imagine that most of what they were talking about is probably to do with the rifle rounds like we're about to see. But a calculated risk there, investing those ults and getting good value out of them. Durka got
Dude,
absolutely
Durka. I
destroyed
feel like
in this
Durka's in this situation quite a few times.
I feel
Where
like
it's just
Isu's having
like
a really good game here.
he gets left as the
He's been put in a difficult
solo
situation
to hold a
defending
choke,
the
and
B-side. I
they're
don't
just
think
util dumping him.
strategy is great from T1 on their defense, but he's doing what he can.
The only reason this one happened here is just because of the Brim ult to stop the
So a little
plant.
jump peek over towards Hookah. An op fight from Buzz.
Just 12 seconds missed. No big deal.
Well, thankfully we didn't miss a kill, but it was a lot of damage
Dude,
done to
Bren's
Trex.
annoyed, man. Bren's annoyed at how late they're getting into the game.
Tango. It's tappy alongside the footsteps with a rifle play.
Dude, okay, they're actually online now as well. It's a big buy v buy. We're going to start looking at the money from Vitality. They can't buy next to full loss bonus. So
He's just walking straight through. He has no idea.
they managed to win the important round where they all in, and then another important round being this where they would have to eco and force them down to an eco. They're going to win this as well. It's actually fully back on.
Where Vitality were totally in control at the beginning. Now, admittedly,
Yeah,
on
they're
Fracture,
saving.
That was only for 2 rounds. They just looked clean for the pistol and the follow-up.
That's incredible.
And then T1 started getting into
When
the
you think
rhythm
of the money now as well, 3K for everyone.
I feel here that T1 are getting back into the game.
No, they are.
And
They're
it's
fully
not in
back.
the same way that they
They're
have been doing at
fully
Pacific.
back.
This is more proactivity. You know, like, for example, that triple push down short in the prior round. Here, proactivity again, actually. The start of the round, they go for a jump peak sand and then swing in with the operator to try to catch Trex at the start. Really mixing
Have
up their
someone hunt
defensive
here?
setups
Nah,
nicely.
it's not even worth. Like they're just so happy to get the money,
T1, how many rounds
and
do they
especially
need?
as
Their attack
like
half
their
is gonna be
whole
good.
defense
Normally
relies
it is
around Buzz
pretty
having an
solid.
op as well. They
I
gotta
still
just
think
save money. You gotta just take the win.
Yeah. They've done well to stem the bleeding, as we were mentioning, and part of the battle is stopping the snowball from playing off, but just looking at the state of the economy, I mean, investment, with the 2 rifles saved, Vitality might be able to get a buy together, scrambled, potential. They're definitely thinking about it.
Buzz is taking the operator over to
Okay,
B
so
again.
they go
This is
for a
not
low
something
buy.
that he's been regularly doing, almost always going for that showers play.
And then they just go fast
To
B.
really mix things up because it's working against Vitality. Vitality
This could be pretty rough for T1 if they go like super fast and they have an op.
All grouped up, and there is that investment. Goes off to the side here. Horn broken. It's expecting signs of life, but the squeeze is occurring as well straight through Hookah. This is a rapid approach. Durka deep into the smoke.
Yeah, here comes the rotate.
to
Dude, it was a
explode out into the
3-person
site.
rotate, by the way.
Trailblazer.
They've done their homework. They know when it's a rush. It's when they insta drone against.
Oh
Oh my god, he gets a double. How is everyone getting a double with a shorty these days?
Making sure to clean up the stragglers now. T1. Hot on the
Surely
scene,
we got
making
enough
sure
this
the
gun again.
pushing forward, though, the trade needs to be intact, and it's there.
Dude, 3 in a row.
Vitality are definitely pulling some strats out
T1
of the
had a
playbook here, but
great
that's one
read.
that I think
As soon as
probably
that
needs to be
drone
saved for
came
eco
in,
rounds, where you need to
3-person
close the
rotate.
gap, where you need to get value out of stingers or something, because here they're just causing chaos and carnage, but Buzz did a great job
No
of
way,
surviving
doesn't
in
even
the
see the
midst of it.
second kill.
This is a player that didn't have a rifle. He was out here with an op and a shorty. He gets a double kill with the shorty in the end.
He
This is
did
now
see him.
3 rounds in a row. Vitality have got a problem.
Hey, he
A
saw
big
he saw
problem.
someone close to him. Oh, he saw the gun. Oh, okay, okay.
See, deep sky flash. Gets the connection. He's going to be blinded here.
Where's the op now? Over towards.
Coverage with the smoke.
It's a deep
You
wall
kind
as
of
well.
know where the
It's
smoke,
pretty
where the
difficult
op
to
is
fake
once you
this
get
one
the
out
smoke.
without
Once
fully
you see the
committing to the
smokes.
showers fight. As soon as you swing through, you're taking this duel against Meteor. And in the meantime, Buzz getting posted down B long.
Instant Prowler over towards B to get info. Doesn't hit anyone. They can keep 3 strong. Flash close short.
They're not really a team that likes to do big, short pops, but they're forced into
Yeah, they
it.
draw them from far back, so you don't think that they're close. So it's kind of smart to try and get them to peek to break the drone.
Sitting duck at that point as an Armageddon is even expended. Vitality got to try and go after this one, otherwise it's just going to be wasted unless it's the one to pave
Bless
that
is
way.
acting like a
Forwards
duelist.
with a flash. Refight against him. Stacks. He's dropped down to his knees. He's going to be able to see all, and Izu is rapid with the wraparound. Vitality themselves looking to flip the map all the way around.
Seekers would be pretty big here.
Running rings around each other, and it's all about this game of timings. Who's going to be spotting it first?
No way.
Bullet to the side.
Yeah, because the KO's just staring at the wall, couldn't give him info.
I mean, they had to wait until the KO had actually died, because if they stepped in front of him, they would have been spotted.
18 seconds left to play with here.
Shot.
Nade rebounding.
It was fast, dude.
Safe. Well, he's onto the plan, sticking it. Damage done. Weakened. But just with the operator, I mean, Buzz is going to need an absolute miracle. The flick of the wrist.
Wasted the good
not
shot on
hit.
the dog, if anything.
Vitality.
This
around in the
was
dark
pretty
there.
cool,
They were
though.
struggling for quite
Pretty
a
cool
while.
in the 2v2, I guess, with the KO all
Utilizing
down.
that kind of mid-rounding that I think
Less
has
did
been
incredible,
so good
though.
for
This kill
Vitality
had
on
to
their
get through the
attack
choke.
side. They take a bit of a contact play down short. They lose Durka, and yet they still commit to it, trusting their teammates to be able to trade out, and then realize, okay, T1 have overstacked onto A. Let's make the pivot.
Buzz gets a kill, he gets his
Still
ult.
pretty good over there for Vitality. And these last few rounds
Yeah,
have
waiting
been
for the
focused
flash
on early
again.
on, trying to take the fight over towards
Okay, I
Shadows.
like this, though, that they
Durka
fake
once
this
more,
out.
the attack side operator, hoping to find the pick onto Buzz. Buzz is not home. Buzz has made the adjustment to fight B long, and it has been doing it for the last 3 or 4 rounds. Does Durka want to take a fight against Meteor? Maybe with the Showstopper online.
Yeah, gives him a bit of a...
Yeah, let's keep an eye on, okay, this time we actually swapped the guns, the one, the B fiasco that happened earlier. Let's keep an eye on Stax' knife, because he's been saving this the whole time. He has it ready for short at the moment, but he can obviously throw it to Showers.
It's dog into Showstopper. The dog getting information, finding the victim.
I mean, it's a hard committed angle as well. You might as well just use it now. Yeah, with the let loose. And still,
Did
the
he
pre-fire into the
knife?
smoke.
Oh, he
drifting in
knifed
and out
close
here.
try.
He's way ahead of all of this. My God, it's a secret to his back, and he's spotting players. Just maybe he ships in the knife. What the
Dude,
hell's
this is
occurring
chaos.
here? Venus filter, this way, that
Look at
way,
the trades.
Meteor,
Everyone's just
still
dancing
alive.
around the 2 smokes
25
on
health to
site.
his name, and he's done the damage. Surely less. Forced to pick up those pieces, but he is no more.
Holy hell, this was wild.
That is now 2 rounds from T1, where a player has been a smoke criminal. We saw
No, all
early
it
on
is just like
with
mayhem
that
around the smokes, yeah. I feel like
double smoke
Stax
hit
is
onto
doing
B,
great,
where
even though he
Buzz
kind of messed up
slipped
his
in with an
knife here.
opener
Like, he's doing
shorty.
so good.
Blast, and it was over. This time, Meteor, under crazy amounts of pressure. He had a Trailblazer in his face. Showstopper was being thrown at him, and yet he works in and out of these smokes, showcasing with all of that experience from being a top-level Sentinel player. He comes out of it looking good.
Fail Nexus with the Prime.
T1,
Thank
I
you
think
so
they've
much.
done a
Thank you.
great
Thank you.
job on
Appreciate
this
the 5
defense
months.
side. 5 is more than I think they should have expected.
Straight into the op though. Dog's going to be broken nice and early. Not sure if it's spotted. Buzz got to respect the util though. Down to his feet. Showstopper of his own as well. He wants to try and take that fight forward. Dodges the flash, but he's suppressed. Can't offload the rocket even if he wanted to. Seal Garden's going to be used
It's a
to
nice
see if they can push
reactive
back
ult.
this approach. That's a solo TP
Did
with a spike in
T1
hand
have
from
got
Safe.
some fast rotates? Like every time they definitely have
Safe survived.
I wonder
on
if it's
that
like a
teleport,
hard read
which,
on
listen, that wasn't
Safe's
guaranteed.
drone.
But now they can go
Every
for the
time they
beat
see
hit,
this
or they
drone,
could
it's a
group up and go
fast
short.
hard rotate. Like everyone's
Durka
there.
can join them and turn it into an A split.
But they're going 4-1, not even just like one
Right.
shifting
Flash
across.
is good. Not sure if there was any sound cues to accompany it. Keep flashing the nade on top of it, so
they pulled 4 people
onto players back. TPs though.
Yeah, they did this earlier though. Buzz has his all.
Playmaker. Here it is. Showstopper around to the side. No targets.
Good damage
found.
still though, but
Damage done.
and
Just
he knows
softens
that
up
they
a few of
can't.
them, but he's only got
Dude,
the operator, but
the
Thorns
Thorns last
enough
for
to
so
potentially slow it
long.
down. Juggling with the shoulders, the wall to bait out, and orb into their face, and everybody going to be skipping and hopping up and over it. But time has been bought as T1 are back into the fight, back into the fray. Izu back to the wall. The rifle into hand at that. Tap into the side, a plant online. It needs to be a defense in order. Buzz, he's found his mark. Off to the side once more, but a shot missed. Going wide. Vitality, just 2 left to stand. Lesson kicks and there's a pit.
How good every round is chaos. They're
it,
just stuck here though, like they gotta do
Want
something.
to go for a peek of his own. He looks like he was considering it. The pit doesn't stretch far enough.
The pit is so good for Kicks to play around with the Stinger. They're trying to get value inside of it, trying to get information from the horn, from the knife.
Dodge, but the decay damage kicking in. And listen,
No spam back.
scraps is really what T1s are working with. And the time standard tick here. Bodies to the side, jumping
Damn, dude,
into
fair
the
play,
fight.
man.
Kicks
Les did incredible. I'm
Takes
surprised he didn't get
control
spam
of
back
the
there.
for the final hurdle in our first half of Bind.
It was difficult for
I feel
Vitality to
T1
maintain
came
that level of momentum
back
that they got at the
heavy though. I
beginning.
thought this
That
was going to be a
first quarter was
really,
all
really
ugly,
rough half.
And yet T1 made a resurgence and
Like
might
they for
still
sure
have
should
done
have won
enough.
this round,
Still
but
could be anyone's map at the end of the day, and we're going to be finding out on the other side of this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
you got something for me to watch? Why I wouldn't coach Sliggy? Oh boy, who is this? Why I wouldn't coach with Sliggy? Is this Mini? Why is he always flaming me? Here we go.
I'll be open and honest about Sliggy. Sliggy has some ideas, in my opinion, that are so crazy. Crazy being one adjective, bad might be the other adjective. Batshit, dog shit. That sometimes I think that I would have to murder him. There are some ideas Sliggy's had in Valorant that I think I would end up having to kill him.
Hey, I think I'm catching some strays here.
And we would. It wouldn't be fun.
Very accurate, I agree. But I think I'm catching some strays. I'm not sure all the ideas would have been mine. That's all I'm saying. But I will say that beginning of the game, I tried some crazy stuff that people would get annihilated for. Like, I would flame the hell out of me if I used to watch old me. Oh my goodness. That's sick, though.
Let's get to it then.
The no Viper bind, that's not me though. The solo Viper bind is not me.
Couple of the rounds
Like that one is bad. But we did do no smokes once, but there was reason behind that as well.
It is.
The no smokes was purely just so that we could get our comms up.
They've been winning about
Like no smokes was just because no one was common. And so I literally just accepted we're going to lose the game, and in the long term it will be better to get people's comms good.
So tough for T1 to get back into the game. Their attack side though from T1, I think generally looks a little
Would I
better
coach
than
with
their
Mini?
defense.
Yeah, you just get him to do all the
They've
work,
already
right?
managed to navigate that difficult
Guy's a nerd.
situation where you don't have the Viper to be able to
Mini's good.
control the B angles.
Plus he would just tell me to, when I'm doing some mad stuff, he would just tell me that it's mad, and I'd be like, yeah, fair enough.
I'm getting worried. Are you worried?
But I will say, majority of my mad stuff had theory behind it. That was like relatively
Yeah, round 13, never
fact
before seen.
with some stuff that was going on.
The time is ticking down now. It must have been a very, very minor tech issue by the look of things. Okay, let's have a look at what the pistol round strategy looks like then for T1. Previously, they've been
Time
doing
is
stuff
moving. Yeah, we're all good.
where they go for a bit of a fake over towards B and a short push. That was the last pistol that T1 ran.
I will say, I only did mad stuff in
Very much like they're going to go for
little
genuine pressure
tourneys
over
though.
towards B.
Like I got a lot of flame for the mad stuff I was doing, but it was Mickey Mouse tournaments. It was like a blast one-off tourney.
Double face as well. Less.
Like I didn't care about it.
Yeah, bullet to the brain, just through the wall, and that's what saved him. Still going to be weak, but oh my god, he is hard committed onto that angle and even wins the fight out as well. It's going to be a dog flying forwards, TP engagement. They're trying to put the pressure
Iceland,
down
mate,
and
we were.
wide onto B
I'd
long.
already
On
left the
top of it,
team.
Vitality winning the
Pretty
fight onto
much.
the other side of the map.
Didn't care about that either.
Still putting a stop to this. Trex, it's an anchor smoke. He's going to be layering this one down. He's going to try and dominate it. At that still, Carpe just steps into it, and Salvo's avoided for now. Plant still needs to go down, and Carpe does
Oh, what a
liberties
play.
taken and
Oh, what a
risks
play.
in
Big,
order.
big play,
He's made
man.
it even. 2-2 now. Definite chances. A boombot kill right from behind. Carpe not anticipating, but what a shot from Izu. Round and damage
Wait, they
done.
actually, you
Shot
getting the
to
pistols.
Pryor. Izu
1-1
set
again.
up for that three-piece.
Doable.
What
Doable,
a
doable.
play from Carpe and Isu. Carpe plays that situation pretty well. They heard the
second Ison, nah, yeah, dude, we would have been better off not going to that tourney. I would have still been in the team, I think.
Caught the timing wonderfully, and that was after Carpe already won a duel.
Like it would have been better off if FPX managed to go. Carpe played great here, by the way.
From Isu. I know that I said it earlier, but it's impressing me because he has been playing on the Gecko on this map, and it's not a player that I'm really looking towards on the kind of Gecko Fade initiator to have enormous impact, but I think he's been great today. And that's a pistol that T1
I think Ardis could have a career in coaching, not a chance.
Broken. Trex is trying
Dude, Ardis can still play. Ardis is fine. I know you all remember the Sage moment, but Ardis can still play, man. He's good enough.
They're trying to make Stax think that A has now been heavily reinforced, when in fact the stack is on B. So they're trying to mess with Stax's head and lure the attackers back into this stacked B site. It does appear to be working.
Cheeky play. Vitality though.
What's the timing gonna be like on this?
If they get too aggressive, too proactive, they're gonna give the game away.
This is a gun here.
Itsu is just gonna wander into his death.
Yeah, I mean, giving a gun away, he might just be giving a gun away, but no, the Prowler
that's nice though.
Confirmation, acknowledgement. Players are tucked up tight onto the corner here. Meteor spamming away. Could have been a ghost moment, but still secures the kill. And wow,
nice shot.
I mean, he's sharp, surgical. Precise with that gun
yeah, it's the classic Antico. You go over towards long, smoke, smoke, smoke.
Nice awareness of what the defensive setup looked like there. The Prowler
and then
gave
take
the game
space
away.
Depending on where they kind of react.
That info that his team needed. Meteor finding the timing. Durka, if he can find one.
Yeah, Durka would love to get a kill here.
Showstopper online for the anti-bonus, which would be pretty incredible. But he doesn't. It's Trex that actually ends up getting it instead. Yeah,
so they might go aggro for an orb here. Everyone's going to be speaking about orbs. One away for Durka.
You know, see if he can pick up a cheeky, quick one over towards B long. That might be going through.
Yampy's here. Hello, Yampy. How are we doing? Hello, hello.
Long control on the attack side, and then go back into whatever your game plan is.
We'll find out if T1 at least thinking about it as well. Holding tab, seeing how close he is, because
yeah. I think you'll probably see Stim Beacon here, trying to run out B long, anticipating that Durka's going to be playing for this orb. No,
easy to contest.
No Stim, but they're definitely setting up the high-low.
Cheeky peek, like you said, with the high-low.
Okay.
In the mid-round, he might have an opportunity to play for
no
the
orbs on this.
Or you know what, he might just go for the rotate, players to float and...
Dude, it must be so tempting.
That's disgusting.
That's outrageous.
That's disgusting.
Lands it. Snakes over towards B long and flashes dodge. There was a snake bite prior. Slowing down the approach of T1 up through B long, and they're drifting into...
Not sure Safe needs to do this.
What a kill to be found. That's a Bulldog in the hands of Izu. Cleans it up. Trailblazer not quite broken. I wonder if that's giving away a bit of info here that Stax is alone. They could call for that refight. They're hard committed. Off
yes,
into the corner.
dude, Stax has spotted so many.
Be careful.
They can just hit at the other side.
Alone.
Yeah, just with the Guardian.
Then again, so is Trex on A.
Unless going for the peek, not anticipating it, because why would you?
Oh, Vitality have absolutely messed this one up.
How's
he out of there?
Trex got out.
Yeah,
dude, he's instant repositioned with it as well. No way! What's going on in this? What's he done this? That's crazy, dude. No way. This was it's just a clown round for everyone involved. It's nuts. I can't believe Trex has managed to get away with this. The insta stim pack saving him.
After the first kill is criminal from T1. But then to get another 2 in that spot is
how many smoke kills we got?
He plays around. I mean, he literally sees the bloom of the gun to be able to get the second kill here.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
Just for a moment, I suppose, a frame, he spots Isu, but...
I mean, Trex did incredible. Dude, this would have been... Trex has just saved them so heavy.
There's an individual play to put Vitality on the board in the second half. And now they've got massive ults, actually. These are incredibly good plant denial, re-clear ults.
They would have had to have ecoed. Now they get a chance to just break the econ.
But both
force them down. Well, if they get a plant, obviously they're forcing. What's Meteor doing? What's everyone doing in this best of 3, man? This is meant to be a Masters, dude.
What's going on? Another gap, hoping that because Durka is not fighting showers, He can
Trex
walk
off
in.
angle. It's lovely. Slightly ajar.
Yeah, they're one step ahead in this round. Anticipating the Meteor lurk, anticipating Isu's lurk as well. This might even end up being a bit of a save here. There's still a minute on the clock, but if T1 don't find another pick, you don't want to allow things to run away.
Slight jump spot. Maybe if Stax was able to get a kill, we'd consider going for it, but
They are still going to be slow playing and looking for another opportunity into the round, but don't know whether Vitality are going to give it.
no, jump spot should be playing Durka in, especially with the shot revealing your positioning, and Durka going for that slider stuff, swings even with the old Stimpy.
Dude, the Stim beacon saving everyone. He's popped the ult. Oh my god, are they going to win this round?
But that game sense, securing a kill onto Trex. There's an in, there's an opening, but there's 13 seconds left to play with.
This is mayhem.
Cross kicks, late with a spam, but the salvos. Carpe, how are you managing this one? Tiny window.
Yeah, we got nothing to
stun
stop this.
connects, spamming away inside the
Okay, they got the trade on it.
He's gone away with it. Buzz steps forwards. They need another one. Can't adjust it in time. Tried to snap it up to heaven.
God, they invested
It's all
so
down to
much with the
Stax.
ult as well, but honestly, it was kind of
1v3.
doable.
Pressured, 8 bullets left. 2 bullets left.
Oh my god,
One player
dude.
remains.
I saw a world where he hit it.
Obtained. Flash over the top.
Ah, man, that's a crazy round. It's a crazy, crazy round. That second kill is so fast, dude. So
He
fast.
lights Bangkok up. Incredible 1v3. Buzz opened things. He created the opportunity with the 2K, finding that timing through. But
Oi,
what
that
is
is-
that? Spray transfer or just taps? I can't even tell.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
taps
ludicrous
it.
though.
On his feet.
The Red Bull clutch from Stax, but that's worthy of a mouse kiss for
Yeah,
sure.
I was
It's
just
gotta
It's
be.
worthy of a mouse.
Give it a smooch, just for old time's sake. And it's the 2 DRX players.
No
former
way,
DRX
dude.
players,
That
I
round,
should say, now
that round
representing
was
T1
wild,
that
man.
make that
This game
round
is
a reality.
wild.
And
It's so
that
entertaining,
should
but it's
never
really
have been a
scrappy.
possibility. That was a round that Vitality had signed, sealed, and delivered.
Dude, Buzz did half of that as well, to be honest with you.
1v3 like that. Get the hell out of there. Hell of a transfer. Pulls that timeout out of Vitality.
Yeah, because this is now a brutal one. Their economy's just been ruined.
Yeah, they
in a
forced them
moment.
down to an eco.
In 30 seconds, they've gone from feeling like they're in control of Bind to feeling like T1 have an opportunity to get some momentum underneath them, because if they get a clean eco here, a clean anti-eco, I should say, then they're going to have null command, then they're going to have orbital strike, and the next rifle round is going to be so difficult. This is a serious inflection point in Bind. And Buzz and Stax have offered it to them.
Insane plays all around. Knife up and over the top here with a Prowler, just for that extra addition. Haunt over the shoulder. They're trying to set Buzz up for an easy fight out towards it. Trex is toppled. He was the one with the hero
Well,
rifle at that.
and there goes the hero
Spot
gun, and we
not
can't pick
quite
this one up
punished, but a lot
anymore.
of damage done is going to make Les think twice.
Like, you gotta think if you're doing a hero gun and we're not making a play with, like,
And he's also taking a lot of damage on the
other
jump
people
spots. I
ready
wouldn't be
to
surprised if
trade, pick up the gun.
Vitality decide to buy
Oh, God.
Okay.
and future round.
Dude, Meteor's killing
I
me.
guess they can fight this round too.
Yeah, but it's important for T1 to not give away too many more of those, and safe close quarters combat. Nightfall connects, they rebounds, he's right in their faces, man. Gets the one. Supplemented, I think, just from that nade that Durka sent flying, but the sound cues are cut away. The flash through into their face as well, an attempt to deny the plow. What a shot by Kicks! And Durka's still
Incredible
here,
long
man.
kicks.
Won't be removed.
Did great.
Stax left to do it again.
In the same spot.
Boombot in your
The Boombot
face.
doing is-
Damage done to a few.
Dude,
Lining them
imagine,
up with
yeah,
the
imagine
style.
it as well. He had to back to back
By
1v3.
Vitality.
How have they managed to come back into
Dude,
this one?
I gotta see a
I said
timeout, and we
if
gotta tell
T1
Meteor to
get a
chill a
clean
little bit,
anti-eco.
surely here. I mean, Les obviously
And
hit a
if
nice
was doing
shot,
a lot
but
of heavy lifting in that sentence, apparently. They do
Jack
now
6,
still
thank you so
have
much for the
big
prime.
ultimates
Thank you,
to work
thank you.
around, but it's another MasterCard Thrifty, and this time it goes the way of Vitality. And this all from a 4v5 too. How on earth is Meteor losing that? This one was an unintentional great combo play, but then Kicks
Dude, that flash tanked
Flash.
all
I mean, his flash
three.
even set up Durka for the other kill over
All
towards
three
Showers.
of them.
Immaculate timing on that. An economy flips
Yeah,
completely.
it's just the
way.
Econs just
Can
got
T1
completely
pull off
the
their
other way. Knife hits 2. And it hits Darker, so that's like the big win on this one. Outlaw out, can one-shot everyone. We got double satchel judge, and you would imagine normally that's over towards A, but people do that because they have the Viper Wall. It's a little bit easier for them to get there. They go for the old, literally the old school smoke, separate the site in half. And he was going to try wrap around over towards long. The idea wasn't too bad here, right? Smoke, 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 isolate this area, try judge it.
Here by Vitality, and damage being done at least by Izu, but
Ooh, what is
the
that?
trade led fired through, and that's going to be Izu dealt with, leaving it down to just Meteor. Spikes drop down, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah, and look at Vitality. They're grouping up in the 1v3, determined not to let Meteor do what Stax did to them.
Tap, Meteor, to try and force the issue. Pushes place forward, that's a team. Flash! Oh my! It's all gone to pot! And another chance!
Whoa! Darker's a lunatic! He's done it! I cannot believe what is going on as well. It's crazy. Meteor in the 1v3, this is pretty cool though. Put the flash behind, tap the spike, hope that they actually just like start flooding in. And then pop the flash and then swing. Like his idea in the 1v3 was awesome. And this overall idea, so fine with it.
The first 2, tiny micro adjustment to be able to get it. What is this?
Go. I mean, it's just the outlaw that he's working with. Doesn't want to take the fight with it, so he's trying to satchel it in his face. The frustration shows.
But this is now the round where T1 have massive ults to be able to work with. Les popping his off preemptively, knowing that
It's
T1,
so good.
their economy is on the line. They're the team with the ultimates. Vitality also need to invest to try to keep things equal.
That's so good. They go for the same strat. I think they'll tank the flash again. Ooh, this is
Deal
nice.
with that one with the haunt. Easy target still. It's an orbital strike is used in response. Tempting this one. Buzz is still forwards onto this angle. Perched up.
Stuck in the mud forever.
Find out. Trex just dominates it. Out and over now. Thorns alongside it. Players are scattered, and T1 looking for options, looking for answers. They don't get it.
Chill out, Bren.
Spamming in the right place on top of it. Stacks. Just can't dish it out, man. This is 11 now for Vitality.
What's going
Found their footing.
The combo play there between Durka and Safe Stun rattled off the wall.
Just as he started going crazy, they upped the
Only
sound.
got 4 kills. And T1, that was the round that they needed. I'm surprised they didn't try to invest the KO ult. Where was the null command in the midst of all of that? I don't really get it.
Yeah,
It feels like that should have been the tool to stop anything that Vitality were doing.
They lost the vision.
I can understand saving the orbital strike. That's a post-plant tool. I get it, but am I missing something? Where was Stax' ult in the midst of all of that? That was a must-win round for T1. They're going to need another 3.
This game is crazy. Dude, everything is crazy about this.
When Vitality are 2 rounds away.
Even the audio is losing their mind.
It's not consistent. I don't think you want to force into this one either.
No, they've got odds and ends to work with.
Yeah, you're essentially playing to just drag this one to OT.
Does every team get 2 nailed here? Nah, dude, Trace have got at least a map in them. 3 weeks off. Trace known for like being able to get really good at like a couple of maps.
They were even able to put 4 rounds on the board.
Pretty good like micro plays that will get you some rounds. They'll have a map in them.
You can't ask for miracles every time.
At least a map. It is G2. I agree it's G2, but you got to give like Trace should at least get a map.
There's pings all over the minimap. It certainly looks like Safe and Durka are going to be under a lot of pressure.
Durka not one to shy away from the fight. Buzz really just matching that as well. Straight in, through onto the site. Like a rocket, flash into the face of Meteor, and they do deal with him.
This was nice from Vitality though.
Cleaning up these stragglers.
Yeah, but I mean, the timeout was pretty much like eco idea, and then all goes into the buy round.
Oh,
Oh,
in for the smoke, Stacks. Blinder of a shot.
it's all about the 12.
Durka
12
having to clean it all the way up, and this is just a bit of spam on smokes just to make sure that they do clean this up nicely.
if T1 had maybe applied a little more pressure, had not been caught
You said you wanted a
quite
split.
as quickly, maybe they would have dragged
I mean,
out
it would have been
Showstopper,
fun.
Maybe they would have set
It would have been
themselves up
fun
for a
because
better
this
situation,
whole
but
best of 3, like the 2 maps have been,
feels inexorable.
like
T1
I never say this
are
stuff's
marching
muddy, but this
towards
is muddy.
an
Like it's
incredibly
been
tough situation
wild
here.
the whole time. There's so much
need
crazy
4
stuff
rounds in a
going
row.
on.
They need
There's
to be
so
able to
many
win the
random
next
individual
and
plays.
probably save enough ultimates to keep some kind of snowball going.
Look at
It
that timeline.
is such a difficult
There's
act.
so many questionable things going on.
Almost bar for bar. It is, yeah. Like you said, difficult ask. There's ults online at least. The only silver lining that T1 have got to work with.
It's fun. It's insanely entertaining. That's always the way this goes.
Seekers if it's forced to use it in case they need a bit of that mid-round information. But for T1 at all lines,
Okay,
yeah.
4 chances. 4 chances for a 2-0.
Didn't see Stax use the null command, so
Dude,
that's what I'm looking towards
still got
here.
a question.
Does he
Why
want to try
T1
to
thought
use
that
it
they
to
could,
cancel out Durka's ultimate?
they
Does he want to try to
dude,
use it to
I think T1 think their
initiate
bind is way
and
better
save
than
a
it
knight
is.
to cancel Durka's
And that's
ult?
been a whole consistent thing
What's
through
going
this
through
year.
the mind of
Like they
T1's
keep
IGL
picking this map and they
and
keep
attempt
getting
to
owned on it.
outcall Vitality.
Drone through and broken. Gets the info. Kicks as well, just jiggling. Spotting presence across the map here, so going to be a level of awareness here for Vitality. They know that it's going to be a slow default, at least for now, but could rapidly change into something else entirely. Safe is just ahead of all of this. Trying to play ahead of the underhanded flash, but he's blinded up anyway. Can't land that kill.
Almost.
Stacks
He should
forwards.
have held strong,
This is
but
the one
it's
there.
so hard to hold strong
The
there.
spear, Showstopper in his hands.
I think the play
Smokes.
from Safe
Again,
was pretty
Stax
good,
is
to be
not
honest.
using an ultimate
I
on
didn't
the
think it was
exit.
bad.
He's saving it. Got to find the right timing here, though.
Possibly for Durka's ultimate. Here and out. Good flash dodge. Buzz. Tries
Just
to swing
don't
into
use
it.
your ult,
Durka's still
Durka, and you're all
alive.
good.
Could be a problem.
Oops.
Nade. Not sure if that was meant to go in that direction there. Defensive positions by T1. Everybody backing away. Rolling retreat. Spike is down. It's one of the best positions they've been in quite some time here. Forwards.
They have Molly after this. They have Obelisk
Yeah, this
Strike.
is nice
It's
though. That's
essentially
getting
checkmate
everything
at
out
this
of them.
point for T1.
And just dragging it down.
Izu
in
does
time.
get
T1 needed
does
it.
get Fatal after this
Unless you're
though,
gonna try
so
and do some
they got
damage
Fatal
here.
for
On
next
either side
round.
of things, make sure you can take away the guns, which is important.
Jesus.
That is
Oh my
brutal for
goodness.
T1's economy. What were we saying at the start of this round?
3,000? Dude, they're all gonna have light armor. Does Durka get an outlaw out
in
here?
terms of the ult economy. And on that front, it's still
Can I
not
turn up the
that
broadcast
bad.
again?
They still
Yeah.
have null command. They still have
It's
a
all over the
Nightfall
place,
to
mate.
work with. But
Okay.
in terms of the rifles they're going to be able to get online, oof, it's not going to look good.
No.
They're scrapping together light armor, Guardians, and they're not even able to buy full util. I mean, Buzz does not have his boombot this round. Stax has to make a choice between buying a rifle and buying full util as well. He ends up opting for the Guardian.
T1 are between a rock and a hard place. There's no getting out of this one. Has to be mechanics.
Well, they know where Durka is now.
Yeah.
They know where that showstopper is, where that op is.
And so, avoidance probably going to be pretty key. The playbook of T1. They are walking their way up through B long. They've been struggling to get any sort of foothold so far in this half.
And it feels like if Durka just holds this showstopper, Stax is never going to ult.
No. Never going to use it. And they're going to take that initiative. It's a flash through, but Anti played, kicks. Okay, just backs himself out. Will get at least a trade-off. Equalizing it in the process. T1 feeling that heat. It's a Nightfall expended now and another flash forwards. It's kicks. Taking the initiative. Backs himself away now. Wants to try and dominate the position and make sure that there's no easy access in through Hookah. Drops down though with no sound cues. It's a difficulty.
Why am I muted?
The smoke's going
What's
to be
going on
fading.
today?
Fight one out. Kicks is a menace to society. Vitality. Clean it all up in the end. 13-9.
Okay.
2-0.
The madness is over.
Almost as
The
clean as you
madness
can
is
get it.
over.
And they were in control of both of the second halves
Well.
on our maps today. Fracture and Bind. They put on a clinic on
This
defense.
was the best of 3 for sure. This was
Try as
chat.
he might,
At least we had
Stax was
fun.
not
That's the
able
main
to
thing.
outcall
How
against
did I mute
Vitality
myself
and
midway
make
through
his
this as
impact
well?
felt.
That's what I don't get.
They've talked about the road to Paris, and that's one step closer.
The audio guy came
Being
for
able
me
to
as
collect
well.
the trophy of Bangkok
And
here
then someone
is
in chat told me to
exactly
turn
what
up the
Team Vitality are
sounds,
hunting
but if
for.
anything, it needs to be lowered.
This is a team that was
So
built
God knows what's going on
as
here.
a global super team, pulling in talent even from in the South American powerhouse of Loud.
Okay, I mean, shout out to Vitality.
see
They,
it on display
it was
today.
messy.
Definitely did.
It was
Shaky
messy,
moments, honestly. T1
but a win's a win.
elements
And
were
I
able
think
to
Dirk had
stick
like
with
good
Vitality, and then we
recovery
had some
from
big questions
the
of whether or not
first
Vitality
half
could
of
answer back.
Fracture,
There
even though
were
we
some
got
questions, I
the
think, into this series about whether
even though we got the
core of this old Vitality squad from prior years
ace.
could step up to the challenge, get off to a really strong start. They've showcased it.
I'm definitely worried a little bit for both of the teams. I'm insanely worried for T1. I was worried for T1 coming into this tourney. I think I'm more worried for T1 after watching this. First of all, because they think their bind is good, which worries me as well, because why on earth are they not picking Lotus when they got given Lotus?
So they, as with all of the
They
other
should have
teams,
won
are gonna now have
Fracture,
a very different feel to the rest
to
of
be
this.
honest with you as well, but that can be
And
fixed.
Same could be said for T1. I really feel like T1 maybe missed a bit of a trick here, taking us to bind instead of taking us to Lotus.
Yeah.
I want to see
Yeah,
that
no,
Lotus
I
come
mean,
out at some point and
even
get tested.
that's what he's talking about now. Even Sideshow's
They're
talking about it.
3-0 with
It's mental to not pick Lotus here and to pick on a bind where you've been consistently losing. Like you lost 13-3 to
And then
Boom.
Vitality banned it in the second round, so we didn't even get it as a potential decider. Not that we went there. Vitality were too clean.
Yeah, well, T1 will have.
You
some
have
time
to
mull
talk
that
about
one
it.
over, and as you said, I mean, Vitality just too clean with it. The label of a super team sometimes it's a heavy.
It was
mantle,
13-8.
breaks a lot of
Okay,
teams.
well, it's not as bad, but
Egos can potentially
still,
get in the way.
they were
But Vitality,
13-8.
it's just been
Didn't
plain
they?
sailing.
Oh no, they lost double pistol as well, I guess.
These are two teams to
I remember
take
it being
a
bad.
good
In my head, it was
look at.
13-8.
They
Yeah, 13-3.
advance further forwards, they have high expectations, and with high expectations, you do tend to look at any potential failure.
I'm not super high up on Vitality as well, to be honest. That this was, but I don't know if it was just because it was scrappy from T1 that it got into this.
There's a lot of talk in the community about the fact that there's only
The good news for Vitality is they're gonna be able to fix their Fracture pretty easy. Like all of their stuff's got exploited on Fracture. On attack.
Later on down the road. And that's a tough spot. I mean, two teams are guaranteed here because of Swiss to go 0-2.
T1 versus
That's how the
Sentinel, who
format
wins
works.
it? I don't think T1 can beat any team at the moment that I've seen. Like from what I've seen. T1 can't, like they have to play Lotus and they have to look better. Like I think they would lose to every team at this tourney so far.
เป็นไงบ้างครับ โอ้ทุกคนพร้อมมากเลยวันนี้อ่ะนะก็จะต้องแปล2ภาษาแต่ก็จะอยากขอความช่วยเหลือจากทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผมวันนี้เราก็มาอยู่กับผู้เล่นที่ยอดเยี่ยมของเราเลยนะครับผมในเกมเมื่อกี้นะครับผม Ladies and gentlemen please give a round of applause for Durka
Maybe if they play a Lotus, I'll have more faith.
First of all, congratulations on your win. It was an amazing performance by you and your team. I do have a couple of questions though. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับผมอยากรู้เหมือนกันเพราะว่ามันมีเนื้อ
Synapse, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
ตามนะครับก็จะรู้แล้วนะว่าเมื่อวานเราได้สัมภาษณ์คังๆไว้เขาบอกว่าดูเลสที่เก่งที่สุดในเนี้ยถ้าไม่ใช่เขาก็น่าจะเป็นคนนี้นะครับผมน่าจะเป็นเดอร์เกอร์นั่นเองอยากรู้ว่าเขาคิดเหมือนกันหรือเปล่า So the first question for you is I'm not so sure if you watched the interviews yesterday. I interviewed EDG Kangkang, and he mentioned that one of the best duelists in this competition is Durka. What do you think about that? Who do you think it is, or do you agree or not?
Feels nice. I mean, I'm kind of friends with him. He's been always saying that he used to watch me since like the first Reykjavik, so it's kind of nice that he pops off now. So I'll also say that I think it's him. Because, I mean, he won a championship before me too, so I'll give it to him.
Got it. สำหรับคำตอบของเดอร์เกอร์นะครับก็ถือว่าน่ารักพอสมควรเลยบอกว่าเอาจริงๆคือรู้สึกดีมากเนาะที่คังๆเนี่ย
The T1 players are good, but as a team, yeah, they don't play together that much.
มานานแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเดอร์เกอร์ก็บอกเหมือนกันว่าคนที่เก่ง
Meteor's doing some mad stuff, man.
รุ่งอรุณของดูเอลิสของเรา
Like I think Meteor's a great player,
ชมกันไปอวยกั
but
นไปมา
he needs to chill.
นะ
He needs to have some
บ
chill.
อกเลยนะว่ายังไงก็น่าเป็นคังๆสำหรับเขาเนื่องจากว่า
ก็ขังได้แชมป์ไปแล้วอ่ะเขายังรออยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมสำหรับคำถาม
XV_site with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate the 6 months.
จริงๆนะแน่นมากนะครับผมเล่นเป๊ะจริงๆเลยอยากรู้ครับว่ารู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมอ่ะเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆถ้าเกิดใครได้ดูแมปแรกเนี่ยคือแทบจะไม่พลาดเลยนิ่งๆแต่มาแน่นอนนะครับก็เลยอยากรู้ครับ Durka for the second question I really wanted to know this performance the first game of Team Vitality you really outperformed a lot of people's expectations I mean you were very clean I wanted to know were there any pressure for you at all I mean it seems like a walk in the park so I would love to know if there were any pressure as well as what's on your mind at this point in time.
No, I mean I don't think there was any pressure from us. We just wanted to play our game and see how it goes because we didn't have much time to practice, of course, because we were coming here like a few days before the event and we have like a lot of stuff to do. But I think we just knew what we need to do, how we need to play, and we kind of like remember how we did in kickoff and then like just be together, just be with the boys, and it doesn't matter if something goes right, just like be together and it's all good then.
โอ้โหก็ถือว่าตอบดีนะครับ
Pinso_B as well, the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันเนาะ
Appreciate the whole year.
การที่เขาเนี่ยได้มาที่นี่เขาก็ไม่ได้มีเวลาซ้อมเท่าไหร่นะเพราะว่าเนื่องจากเรื่องต้อง
He's been doing it since he left Gen G. Yeah, it feels like he's forcing the plays, whereas like in Gen G, he would let the like plays come to him kind of thing. Because like he thinks that he has to like make his team win some rounds.
ก็เลยไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมไปเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ก็อยากที่จะ
Fit from last game. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
ก็อาจจะอยากให้
Appreciate the A-mums.
พูดถึงชาวไทยอีกนิดนึงนะครับผม the last thing just you see so many Thai fans behind you screaming look at that reaction do you have anything to say from all the Thai fans or all the fans watching around the world back at home just say a word or two.
I mean, thank you guys very much. It's really loud out here. We can hear you guys every round, and it's really awesome to play here. Probably one of the best crowds I've ever played. So thank you guys.
Very nice. Too old with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, Too Old. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. 170 altogether. 10 right now. Thank you so much, Too Old. Pedro as well. Thank you with the primate. I appreciate that. Chat, you know what to do is get a slug oil spam going. As I imagine, we're going to some break. And if anyone got gifted, say thank you to Too Old as well. Okay, 5 minutes on this. So let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. I think the VOD's uploading. Okay, I can put the first map live as well if anyone missed the first map. You missed the game. How did Vitality look? Dude, it's a fun game. If you actually get time to watch it, it's a fun game. There was some mayhem going on just for both maps. So I do think like you should probably try and watch if you can. Too Old again, thank you so much. Chat, let me spam some ads, I'll be back in a little bit. The first half of Fracture was so stacked with entertaining rounds or fun rounds. It was insane. I can't remember a first half that was like that. Okay, back in a little bit, chat.
Welcome back to day 2 of Masters Bangkok. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk here once again with Mimi and Achilles to set up the stage for our final match of today. It will be G2 versus Trace Esports. Now, so far, the seed ones have been going through one by one. And Mimi, on paper, you gotta be also favoring G2 just a little bit here in this matchup.
You do, but Trace is the ultimate upset team. We've seen it from them before. We've seen it from guys on the team. Beyonce never lost to an America's team before, and I imagine he doesn't want to start today, no matter what the odds may be.
Yeah, certainly not. Like the G2 actually did catch up. I got to chat with them a little bit. I'm like, where's the meme t-shirt? You know, something prepared for their tournaments, but they have them here. It seems like they finally got those in stock. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Right now, G2 looking like potentially the cleanest team. Depending on how this match goes, they could walk away looking like one of the cleaner teams at the tournament, because there have been some muddy moments from everybody else.
Yeah, but it also feels like, Mimi, since the inception of these group of players, you know, the core, they've always looked like the favorites no matter which tier, which tournament they're in.
Yeah, I mean, it was true as of a couple years ago, but there was definitely a time back when people doubted them. This is the same core that was the guard that went on their crazy run. They didn't make partnership, went down to tier 2 together.
Right. I am back, chat.
Finally made it to partnerships, and now they're here.
What are the maps for this?
As an Ascension team. And not only have they made it to another Masters tournament, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, myself included, they're coming in as probably the favorite to win Masters Bangkok, and that's from a squad that qualified into the partnership leagues because of Ascension.
Yeah, I don't think that is at all, you know, getting a little bit too, flamboyant with your words there. I think
But G2's map pool, which is solid. I mean, I put Bind in D tier here, but I imagine it won't be D tier.
First Ascension team to be able to get that trophy and then get a Masters one on top of it. This would be an incredible journey.
And their year last year was already incredible, making the run that they did at Masters Shanghai, showing that they.
And then Trace. So Trace play every single map though. That's kind of cool. Trace play every single map. But definitely their Bind and their Lotus are like legit. So they need to if they can get Bind and Lotus in a map pool, then they're really, really good. And they should have spent so much time that one of these should be up here as well. Oops. Like one of these should be up here as well. But I don't know what.
Having the opportunity to go for that trophy, the run at Masters Shanghai, to then fall to Heritage.
So it'll be interesting to see what they pick here. The G2 are banning Binds no matter what. I'm pretty sure. You don't want to play against this Bind.
Has continued through. Valen has such an incredible level of trust and coordination built up with these boys, and of course.
Can I show the G2 one? Yeah, sure.
Has been a perfect addition to this roster.
The G2 one's pretty good. Again, this Bind could be like anywhere here, I guess. It probably won't be here. And then their poll's really good. Their poll's like the best I've seen.
Speaking of, let's have a chat with the IGL G2 Valen with Mika Fabs.
Standing here right now with Valen of G2. Nice
Joey, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Would I be surprised if Trace wins? Not really. It's like a 65-35 maybe with the time 60. Maybe 75, 70, 60-40.
For us, we don't feel intimidated by it. We just go in and play our game and see if they can do it again.
New year, new event. Best of luck to you guys.
Lauren, thank you so much as well. Lauren Tuus, thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the whole year.
They do have to come out here and prove themselves again, but how easy or difficult, Mimi, will it be for this G2 squad?
I think there's high expectations, but I think they've already lived up to that in their own mind, being able to win back in Americas. You have to come in with a lot of confidence off of that, and I think they come in with a meta that they're super comfortable with, players in great form. They feel set up to meet the expectations.
I fully agree.
Would be a shame if I.
She's the expert coming over from Americas, but yeah.
Chema Yuki snuck in a dude. You went for 15 as well. You snuck in 15 gifted. Thank you so much, Chema Yuki. Dude, I didn't even check it this time. I should have checked it this time. Thank you so much, Chema Yuki. I appreciate you again. Thank you for keeping it going. Who ratted him out? Dude, Sheriff ratted him out. Sheriff atted me as well. Dude, it would be a shame if you looked at activity dashboard. I wonder how long it would have been if I didn't even look.
Jojimo is so much more of a player who's willing to take his age agency. Take his risk. Here's the snowball. TP's behind them.
I appreciate you, Chemiyuki. Thank you so much for that.
Wins them kickoff in Americas. Icy was a player that fit into what G2 wanted, but he was very much a player who was, you know, just doing what the team asked of him.
You want to see Trace look at least great on one of the maps? No matter what, they're gonna have a good map here. They're gonna be able to pick a Lotus or pick a Bind, and it's gonna look good. They could also. It probably won't be Binds because it's going to get banned. They could also maybe have heavy practice one map and have some cool theory behind it. Like Trace will look good on one map, at the very least.
Jaw is willing to go for that, to really roll the dice and go for that gamble. More often than not, he comes
And then they might look good on two maps if it's Lotus and something else.
And to me, that
P.Badman, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you. Appreciate the 2 years.
They let Jojimo make those plays.
AO, Viper, Omen, Lotus, right?
Elevated everyone else's performances too, right? The way that we've seen Leaf. My goodness, how great!
Yeah, so this is Trace picking Lotus.
Tweet here from Jonah P talking about his teammate Jogamo and what he feels like he's been bringing to this team. Again, we've heard him from the daily teas as well. We've heard him doing lots of content, just literally gassing up his teammate. And why wouldn't you? Because Achilles, I feel like Jogamo is not just a great player on the server. He's just vibes off the server as well.
He really is, and like I was fortunate enough to meet Jaw back.
T1 7 potential lower bracket. Dude, depending on how Trace look here, I might have them favorites in the lower, like the 0-1s out of the 4 teams. It depends how they look. But I think no matter what, no matter who Trace play against, if they look good here, I'll probably have them winning.
It's the overall package here with Jaw.
And America's Valen has talked
But I'm just hoping they come out looking
Valen is like adding
decent.
just the
Nico Swag, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the 11 months.
Jojimo is coming in, being the good vibes that he is, bringing the swagger that he has, and you see it in their play now.
I'm not gonna lie, he gives me confidence. When he walked past me, I'm like, "What's up? Yeah, you right?"
Curious on how G2 will do. I still have G2 to win this tourney.
You know, I can understand
But
why you guys love
I don't know,
so
man.
much
DRX
in
EDG
America.
looks
However,
scary.
over in VCTCN, there is a team that they also love. It's not EDG, it is Trace Esports, returning once again as well. Achilles, they have been here before. We did see them at Champs, and they surprised everybody.
No, they really did. I mean, it all started with that victory over Team Vitality.
Even the teams from China are underrated right now. I think they always are. To be honest, at least from my end, I think I always underrate them. I do think the extra time off is huge. Coming into a tourney like this.
And they completely caught us all off guard. People who paid very close
Did my Vitality stocks go down a little bit from that match? Yeah, I still don't think they're great at Fracture.
Back at Champions, and my God, did they deliver? They didn't make it too
I don't think they're bad at Fracture. But I think like if they played a DRX or a G2 on Fracture, like I'm pretty sure they would lose.
Also, bit of a vibe merchant.
Yeah, how could you not smile when you look at him?
Absolutely. I mean, he is the reaction when they won that first match, the shot of him crying on stage, what it meant for them.
Okay, Sheriff, I'll change that after.
But I think
that's so
they're
good.
more than just an upset team now. They've proven how good they can be, and they proved it back in China this season too.
They did, and also they've stuck together. You know, they've
all 5 players.
They've managed to stay together. They managed to overcome one of the demons for them, which is EDG, of course, at kickoff in their own tournament. And Mimi, the way that they did it too, the things they were playing, and how they managed to beat some of the teams was really fascinating to see.
Yeah, if you didn't watch
What's the first map? We're pretty sure it's Lotus.
You might think I'm a psycho for saying it, but in my mind, Trace was the favorite to win the finals against EDG. The first time they played this season, Trace smoked them 13-4 back-to-back maps. And EDG only really started to look like themselves further in the lower bracket. This tournament was all about Trace. The only game
Yeah, dude. Too old. If you're still here, I message back.
Just to reinforce that, I mean, I
So
think
check your Twitter.
EDG had even gotten into the grand final. You were kind of favoring a lot of the other teams that they were playing against because they didn't look like themselves, and it was that grand final, as you're saying, where they were able to hit that stride and get that kind of revenge match victory over EDG in 3-1 fashion. But Trace the whole way throughout, which is absolutely coasting, tearing people apart during their stay there in VCT China. So we knew from the outset, like, yep, this team's going to make it to internationals, and it was that second slot that was always the question mark.
And this is such a cool tournament to watch Trace Trace in now because the Chinese teams had a month off after finishing VCTC and lots of time to come in, prep new stuff. And Trace's
Yeah, what do you mean?
all about the individuals. They're the
I've been great
team.
2
They play
days.
together really well. They always come up with interesting gimmick comps, interesting ideas to come out and anti-strat their opponent. And with that level of prep, even against a favored team like G2, I trust they're going to have some interesting map prepped that could catch G2 off guard.
Especially when you got a player like Feng Feng on your team. He's standing by right now with Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
I'm standing here right now with Feng Feng of Trace Esports, and I have Veer to help me with some translation. Now, Feng Feng, even with Trace's performance last year, even with
Too old, all
winning
good, dude.
champions last year,
I have
a
to
lot of people
apologize.
still underestimate the CN region. What is your message to all of those that still underestimate both teams and even those that have Trace at the bottom of their tier lists?
即使去年 EDG 拿到了冠军，并且 T 也有不错的表现，你是否认为现在还是有一些人会去低估 CN 赛区的实力？对他们有什么想说的呢？
在我看来，24年的冠军就是最好的证明。然后，在大师赛开始前，大家都很不看好太平洋和我们赛区，然后他们昨天都拿到了首胜。然后我就是想对他们说，不要纸上谈兵，然后比赛见真章。
I think we did prove ourselves, like with the 2024 trophy. And before yesterday's match, I don't think there were a lot of people expecting EDG and DRX to win, but they did. So I just want to say, forget about those theories. Just like look at the fact.
Expect the unexpected. Good luck to you guys.
Nice.
He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong.
Sheriff's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Sheriff.
We speak about the MVP.
Happy birthday, happy
potentially having a
birthday.
contender, somebody being the best in their role on their team. If Trace were to make it all the way, I think Feng Feng will be a huge MVP contender. And I will go as far as to say he might be the best Raze player in this tournament.
I mean, I think it could definitely make a strong argument for that, but I'm right there with you. I think if they could go on that run, he would have to be in that conversation for MVP because he's not just sticking to the Raze. We've always seen him kind of swap back.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing everything at the moment.
Jet maps, etc. But he's been picking up this Vice now that it's in the meta for the team, and he's really been stretching his flexibility.
This meta really lends itself to creativity, and I think that's where Trace shines. They have great flexibility in their players. Multiple guys are going to swap around and pick up the duels. They're even buying some stuff that went out of fashion, still locking in quite a few Neon comps. So there's a lot of room for them to experiment, to play their own unique style, and they execute on that so incredibly well with the talents of players like Feng Feng, like Kai.
Is that how you beat a team like G2? You throw things at them they've never seen before.
I think that's what you have to try, but
I mean, I think that's one way to do it.
Oh, give me some hopium.
No, I think if you can throw some curveballs, some things that they're not really ready for, especially at the early start of rounds, get those early advantages. That's how they're going to need. They're going to have to snowball this.
Okay, I feel like I'm on the more copy side of this. We'll see, we'll see. But for now, it's time to send this down to stage and bring out the last two teams here. It will be G2 Esports taking on Trace.
Okay. See what the maps are. So we know Lois, and then I guess dude, G2 are kind of. Oh. Wait, did they always have this? Another 2-0? See, I don't think this is. I think this is a 2-1, but it would be interesting to see how prepped G2 are for Lotus.
It is the final two contenders of Masters Bangkok. G2 Esports, the team that won it all back in Americas, and the ultimate underdogs in Trace. But Mimi, you hit the nail on the head.
The full white, yeah, the full white is a look. I'm not saying it's a good look, but it is a look.
Will the streak continue today?
Trace is the ultimate upset team.
Who else did this? Fnatic, right? I don't think that ended well for them. What tourney was that?
And come up with something special to catch G2 off guard.
And I think that is the biggest advantage that they have because China wrapped so early on.
The G2 ban binds. Okay, Lotus Abyss, and then Trace. Got rid of the Haven, split Pearl.
They only played this Lotus once against Cloud9. I think they looked quite good in that map.
Dude, how was Trace's Abyss? Where do we put their Abyss? B? Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Later stages of this veto, and it looks like really comfortable territory for G2. Having both the Abyss and Pearl in there, I have a hard time imagining how Trace wins those two maps.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but
Allison, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you.
I don't see a world where they
Volume up slightly.
on Pearl, and that is a
I'll do it ever so slightly, just because I'm worried about. Oh wait, let me do it like this.
Get that, or even if they just trade maps, who the hell knows what we could end up having
Can change
on
it
that
down.
Pearl. Like I said, Trace, they have had an immense time.
I mean, Trace has got to win Lotus, you would imagine. But their Lotus is very good.
Round over round, and then try to find something, whether it's in the comp or in their own playstyle, to counteract G2. It's time to find out if all of that homework, all of that study can pay off on the stage.
G2's biggest strength is how they game plan ahead of time. When you watch them play into a map, it's almost always the first part of a half is planned out. They have a set pistol round, they have set gun rounds to go for early on. Josh RT and Valen are really good at coming up with the right read, and the players really buy into that
Anzicast?
system.
I think so.
But they showed they could bleed in the Americas finals, dropping a couple maps to Sentinels. And the way Sentinels was playing was honestly just disrespect. Fighting into smokes, taking risks, catching the G2 players off guard. This is not an unbeatable team, but it's a strong one, and they still won that final.
And I do wonder how they're going to react in a situation where they've been under a microscope. Every other team in other regions have stolen stuff that G2 have come up with, their comps, their strats, everything under the sun. So what more else can they give? Because Trace is not really the type of team you guys already spoke about that like to do that.
When
They
is
have
the
their own
draw
style,
being
they have their
done?
own
Straight
thing
after
going.
this.
Yeah, we saw them just kind of
After this best of 3, we get to see the draw for tomorrow.
enough for them to be able to make that run to get up into the playoffs. I'm curious if there's going to be some additional iteration, because a month's time is a lot to
Kenji,
find
thank you for saying
something
that,
and
dude.
then make it your own. Find your own identity within a composition that might be borrowed from somewhere else. So I'm curious if there are going to be these pivots, but you're talking about how Sentinels played against G2 in that final. How
What
they were able to
notes
get
we
some
got?
wins away from them.
Notes
I think
on
Trace are
notes.
going to be capable of that, especially if you're going out on Lotus here. I'm expecting to see Fung
Okay,
Fung
no,
on
this is
that
just
raise.
old
You
notes
wanna
from
disrespect,
other
push
games.
some smokes, Fung Fung, that's your guy.
Well, taking a look at the agents.
Okay, nothing new for the comps.
Yeah, it's going to be sticking to the same comps, and I think this is a really good position for G2 to be in. Playing on this Yoru, they do a really good job at dealing with Vi setups, using that clone to bait stuff out. Honestly,
Can Trace do it? Yeah, they have to win this map.
play on their attack side, baiting out that util.
This is the one.
It almost feels like Trace is going to have to
But
play
this
through
should be a
lot of flood
close.
defense
This should be a
type
close map. They both have good lows.
Yeah, I might have to just try to get back into it before G2 can fully get entrenched, but this is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, and what I'm hoping to see here from Trace is a way to counteract this Yoru as it goes up against that Vice. Have they solved it? Have they found the formula to break this Yoru down and make it look a little bit less indomitable than it has been?
Solo initiator
Trace have
with that
experience
bait.
against
There's
Teo
not as
stuff.
many tools
You
to
would
set up
imagine
that the Raze on the- or
after
the
the they have a
Yoru
little
on the
bit.
other side is
You would
gonna be able
imagine
to
after
have
the
Well, we have a very exciting match
after
ahead
they
of us,
qualified,
and a
they
very
probably played
exciting
against a
duo.
good amount.
Join me and show some love for Panda.
The Panda.
Thank you so much, Yinzu and the desk. Yeah, a fantastic game here, and a lot of people kind of feeling there's something about Trace in this matchup. There's a potential for an upset. There's something that has got them worried or potentially excited. But they're against G2.
Chemayuki, thank you so much. I see this one this time. Thank you so much for the 3 gifted, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Dude, you're getting your numbers up crazy. 423? It's crazy. Thank you so much, Chemayuki.
Game 1 against so many people's tournament favorites in G2.
Right. Trace on defense. G2 on attack. No raid boss on this one, and just fast aggro A, but it kind of looks like Trace want to fight this.
Opportunity to stake their claim. If this goes sideways,
What is it? Just like wait for them to get close, or maybe a reaction to losing door, wall up, flash,
I have to have some
Omen flash as well, maybe.
It's going to be a brawl soon, too. That
Yeah, this is gonna get a little bit wild.
down very low. 2 players ready to fight out off that. Look at it go.
yeah, Valen's the first to fall, so already
Yeah, this was
drawing
nice
first
though. It
blood.
looked like a
Perfect
Feng had a
for
shot.
Trace. G2, a quick reminder and a pause now in pace.
Interesting that Trace have now backed 3 players over into the B site, so leaving a very weak Bianca alone on that site for now. And it's going to be up to G2 to sniff that out, because if they go into a B pop, they've lost B main control. They're going to have no chance.
This is nice from Trace as well. Like they lose A control. Look how proactive they are. They lose A control. They push over towards B to see if it's gonna be a B split. And then now, in theory, G2 run into a crossfire.
Nice positioning towards main, at least from some of Trace. Gonna make this difficult. G2 not finding what they want on the way in.
Yeah, got a couple of kills, but it's not going to be enough, especially because Bianca is still back there towards stairs. That's going to be the first kill, and Trace with an excellent pistol to start.
Yeah, this is a very nice
Bianca,
pistol from them.
Ultimate America's killer is just holding this down, just resolute
Yeah,
to
it's a
move.
really good
Perfect
start from them.
for Trace.
Nice little trap play over towards here. Looked like Fang Fang hit a good shot and then good reaction as well. Just double push over towards B, help them get the trades out over towards B.
I think it was that shift over into the B site after the trap play, because a lot of teams, they'd stay in that same space, keep brawling to the death. G2 might have been able to fight it out, but instead G2 fell exactly into the trap Trace were trying to lay there. It was layers on layers. The thinking man's Valorant team that Mimi was calling Trace already showing up in round 1.
That's lovely to see. Now,
okay, they're allowed one death.
I see this being kept clean because I think every man knows, any viewer knows, the rest of this map does swing quite nicely towards G2 here. So
okay, aggro A for Trace, instant reaction for G2 to hit over towards C, and that is the right call. They go for aggro A on the eco, or against the eco. Abe needs to kind of kill 2 here.
They have slipped through, so he could actually be pinched here, and he does go down.
He did
I don't want to say site
an
control,
okay
but
amount
they've
of
at least got the
damage.
foot in the door.
It's awkward too because Kai is the only player going into site here.
I'm worried he's going ahead here. There was no trade potential. That's far
It's okay,
too
he can
risky,
kind of make this
far
play just because he's the one with the
reward.
ghost.
G2 given a chance. They pause the tempo.
Yeah, G2 have plenty of time. A minute left. Trace right now is still a little bit scattered. They're worried about G2 actually just running through the C site, but G2 have to comfortably grab the spike with the smoke and get out of there.
And I like what Jorg's trying to do as well, get a little more space over towards that CT side, kind of play off site, play the timing. I don't know how it's going to work out. Timing is going to be awkward. Yeah,
You hate to see it.
Wait.
Oh,
you might
unlucky.
love to see it. I don't know. This is just gone completely topsy-turvy. Gorgeous flash. Jorgamo's being a nuisance. Time's being bought, and look at Valen joining in. It ain't a one-man fight anymore. They have no idea about this additional body, and Valen can just hold this down. But they still have to control the site, which they might be doing here. Hold on, it's a 1v1, but the defuse is a problem. Bianca is going to sit this. He's not going to get off this one, surely. Not actually does. He has to. Read it so well. Valen has to rush back towards site.
Eco for G2.
They keep it in check with a second
Like, it
round.
is a
but
very,
hey,
very
this is
good
G2.
eco. And they took
That's a
3
rude
guns away from them.
awakening
They did
right
great
Trace
damage.
losing 4 players on that round is kind of crazy. The fact they only got 1 for 1 on that initial site hit. G2 then sort of switching up those players, right? Jogamo initially taking the fight up against Loking in Waterfall, only to then have him go over into the site with some really nice mid-round or post-plant decision making.
Valen, yeah, they handled this well, right?
Genuinely
With
gave him a
Jogamo
chance.
fighting and then running away to go over towards site, and then
Real
just
tight on
him
some
being
of
in
those
charge of the
opportunities,
flank.
giving those options over to G2.
Also
They
looked like
can
they
make
had a
absolute
maybe a
mountains out
little
of
read. I
molehills
don't know
there.
if when they go
Can't afford
aggro
it.
they
That was up
always have
against
4 people
classic
here,
maybe
but
Ghost
the
at
instant
most.
reactions hit over
We go
towards C
back
once
in
they
here.
go aggro A is
This is the
nice.
bonus
Might be
for
again.
Trace
Yeah, they have a
towards G2
read.
now with that nice
This
purchase
is
to come
similar
up
to
G2's prep will have told them that Trace leaves
there used to be a game.
very weak.
It was like
Usually it's
Paper Rex
just
used to
a
always go
Viper
full pass and aggro A, so
or,
people would just do this as a
Kai
reaction
hanging
every
out
single
here.
time.
Hey, Bay, hold on. There's a clone right underneath him. He's not fooled by that.
Although they don't get over towards site, a lot of Yuto's been used here.
Trent just going farming, but an early opportunity, kind of pressuring that C site, pulling over the rotation.
Yeah, I think it's important, though, that G2 do this early conditioning in the half, that they're going to show a couple of full-on C aggros, because Trace so often will be full fighting over towards that Rebel space. Then you put a pause in the mid-round, you re-clear into Rebel, and all of a sudden Trace will get a little bit less comfortable around their information. They don't really have that hold right now or any real space on that Rebel side.
Yeah, just need to start clearing some question marks. You can see the flash coming in through B, maybe just trying to get the info, but we can see where this is likely ending for G2. Very meticulous in approach, still holding that default for quite some time, about 40 seconds. Tree pressure and tree control gathered. And it's going to be there's no situation that Bianca is going to stick around too
This is
close
going to be a
on
straight up
site.
retake,
Ghost,
but
it's time to fall away
they got
from
Omen
this. Let them
Flash.
get the plant and play retake.
Omen Flash double satchel, that's pretty much it.
How committed they go into the retake, whether or not they try to deny some ult orbs or something like this. Bianca is actually going to find
20
the ghost
seconds.
shot.
They have 4 people here. They're going to fast flood off the top of the
Trace have
spike
4
here.
players ready to
Spike
go.
goes in, fast flood goes in. Flash, double satchel, pretty good. That counter flash probably just saved them from Valen.
Heybei going down makes this trickier, but an opportunity made out of nothing. Still need to chip away at the last 3 if they really want to make a go at this one. But does well, expects the counter swing, but it's Leaf holding that back line, taking away Kai. Pretty much tips this completely into their hands. This would have to be monstrous from Fang Fang. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's
not.
still
G2
very nice damage for Trace on their
just
bonus,
about
though.
get across the
It
finish
really
line
is.
there.
Sorry, shout out to Valen here. That Omen Flash, the counter Omen Flash back side really saved them. Scan side was about to go down.
How intense these rounds could end up playing. We'll see this again from Young K's perspective. The sole side anchor. Good for 1 there. But really, this sets up for a very interesting round 4 because
Leaf, yeah, I mean, Leaf was fragging out.
2 points away from the ultimate. Playing for those early ult orbs is going to be really important.
Just warming in. It's a long road ahead of them here.
Now, Valen's one of the
For aggro again.
out there.
Everyone in position to be able to react. Yeah, there goes the 4 aggro. You can see him grouping up over towards C again.
Very early rubble control this time.
Especially with such high expectations for G2 coming into the tournament. You know, we're in the last 3 finals, lost the first 2, finally win kickoff, finally have those huge expectations. For now, can just bait out this wall as they again show that early presence towards C.
This feels like consistent conditioning, but Kai's got himself a little bit of a pocket to play from here. I do want to see them be very diligent.
I mean, they get
towards
2
sites,
here,
trying
but
to make something of it. It didn't really go well. Now the follow-up is there for Hebe, but this still feels a bit brawly to me. I'm looking at the rest of the map, and everyone now having to rotate over. We're seeing them get control. That's C-side now under the G2 banner.
Really.
I don't
It was
see
nice
much
from
pressure
G2. They just
coming
let
back
them
in,
fight them,
but they're
and they
still
no
looking
one
to
like
fight on this, and
overstepped.
They do have the ult there as well.
Yeah, that's the
Trace
thing. Trace need to find some
probably.
type of pick, but also the spike hasn't been
I'm not
planted,
saying they need
so
to time out
G2
now,
are gonna have
but
to
they
walk
probably
into
need
some
to
of
talk
these
about the
angles.
fact
They have
that
no
every
flashes
single
left
time they
on
go
G2.
aggro A, there's some kind of pressure here, like the wall's getting popped within the fast
They don't even feel like they have control
10
of the
seconds
site
really
right now
since they
using
go
the
aggro
blast
A.
to their back.
Valen they're just going to be investing the smoke. Ooh, it's going to be in a little bit of chip. Decent amount of chip, but still no kill, and it's unconfirmed damage, so it's not going to be enough for them to really want to springboard in on. They're still quite comfortable here. 4 players to get through. I think you're calling a save on this.
Yeah, especially like Fong Fang Hei's got the regen.
Thoughts on the
shield
solo
going in on that
Yoru?
one too, so you
I
can
think it's
get the
okay if your Omen's a bit of a
and save that
lunatic.
going to the next round. Although that said,
Like that's how
one thing
DRX
that
are like
G2
covering
will
it
do
up.
is if they
Mako's
notice
just playing
that
a little
the
bit like a
teams they're playing
duelist.
against are buying a lot of light
I think it
shields
works
or
okay for
regen shields,
G2.
Leaf will just buy an
Because
outlaw. And it
I
doesn't
think
matter what
Jorgamo's a
agent
bit
he's
of a
playing, it doesn't
lunatic
matter if he's
also,
on
so he
attack or
doesn't
he's on
mind just sending it
defense.
in.
Like, that guy's just an outlaw
But I think
demon.
you are a
And
little
that's
bit
something
limited
to
with
keep in mind
stuff,
if you're
but
trying to play this econ game where you have a
you
lot
can
more
cover it
buy
up
rounds,
with
but
someone
are
else on
never
the team
opting
being
into
a
that.
lunatic, and normally it'll be the Omen.
G2, that's got to feel good. 4 standing, a clean round for them, kind of getting past that C puzzle as well, not getting too phased by it, even with all the Viper utility on it, and then kind of the Vice playing on it. They still made it through. So that's a pretty big tick
Is
in the
Yoru
box,
the best
I'd
against
say, going
Vice?
into
Yeah.
the rest of this game.
100%.
It just
And
owns the
G2,
wall.
They're sort of they're set up well, as we are going to be jumping into a quick timeout here.
It's a
G2 are
very,
set up
it's a
well
very nice
into this
timeout,
matchup
but it's
versus
so
Trace
obvious what they're
because
talking
they're
about, right? There's
playing
2 things.
on Lotus, which is not something
It's,
a
well,
lot of teams
it's
do,
pretty
but
much just
Pure
one thing, and
Flow
then they can
just
work out how they want to
always
handle it.
the
The fact
Vice
that
utility
C
that
is
Kai's
weak,
gonna
but
be
every
setting
single
up
time they go
towards C, and
aggro A, there's a
watch
reaction
Trace
over
play this
towards
map,
C.
over in the Chinese
So they're
scene.
either gonna
Kai
like
is set up on C
fight
pretty much
C,
every
you can
single
put the
round
same
for
wall
them.
down,
So
and then
G2
actually
by
have like a
opening
trap
up
play
strong into the C-side
for
map,
once they
throwing out
trigger
your
the
flow,
wall.
even if
You
they
could
don't
put the
exit,
Vice
they
over
just eat
towards
up those
A.
walls all
You
the
could
time.
go aggro with
It
3
even
people
speaks
instead
kind
of
of to the
4,
bigger
so that
picture of
C's
Valorant
reinforced
in
with the
general
double
at the moment,
blockers
that
of
Yoru just
Viper
feels like a
and
must-have. It
Vice.
just feels like it has
Like they got
so many
options.
answers across the board. I'm a little bit worried if I don't see further adaptation down the line, maybe in the next maps coming out from Trace, because they've had a little bit of time off here. I'd like to see them coming in refreshed and up to date with the meta as well. Like, at least we're still seeing Vice in here. Like, we're seeing some
Right.
parts of it, but I still would like to see that step up throughout, right? Because otherwise I get a little nervous here.
Because the main thing was with China playing so much earlier than the other regions, they weren't really quick to adopt the Tejo, but
Absolutely.
we have seen EDG, they had the time and they implemented the Tejo.
Okay,
it's
so we might
certainly a
not see it
possibility that we
in
get
the
it,
low buy,
moving
but probably
forward,
next round
although
we'll see it.
Abyss Pearl maybe not the most
I wonder if
Tejo-heavy
G2 are
maps
even
to
going to
prove it.
change
Lotus
anything
would
up,
have really been
or
the
if they're
chance to show
literally
that if they
just
had
doing the whole,
nice.
we're not going to change
but the
anything
other
until
thing
they
would be
prove
nice
they
would
can
be a
actually like
decent buy, which
stop
sadly
our
for
C
Trace
hit.
they're not getting here. We do have Lux Fang
We do see
still
the small
sitting
change up from
towards
Trace,
back.
right?
Still
3
has
pass
the
and
ult there.
aggro, double
Still has a little
blockers
bit to
over
play with.
towards C.
Lau King as well, going to have the Vandal, so there's a little bit of punch this.
So
I'd
maybe
like
they're
to see them
doing
try
that
and be proactive.
now as
You've
well,
got a round
and
where
maybe
you're
they
trying
do
to
that
play around these
after.
hero rifles, the remains of that previous round. Let's see if we can bring it in. But
Okay,
already
change
it
up
looks
from
like
G2
was
on this.
expecting this after the timeout.
Right, instead of the
Very
group up
deep
hit over
control.
towards C, we're still doing the decoy. And then we were just waiting for the push over towards B. Interesting that Kai was actually holding onto his wall here as well. I thought once the decoy came in, he might put his wall back up.
Hopefully going to find a corner to put. What on earth?
Wait, what on earth has gone on there?
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting away with that. I really don't. Jaw just gets away with daylight robbery to keep his life on 40 HP, but now
it didn't look great.
Bodies on the side.
Dude, they can't go through this.
Not safe. It's going to be punished already. A 2-for-1 trade out. Kai absolutely unleashing from the back of the site. A 2v3, and Trent now has to try and make his way over.
Round from G2.
From Trace, and a
well,
bit of a fumble fumble it felt from
They
Jog
felt like they
there.
could go through the
Yeah,
smoke.
honestly, like that entry sort of collapsed. Jog has to go out without really creating any space for the team. And then Trace just boxed G2 up in tree. They're ready to come out through Link. They've got players bunkering down on site and even committing the Fatal to it. Even with Sheriffs in hand, it doesn't matter. They're winning the round.
Look at this again.
It's just the quick calls coming in too, right? That smoke comes down, so now how are G2 getting out of there? They've sort of lost the Yoru. He's way in the back line now.
Yeah,
It's
they pick up a
very
lot of guns
awkward
from
for
this.
them. You can see G2
Did they
are
force
not
the issue
thrilled
so
with
much
what
they
just
didn't have
went
to
down.
send it in?
That's a rough one to lose. That's a
Um,
confidence builder here for Trace going forward. This looks like a very
What is the
explosive
change
lead
up?
towards that B
Vice?
site. I don't think you're getting out of this
Oh
alive.
my
Wait,
goodness.
they managed to hold it in the
Oh my god.
from the back line, you take
Dude, they
away
were
two.
so
This is his
tanked
side
with
already.
util, they
Maybe
just
a
didn't
third.
even
Yeah,
hear
it's
it.
a
It looked
third.
like.
He's going to make up for the last round by basically getting you another.
Oh my god, bro. Bro's just owned them.
From the ace.
That was
And a
cool though.
stark reminder of
That was cool.
man
What
can do.
what flash did they
Stars don't
tank? Was
even
it a
need to
breach
align,
flash?
He can make it all himself. And it's a formality at the
Might-
end.
it might have been the
Maybe
original,
you could cause a
um,
miracle here. Prove me wrong.
I'll tell you what, it
Yeah, or
is
a
nice
flash,
to
either
see
way.
Jog back on the big stage. The Low King with so much to do against him. Trent's got his number right on the side. That'll tie things back
It's
up
a
for
really
G2.
solid reply, and you got two people from Trace that are pretty wrecked money-wise.
It was so nice as well, right? Because you've got
The timing of the flash
jumping
hitting and him
going down
TPing was
the-
nuts. Oh yeah, it's his own flash.
trying to run him down
Oh,
and
look at
his
that.
hands, then the double flash, Jaws behind it. By the way, Jaw then, with a paranoia going up towards Heaven and the ultimate going into Link, takes the fight into Waterfall. Then as soon as Link opens up, he's flashing in there because he knows that A player is going to be flooding in.
You love to see that. That's a bit of magic from the man, but it's broken the money of Trace, and it
Pretty
feels
cool.
like they get scrappier in these rounds and take higher risks, which is fine. This is rough. Actually, it's bound to go down. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. This positioning
This
is
is nice
wild.
from
They have to
Jogamo.
evacuate. They have
Yeah,
to pull the cord
they
on
managed to kind of
that.
just pop
That
the
felt
razor
too
out of them.
threatening
It is
over
just an
towards
eco
Rubble. They
for
found a
Trace.
way
It's just a low buy.
Maybe to hold this default a second longer, try and cool
I would have
down
to
the
watch that
Jets
round
and
back.
Trace
Did
it.
they like breach flash, and then you turn the breach flash, you turn back, and there's a Yoru flash there?
But now, because Tracer
What it felt like earlier on B. Looked pretty nice. Because they tanked the Yoru flash, but honestly, it felt like they turned and then went back into it.
Somehow he's winning that fight. That's the spike and spawn.
Dude, wait, what?
Trent. And hold on, he didn't get stunned here. Jogamo actually has more of a
Jogamo
fair
has
point than he
some
would've
of the
wanted.
most
This is really
lunatic
messy.
plays
What is
with his
going
ult.
on here? Trace being super slippery about this, and he has to get out of dodge. It's a bit of a ruse because they're still heading towards A. The bulk of G2 is still working, and somehow it feels like they've accidentally tripped into the right outcome.
Yeah, G2, they want to buy some
Yeah,
time,
at least
I
spots
think,
him
for
over
Jaw to
towards A.
rotate
We've got the
back over,
plant
but
down, and the
his
plant
head going
covers
down.
the spike. I mean, this is a nice Viper bit.
Ooh, hey, babe.
Does Jonah P need to go
Jonah P
aggro
gonna
there
get
when
the
they
wind
have
knocked
the...
out of him on that.
Oh,
Jogamo
I don't think
is now
so.
making it back towards his A side. They're not
It's like, so
taking
Jonah's kind
any
of,
chances on
in a
this. Ult gonna
3v4,
come
you
on,
feel like
but
you
it's
have
still
to get a
gonna be Link.
pick.
He's got the shorty,
But then when
and
you
he's
have the
ready for it.
Viper ult,
No
I feel
Team
like
Kai on the
you
way
want to
through,
try and
gets a
keep the
reload.
numbers just so
Just
there's
a
someone
little
else that
further
can
back.
cover
Lee's
Leaf
playing this
here.
really well,
Because he
but
just
does
gets
get
owned by
found.
this.
It's all on Jaw. And again, it feels like almost an impossible situation, and they're running ults here. And Bianca was so ready.
Yeah, G2 needs to clean it up a little bit. Everyone's winning the... I mean,
believe we're seeing this now.
Trace have won 2
Trent had
low
an
buys.
absolute stinker of a round there. Jogamo on the
Yeah,
other
G2
side
needs to
of that.
clean up
This feels really out of sorts
their
for the
rounds for
G2 I
sure.
expected.
Oh no, and here you
Oh,
see it,
man.
right? Teleporting directly into the Season 8. G2 hadn't shown that fast of a look towards Rubble, so he thought he could get away with it. But then here in mid, what's going on with that? You hear the pit go down towards stairs, so you're expecting the aggro against a team that's down in numbers. I think Trace just sort of had G2's number there. Even the shorty coming out at the end was nice, but he gets taken down. Then there's a paranoia making it impossible for Jaw to play the round.
Now, this is kind of what I wanted out of this game, though, because we do
Also,
have
when
a
it comes
timeout
to
now coming
regen
from
shields
G2,
from
right?
Trace,
We've
have
got
they
a
been
super
buying them all the
scrappy
time?
Trace.
I hadn't
Now,
actually
they're
been
willing to
looking at
get
that.
kind of dirty in these rounds. They're willing to take these aggressive fights. They're willing to scrap.
I think they're just doing it when the money
over-rotate at
makes
times, like,
sense.
really take the bait,
Because
almost
Leaf
make it
likes
working. I
to
love that.
play
I'd like to see them
Outlaw a
find
lot. It's
stability
probably
in
not the
gun
best team
round
to
or
use
two,
it.
'cause it feels like, hey, let's pick up the pace now. We've got Sheriffs. Let's go for this
Yeah,
crazy
I mean, this is a
fight.
good
I'd love
timeout
to
for
see them find
G2. Just
stability.
this
I'm a
isn't
little
really
surprised at
like any
G2
kind of
being
problem
as
solving or
volatile as they
anything.
are.
This is
We've
more
seen,
just
bailout
like
round from
we
Jaw, right? That's great. That
play play as a team a little bit? Can we play together instead of making just solo stuff? Like everyone's trying to make some plays at the
Yeah, they
moment.
played up against a
Cloud9
C9
or something, right?
It looks really good then, to be fair.
but it's certainly not high up in their veto.
They're
this
like
is opening up
forcing.
that conversation that if
They're like
Trace can
forcing it
find
way too
stability here,
much.
they've already forced a timeout of G2. Maybe we get a game. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe. I'm hoping. I'm praying.
When you're winning ecos like that, you've got that sort of surprise factor. And
The good news for
honestly, when I
G2
think about
is
G2
the
as a team,
ult
I
is
think
so
they do
far away.
much better in controlled round
And they
stage, right? When
got
they've got time
two
for
like,
balance, sort of figure
well,
out what's going down.
got one
But
really
it's
decent
usually
one.
when teams are sort of
Roman ult's
blowing
pretty good
up
on
pace
attack
right
stone,
from the
but
get-go, that they can run
okay,
into
set
some trouble.
strat straight away over towards B. As we can see,
Similar hand
got
that
wall
Trace
and
was
forms.
dealt
It's
not
a
too long ago. A broken purchase,
aggro over
Stingers
towards
coming
A.
out, a
Gonna back
Guardian
this
or
up
two
with
in a
2. We got Teo damage, so they can't get over
He's got a lot
towards
of pressure on
Hobbit.
his
So they isolate one on site. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's all good. No sweat.
Yeah,
The
just
wall
wall and
goes up,
fawns
we
though.
got control. There's no
This was Trace maybe
problems
being a step ahead with the wall over towards here as well.
The half buy for them just completely falls apart. The oldest trick in the book, half buy, so you force into the B site, and Trace were absolutely ready for it. Actually, I think I really like how Trace have been sort of controlling with the early fights towards Rubble, being able to break Baby Door, go into the lane, sort of
Thing
move
floating,
back
yeah.
and forth
I've
between
never
the
seen them
B sites.
floating normally.
It's caused a lot of problems.
They normally
for
go
G2,
down
even
to the
on their
floor.
bigger buy rounds.
Now, do they get a little bit of a read on this? It's gone real quiet on the rest of the map. Now there's going to be this explosive approach towards C. Again, high pressure, high tempo, stunning, clear. G2 just shifted gears, showing some real pedigree on this one. Supplan's going to be in.
And Jonah P has the Rolling Thunder in the post plant. Trace have to sort of bait that out somehow, but I'm not sure they have the utility to do it outside of the paranoia.
This pivot to the C site was absolutely heaven sent for G2. It's still rough though, but it is that ult with Jonah P, right? That's the backbone to this round.
And Trent's just gonna be
Yeah, and Jonah can just enable Trent.
Yeah, why not? But a very early investment of the ult, and now hold on, this may not go the way they want.
Very, very nice. 3v5.
Stunning
Trace
from
gonna
him.
kick
Two
themselves
quick
for this
kills,
one
and the
for
ult in
sure.
the end does
The
find the
Seahold
impact
had
they
to
needed,
try and
and G2
get at least one there.
Beautiful, beautiful
3v5, devastating. 3v5 against a low buy.
A messy round at the start, but I think they've really pinpointed that C is going to be the
great
weakness
shot from him.
for Trace consistently. When they've been able to get onto that side, it's not been an issue. I also think the C anchors from Trace have played it the
Yeah,
same
it was a
way
nice
every
shot.
round. They've played
The
back
breach
and
done
back,
owned them.
and then they push up onto top site and try to look down on you when you come through the wall. And G2 have been very successful in picking off that
There's been
player.
some mad rounds at the moment.
And now
Just
for a
everyone's
team that
winning the
we've
low
kind of
buys.
given the credit of being quite a thinking man's team at times.
I feel like there's been more low buy wins than there has actually like full buys.
How they want to approach it. Because for G2, they can kind of set and paint the scene however they want early. We've got pressure. Hold on. Does this man get to live? No, he does
Yeah,
not.
this is nice from
draw
G2 as
first,
well.
but
They change up.
over
They actually let them go
control, and they've
aggro
already
A.
put a
They know that the
problem towards A
rotate's
side.
going to go in because they've been hitting over towards C. And C should be reinforced, so people are going to rotate more free. And then they just catch the Omen pretty much solo.
But G2, it's very rare they'll just
It's a good
get
change up from
over
G2.
accelerate into you. And especially after, I think, what they remember of the pistol round with that second layer of fighting. I think G2 were almost waiting for Trace to play their hand or overplay it even.
And it's a very fair shout, right? That pause. You get a man advantage, just pause for a second, see if maybe Trace do try and get that pick back.
It's just all from the conditioning, right? They conditioned them to
Now,
feel
I
like they
kinda
have to
that
go
pushed out towards Mound on the
fast
C site.
rotate
They've
over
got an
towards
early
C.
warning system there. Maybe it's a little tricky for Heybei, obviously, on the Viper, but that's fine. I don't mind
See,
it.
this is
But
definitely
still,
what
it
the
allows them this
timeout from
security
Josh
to
was
keep
about.
2 players on this A site at least.
But you think about it, it's when those individual players from Trace have pushed forward, whether that was Bianca into front B or whatnot, they found success here. A little 1-2 punch setup. Jonah P. looking high, finding 2
Close,
kills.
man. Imagine he got another. He's actually made it pretty doable. And Fade-Eye went over towards here and spotted no one, so they kind of might feel like this is empty.
Silent drop.
Yeah, they have no idea. Hold on. He's close enough. Hold on, he's got one. A
Bro,
1v2.
so
Heybei,
close
have you
to
got
a
it in
double.
here?
33
Have you
HP,
got
that's
the capability
unlucky.
to pull this one off? Trent, though, again in the post plant here. Down a little low, but that's fine. Leaf the one to really do
I mean,
the
right
damage.
enough and nothing would stop.
First attempt made. Doesn't care. He's going to have to care. Yeah, that's going to force you off, but he's actually made this feel a little
Oh my god,
doable.
Trent.
Trent was just like, no, I'll die for
dude.
this one.
If he
No worries,
didn't
okay.
get it,
G2?
it could have, like, you know, that's the thin line of where you look like a genius or you look like a moron. And that was so close. That was so close.
They are making G2 work for this. We are seeing
Because
that
look at
throughout,
his
but I do
HP.
have
I
to
feel
give
like he
credit
kills
to
him when he's
that
on like
nice
2.
pause of the tempo reset,
Yeah,
still
1.
affecting
Literally kills him when he's on
Kratos'
1.
tree, like, they're managing these fires that keep breaking out over this map.
It's also G2 realizing that they're not just supposed to instantly fight into Rubble. They wait out that Seasonade combo, then re-clear it. Do well with Low
This
King,
was
but
just a cool
again, it'll be that
round
same
from
volume
G2 though, and it looks like they want to do it again maybe.
Light by, Combo's getting right up in it.
He's clearing this
Okay,
so
Omen
far.
Flash
He's
gets
got a pocket
used.
to
Keep
play
an
for.
eye on Hebe. Goes aggro over towards C once they realize they're fighting over towards A. A solid off angle, just missed the shot.
On that one. Not to be, Valen clears through diligently. Next in line, Kai. Hard to make the Sheriff's work here, and unfortunately the worst target to find out the pack. So he has to respect this and back away. This looks solid from G2.
Yeah, we'll see.
Stylo with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you.
The early chip damage down. Feel a little bit confident. G2 have played pretty heavily off-site in these
Yeah,
plants.
and G2 have been really good at getting like better plants. If you watch their Lotus at the moment, like because they do this Viper smoke that's a little bit deeper, it means that they can always kind of plant here, and sometimes they're even like planting here with a wraparound also.
That almost kind of lean back a little heavier on trying to pressure those backlines because Leaf. I know it's only Sheriffs and they're like, you know, barely half HP, but he looks kind of stylish with what he's doing here. Just farming him up. Why not? Get some confidence builders. Work towards the ult. Pretty close.
You know, I don't know if Leaf is lacking in confidence necessarily.
That's a fair point.
This guy was tearing it up in America. It's really the standout player for G2. Kind of stealing the show a bit from Jogamo, because obviously like the hype was Jogamo.
The sound on YouTube? I think just restart it if you're on YouTube. Just refresh and it should be okay.
In reality, it has been Leaf, whether
Zondi, thank you for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this smoke here that they throw over towards C, it looks hard to play against.
Well, there's not two. I mean, you've got one away from Kai's there. You've got two away from Fung Fungs, but on the other side, you're looking at Trent having theirs. And I'm just kind of like waiting to see if they have something in mind with this for G2. We're still.
Yeah, big change up from Trace on this one. They get the Odin out, and it's one of the first times where we don't actually see them try and go aggro A. They want a late trap play over towards C.
Maybe the adjustment for this
Or
C
they
lane
do it pretty early.
consistently coming out. A proactive and an aggressive Kai to kick
Oh,
things
they want
off.
an
With
Angel.
Trent gone, it
Ended up
does
being a
remove
50-50
away
Angel.
A lot of that utility late round that G2 would have loved to have had.
I love how mobile Trace are here too. After they get the first pick, they're actually kind of abandoning the C site. Very happy to play retake with that. You look at the Nightfall, you look at the Visult. Sure, you can play that retake. Bolstering up that A defense, because Bianca on his own with the Odin, maybe not the best.
Okay, Leafs looks like Leafs made the call here.
Switch set up with Fung Fung backstairs. You're going to be in a great spot.
Leaf is going looking.
I could see a world where
I mean, these
Valen
three
tries
can
to
get through the
ult online
wall.
here too, just to blow up the round in the post plant.
Here we go.
Yeah, all three go through. Visol's going to hit everyone apart from Jonah P.
You could even try to dodge the Visol with it.
And I love the deep smoke coming down from Lau King as well, kind of creating that pressure through towards door. It kind of makes them fight forward, which they're willing to do. It's G2, they want a bit of aggression, but it's Leaf to try and draw the blood, but it's a 2-for-1 trade out. Trace have the numbers.
This was nice from them as well. I know they have the number advantage and they had ults in it as well, but I love just how Lau King is just aggro over towards C, and then once they take the site, then he's opening the door, creating pressure with the smoke that kind of forces. Who was it? Trent, maybe?
Trace. I really am.
Might have been Jonah, just away.
Side Lotus, they put up 5 already.
Casual AF with the prime, thank you for the 7 months, mate.
Just put in context here
Appreciate
how
you.
good G2 have looked. They have looked outrageous coming into this. The new meta
it's
suiting
Jonah.
them well, the map pool looking good. Yeah, they had their
Yeah, this is a
perma
great
map, but that's
retake.
fine. Everything else looked brilliant. I want to see them look dominant here. This was the best opportunity, though, for Trace, I would say. This Lotus map pick was always going to be there. This could completely change.
Not
But eventually it's shown that
Hyper,
they can draw blood on G2, but they
Hyperion?
have to keep
Is
it
that how I'm
going.
saying this? With the
G2
prime?
now
Thank
sitting
you for
at
the
6
3
to
months.
5, still with the lead. Hebe under pressure early, and that pressure is coming fast.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed stun there with Valen's TP to see if they can catch that early aggro. Well played by Hebe to not overextend, but he's in a hole.
Okay, force you
now.
out into the
So his TP
open,
gets taken,
and then...
Valen's in there. No idea! Perfect pinch, perfect use of the
Okay,
ult.
that's a nice shot, though.
But they're fighting back.
Damn.
Trace, they don't care.
Honestly,
They just barrel
pretty
into the
sick
site
on
and
this
bring
one to
them
make
back
it into a 2-on-2.
No
I
right
like
to do
the
that, but somehow make it happen.
I
Now
like the
G2
hit.
on that
Dude,
one.
they
want
ended
the
up
time on their
they ended up
side.
using
Some
the
advantage. Leaf is
Vice
prowling,
mollies against them.
in the
It
ult
worked out like
himself.
way better than they
BNK
thought it was
praying
going
this out.
to.
This spray works. They're gonna walk this. They're absolutely gonna walk this. Oh my
Ooh,
god!
spots
that was
both
so
at
close.
least.
Trent's the one to get it, and now just one man against the two. A brutal altar walk in.
Hello?
Leaf, you okay?
Drops the pit.
I don't know about that one.
Trent left in a world of trouble. The cross ain't pretty, and this is now getting messy. This is looking like
Ooh.
composure's on the line. We've got the utility coming out, and the pressure is there.
Damn,
Trent
time?
goes down. Unbelievable, but does he have the time? Yeah, he does.
Ooh,
He
it's
absolutely
close.
does. That That is gonna look close, but I swear to you, he's got this one.
No, he doesn't.
G2 just about getting away with it. Bloody hell.
Unbelievable. He
Because
was on a tear
Banzi was
too,
so
sprinting
sure about
back
it.
to
I was like, I thought we
respawn.
saw the bubble,
Wins
but
the fight, but can't secure the round. And I mean, look, this started off
damn, that's
beautifully
really
for
cool though.
G2, going for
The
fight in the back,
Teo all
win it like that
into the TP when you
makes
know
you
that
sit on the
area
edge
is
of your
like
seat going into the
clear,
second half.
and then also if there is a smoke there, he can see the person in the corner through the smoke for them to spam, and they had the Teo damage there as well. So it's been pretty good. It's definitely some of the anti-ecos have been a little bit stressful, but
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000
spreading
in value.
misinformation.
Only on Verizon.
Banzi was so sure. He was so sure. G-Man 4769 with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I'm just gonna mute Minch. G2, no, they had a really good half, and I think the timeout after at 4-4 was pretty important. Like then they started fighting over towards late rubble, because they definitely were looking a little bit rough at the beginning. I feel like that timeout will really save them. G2 and Trace both look better than Vitality. It's hard to tell because it's map dependent. The Vitality will look a lot better, dude, because they got that free demo on Fractured to look at.
Five to 7. Is it enough? G2 were pressured here. They do come out at least with a scoreline lead, right? They've got a couple rounds to play with.
Do you think DRX look the best at the moment?
Really
Kinda.
rounds, right? These
Them and EDG probably looking the best. I still have a lot of faith in G2 just because their map was so big. But EDG, you kind of don't want to play against EDG at the moment. They might have new comps on every single map with like good theory behind it and good plans.
Already G2 are ready to fight early into this A side.
Oh, that is indicative, isn't it? Look how deep that util goes. Jorg,
dude, it ended up being a
just
really good half for from G2.
Maybe just sitting towards this as long as he fancies.
1-0 on the pistol, managed to get 7. And it was 4-4 at one point.
Notice that Jonah P has rotated over on the B side and didn't use stun in that opening volley. So if Trace try to exec into C, that could be every single player stunned up and ready to fall to this high-low setup G2 have going.
Are they trying to contact in on this? Like, there we go. Okay, they were real close on that smoke. They do
Yeah,
get to
just
beat
a
the
full
utility,
retake on this
so
one though.
managing to make it towards that C side. Heybei's punished.
Dude,
Jorg on
what
the
a
other
nightmare
side
now
of the
because
map.
do you
Jorg's
fast
over there for a
head
long
over
old
towards
time.
C?
Now,
Well, you know it's a
I don't think it's gonna pull
4v4.
anyone away. They've had almost too much success towards this C site. That's done, and there's
What
gonna
are
be
we looking
almost
at?
a retake here. Leaf walks in, knocks down the door. The plant's in, but what does that matter? Heybei, the last one to try and do anything, and he was noted a million miles away. Yeah, he took down
Smoke
Jormo, but you ain't gonna get
Orns.
this round. Valen gonna be sitting
You're
on this
here,
defuse, and he's dealt with.
and you're
Trex
not
there.
expecting them to
G2
push through once
somehow
you
make
see
that
the
look
stun.
easy.
Yeah,
That
I'm
looks
telling
so
you, Leaf
odd.
is the player to watch in
That
this
looks so,
event.
so
Man is
odd.
on an
Okay, 1-1 for
absolute tear. I
pistols.
think he's what 16 and 7 right now on his opening map. And G2 knows.
I mean, Leaf
right,
obviously
as
did
soon as
great,
Heybei hit
but
that door over towards A. Look, they're down in numbers, but we have
he
a
was kinda
4v4
gifted
on
a
site
freebie,
right
yeah.
now. It's time to go, and it worked perfectly for them.
Yeah, this just unbelievable. Leaf just in any of these situations, you look so clean with it. I
Yeah.
don't understand.
I feel like Valorant right now is just a mini game where it's trying to get timings through smokes as often as possible. At least finding them right now.
That's gotta feel so good to pick up the pistol in that fashion as well after such
Yeah,
a like,
I don't know what I
won't say
don't know what I
muddy
missed
first
there.
half, but it was pretty like volatile, right? Very much up in the air. Some messy-ish rounds coming down to get a nice, clean start to things. Got to feel good. That should open up the gateway for a couple more rounds here as well. We've got the Stingers out, we've got the Outlaws coming out, Guardians, bits and bobs, and nothing invested from Trace. So, hey, if they can get a plant, they get a kill or two. Brilliant. I like the idea. Oh, look at this crunch.
Ooh, that's nice.
That's so
Is it really cool timing the
so
Omen flash?
crafted. And it does put Valen in a little bit of a predicament, but that's the spike. So
But keep
they
an
do
eye on
need to
the
go on a
Lark again.
recovery mission, and Valen's got to play this right. He doesn't want to fall here. Could get overwhelmed. Doesn't. Keeps composed all the way through. Sadly, it feels like kind of a bit of a cursed chalice. I like
Yeah, this is
one
the luck that we're talking about, and this is twice now. So G2 are at one point gonna have to be have to be careful for this.
You gotta be kidding me. And yeah, we're pushing through smokes, but at the end of the day, G2 just high rolling on luck there and taking down Trace, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely nat 20
Yeah, it's
the
nice
whole
for
way
G2.
through. This
It's
is
nice for
from
G2 as well
I like
because they've
this already,
found a
seeing
Lark
what
twice
they're coming through
also.
with. There was a little bit of danger.
They're gonna have to be on top of the Lark.
That nice crunch towards Waterfall there. There was so much
We might
threat
just
towards that,
see
which they were able to
a
navigate
clash at A
nicely.
here.
Valen just impossible to pin
Because
down.
G2's comp has to go aggro C or aggro A.
Keeping them
Normally
guessing,
aggro
and that
A.
spike being dropped where it was just felt like that poison
And then
chalice.
Trace
Whoever
will,
touched it just
against another
let that
Sentinel
in.
comp, you just want to go aggro A anyway.
Throw smokes and whatever, it's not gonna work. Yeah. Trace now, though, they've got to bounce back into this round. Otherwise, it is falling apart. And importantly, with buying a few pistols there for Trace, they've got 2 players on regen shields coming in. There's an Outlaw that's stuck around. So
Trace at least go aggro A.
Forcing 5 rifles here
But
instead of
G2
Guardian heavy.
do a trap play over towards B.
It could be an issue.
Here
Let's see if
A
it becomes
sound
one
insta-react by
that's yet to be
walking over towards B.
decided.
And at the same time, so they lose A control, they get B control and C control. We do a stun, deeper, damage, and we clear this. Yeah, Jorgamo's the Sow on an island. Probably had his TP, but
That's the site open.
He got the shot on Feng Feng, but heavy armor only
it was
down
just
to
a
10
bonus.
HP.
And I imagine next round you're just going to see a
Super
clash on
aggressively up
Rubble.
towards heaven.
10 HP. He's going for this on 10 HP.
Rayu, thank you so much.
Cleared
Thank
out
you,
as
thank
well,
you.
I don't know.
You feel like Sentinel's tends to support second
I'll
at the
shut my
moment.
mouth. I'll shut my goddamn mouth. I'm so sorry.
I mean, you're
Play
always
what
going to
you
miss
want
tens
with
with the
your
number
10
that he
HP.
puts
Get
up,
aggressive.
I wasn't
to be
familiar
honest.
with his game.
And now we are.
I think Narrate
it is getting down
isn't
to that
showing
kind
full
of,
potential at the moment.
Deeper end of the round. Valen's position could still get the pressure going, but you can hear that clock ticking. Time is running low, and the 10 HP demon is still striking. Valen just, I think he's trying to achieve maximum damage at this point if he can. Take away these rifles.
Yeah, I'm in an extra gun here.
Isn't going to be really going his way anymore.
10 HP?
Bloody hell. What
Nice shots.
earth is that man made of?
One away.
Steal? I don't know.
So it's
The
weird
Hero's
because
unkillable. He was on 10 HP
Whole time
one
for
orb
fight,
away,
whole time.
the C orb is normally easier. So they might feel like they can just go C.
Oh, that was even a refight after he'd been tagged. Getting the kill on Jog.
Just didn't care.
Dude, he's doing so much.
I guess if you just hit the headshot, what does it matter?
Yeah, all of them are
don't
10
know.
HP.
Yeah, look at this guy, just light work for him. He's so cool.
Yeah, doesn't
under
even
it.
need full
Okay,
HP.
Trent's got all any others nearby. Nothing massive.
Dude, I'm worried for
here.
G2 if they don't start.
Okay, nothing they can bang
Like,
on
maybe
straight
they have
away,
a
but this
punish
is
for
the round
this.
they want to be really focusing on, right? The bike's
I'm not
coming
sure
out
they can
both
let them
teams,
take
looking
it
in a
for
much
free.
better position. Real quick tempo coming out here too.
G2 sort of
Okay, we got a
showing this
punish.
ultimate, going for a
All at the
refight.
back, we got Teo
Okay,
damage
and they're trying to
claws.
go for this one, but do they clear it diligently? Yeah, they do. Trent's
Is
on
a-
the
is a
case.
nice punish.
Quick double picked up. That's Feng Feng gone. That's Lao King gone. That's some big players removed from this. You've lost the ult. You've lost your smokes, kinda. You're left down with Kai Hebe and Bianca.
And then
This is
instant
not an
reaction is
easy
the
round
drone
anymore.
as well, so they can hold over towards B. So I think Jorgamo's a little bit isolated, but he can TP out.
No HP, and yeah, not gonna work. Or you walk into an Odin, or there's a flank coming in. There's just nothing you can do correctly in this round. It's all falling to pieces.
Yeah, no good outcome. There's no good death. There's no good death. There's no nice way to go here. It just feels inevitable.
Look at the
man, it's
util.
over.
Util dumb bullets. That's wild.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Just
from
accepted
G2,
it,
though.
essentially.
I was a little bit worried about that.
This was a cool
initially,
little play,
but then
though.
The follow-up util coming out from Trent was stunning.
Teo or
Absolutely.
yeah, because I
And
was
to me,
worried
the
that they
thing that's
weren't
really interesting about
actually
watching
fighting
how
them and just
G2
giving them the
structure their
space, but this was a
defensive
great
sides.
little play.
They'll sort of play similar rounds back to back. You think to the pistol in round 2, they showed 2 very active looks towards the A site. Then round
He
3,
TPs.
it's
He
nobody
TPs
really
from
on A,
one
it's just the
salvo
Yoru,
into the
and
other.
they're pushing out through C. So this round,
That's
they
sick.
only show the Yoru at the start, and it comes with that
Dude, this
refight
was a
that
stack
Trace just
replays
wasn't
as well.
expecting at all.
10 rounds, you can see the smiles starting to break out. They've made it to double digits. They forced the timeout for Trace. It's kind of when you start knowing you got him on the ropes a little, right? That was the big round, right? That could have been a pivot round in my mind, and you literally have Trent just running through him. There was nothing that they could do about it. By the time they got out of that massacre, they were down to 3 and half of them half HP. So now let's kind of like take pause here. We were kind of,
this is a hard timeout
here.
Yeah.
To very high standards, I think. Because they are coming in as one of the teams that a lot of people would tip to look the best, at least in the start of the year. A lot of people
Every
really
seed one is winning at the moment.
the
Yeah.
start of this half.
Yeah. The seed one's looking good.
More in my mind. The first half was still very much anyone's game, I felt. Trace very much in touch here, but coming back in, G2 look way more in control.
Yeah, again, G2 on defense is just a different beast. They're so good at controlling rounds, but I want to see what the pivot is from Trace coming in, because I think the big thing
Trace want to fight here
is how
heavier.
Jonah P just holds onto his stun so frequently for those refights. That came into play with the Teo ult in that last round.
Did you look
as well.
insane?
So
Ever since this
Trace is
timeout, they've
making a better
looked.
job of not
Where was the
overcommitting into
timeout?
space
Was
and
it
trying to
here?
see if they can maybe bait out that
Is it here?
ability.
4-4. Yeah.
Running into
Ever
these
since
sort of
this timeout, they look great.
trap pieces that G2 like to go for.
It was a slow start though.
Split to start with, however.
See, the irony is they show the stun immediately here because they're not actually playing on this side of the map. And so now Trace come out of that timeout.
I like
they
this
don't
timeout
really
from
have
Trace. It
that
looks like they know that they are getting A for
now they're walking
free
into a
early,
potential trap
so
with
they
that
actually
double
just
flank
have
coming
3
out through
people
C.
ready to pop over
I am
towards
worried about
B.
Flank, and I'm so glad we're seeing G2 explore this. I kind of wanted Trace to do it, but on the hunt here,
Very nice. There's a gun down. Does he want to gauntlet run and try and get it? Like, you would imagine it's being protected by someone. We've got a 2-person push behind, but
It's the flank of Jonah
they at least
P
get the
over on A.
info
Those
of it.
two fights are what could get G2 back into the round. First one goes their way, second
It's
one
a
doesn't.
really
Trace still has a great
important
chance
kill.
Yeah, and Jorgamo's now
I'm
in no
worried
man's
that
land.
they're
He's a million
all over
miles out
towards
from
this
this
spot
one, but
though.
he's
Need
gonna
to
through
get
back
Heaven
door. They
control
kind of
back.
Split over towards that blue room, trying to take over some security towards CT. Trace almost exchanging paces here, but G2 do need to start going. They see this get moving. Jorgamo going to take that
dude, he
step.
can
Start
stick
getting
this
towards
now.
the side. Hey-Bay being a problem. We're starting to see them
Dude,
really
Hey-Bay,
up
what a
here.
round,
Trace,
man.
it's getting messy again,
What a
and they win
round.
out.
Won the important
That
jewel
pivot
over
to
towards
B
A, and then
could
won
have
both
gone
of the jewels on site.
Absolutely topsy-turvy the whole way through. There was
That was
so many
impressive.
opportunities for G2 to
This was a great
turn the
timeout from
screws a
them.
little more,
Realized they
but
were getting A
somehow,
control for
some way,
free, so they just send 2
win
people
out
there,
in
make it
so many
look
of
like
those
they're still heavy
situations.
taking A, but then just have
Just
3
an
ready to bust with
absolute
the Razor
hunter
over
here.
towards B.
Heat-guided missile to take out Trent at the start of the round, but really it was this shot onto Jonah P from Hey-Bay. It turns into a 3K for him, but it also just opens up that extra angle into sight on the post plant. That was just too much for John Valen to deal with.
A little frustration, but a good step for Trace though. Get back in this game a bit more.
Okay, and this is the first, dude, it's wild. This is the first time we've actually seen like salvos and any kind of pressure over towards A. The first time the G2 have made it look like they're playing this area.
Sort of tempting the space right now. Again, there still is that stun ready to go, but G2 often will play a little bit softer towards this space. You see Jaw as a TP ready towards stairs. Decided to fake that one and send another one back into the site instead. G2 are going to try and hold on to Tree in this post, or in this actual site hold once Jaw leaves the area, but we'll see if BNK can actually find him here. Defense wall goes up. Not playing right on the other side, takes his timing through. That is perfect.
No way, got out of there. That was sick.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was dreaming of happening. Now going back in with the
Euro
ult as well.
ult
He wants
spots
more.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's all of them.
That's everything you dreamed of. Jorgamo, nothing short of divine intervention could save Trace now, and maybe they're going to get it, but it's Trent. Take away Hey-Bay, and Jorgamo in the back line is going to
this
keep them
double,
crunched here.
they
Trent's
just
the one to
high
kill
lowered
him,
on
but
site
it's
here
Jorgamo
next to each
seeing all
other.
of them as well. Fung's gone, even just one alive. A 1v3 required. No easy task, no spike. They're ready for him.
He's ulting for it.
They're trying to block.
But he only has 20 seconds. He still has to fight these players.
He has to go back for this, and they're waiting patiently.
It's
G2,
nice, though.
all too aware
This was
of the
really, really
plan.
good. Shout out to Jorgamo though, they did great. I felt like the double hold from Trent and Jonah P was awesome as well. We might see on the replay. And just melting everyone at door together.
Timing, and if you get the kill, you win the round. It's exactly what it meant for Jaw
Yeah,
right there.
these two had it unlocked.
And then having the ultimate as well to again just have full information of what Trace were doing on the map. So they can get those walls starting to close in.
It just feels like this whole map is closing in here for Trace. It's starting to capitulate a little.
Yeah,
under
I mean, this is
pressure.
their last real go
11
at it.
rounds now for G2. This was your chance, boys. If you wanted
They're
to
going to
make
have
a
like
go at this one,
2,400
this was
next
the
rounds.
stand.
They're going to have nothing.
Fall a little short, looking a little desperate there.
That'll
though,
do it.
Valen, and Leaf going down. I'm a little surprised, but Trent is still trying to keep this competitive.
Jonah P is really trying to bust a move over to that C side as the A-Lurker
Do they go back?
finds the kill. Jonah P blinded up, can't hear anything. He really needed to take a timing into the site, but now all eyes fall onto Trent here. That'll be the first one, and still no
The
spike
2v4
planted.
at its
This could
peak.
be a monstrous round for Trent.
They're
He
kind of
still
low
has
HP.
util. He has a nice bit of
Lokeswall, thank you
positioning
so much
to
for the
play
tier
from.
1. Thank you, thank you.
Flashes on Jonah P as well. Right now, Trace just buying time so that Hebe could actually regroup with the team, and the whole while, G2 are concerned that that flank could still be coming in.
Trent take this moment. This big opportunity here. Smoked off though here. Considering the util. Ult gonna come down, denies plant on this, and he does get a little closer off the flash.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the
Coming out
Viper ult
from
kind of gives
Jonah
him a lot
P.
of
Trent
space.
is now very close by, and they have no idea. Trent is just a step away.
Well, they only have a pixel to plant with.
They have so little. And the jump spot, very diligent from BNK.
Hey, that was
Let's
pretty cool
double
for
check
Trace
on
how
this.
they
Trent
handled
is so
that.
close. He's looking
You
for
can't go
kill.
for a plant
He's
there,
looking
you
for a
madman.
pixel out of place, and he's being given
Guys, you
nothing.
have to
But
push
Trace
through this
looking
ult or
hesitant,
drop the
trying
ult.
to walk through the ult. They
Okay.
get the reward. Jonah P goes down, leaving just Trent alive. But this man looked good, but it's not good enough.
Dude,
Halfling's there.
they almost tried to
And even in all
plant
that
for a
hesitation,
mount.
they keep their
That was
cool and
wild.
stay
And they actually
in
handled
this
it pretty
game.
well in the end.
Hebe took a beautiful time.
It got
period.
scary, though.
One player reloading, so knew he had a 1v1 on site. Wins that one and secures the round, because that was so chaotic. I mean, the Vipers pit on site.
They didn't need to.
Don't
No,
forget
I mean,
also
they
found
they
that
fought
kill
here. Like, he had
on
they
the A
fought
side of the
committed.
map. But there you go. Here's
They
that
had to
reload.
they had to either fight or drop
Doesn't
the
waste
pit,
a
and
moment with
they
it.
fought.
Okay. Okay. Step by step, they've broken the money now, but there we do have an ult here for G2. If you've got anything creative to bring out, just to checkmate to 12. Maybe go for a bit of it, let's see. Trace, you're going to give us a game here. Big gateway round for them. Jorgamo would be the first to be challenged.
Is this an eco? If Trace lose this, they're kind of done because their money's just in the bin.
And you can see why.
Oh, guys, not
Valen
against
there,
the eco.
nothing to really
There's
force him
a
off this.
one-way here
Trace,
against the low
what's
buy.
going on? You've just lost 2 players. You haven't made it past the starting blocks.
It's just a mess.
I hate
and
teams
with
that
where
do
Fung
this.
Fung's body dropped,
Every time,
Valen now has a
like
rifle
teams
in hand.
would lose so many less ecos
Tracer
if against an
so
eco they'd
spread
like
apart.
B,
I mean,
C, D
if they want
folded.
to weigh back in this round, they almost need to
Especially
ask
with this
Hebe, hey, can
comp,
you go
like a
get kill
Prowler
over on
clears
A side again?
all of this.
Do something.
I feel like I talk about it every
Yes,
Lotus.
but there's still obviously the threat of Leaf here, but he only has that frenzy. So maybe they can start building towards this A site.
If anything, falling back there sets up G2 to win this round even more. Because now you've got a potential crossfire going from
They
stairs
might have
and
been scared
up
because
A.
of the trap play, I guess, in terms of like the stun damage they
Play
do here.
as together as possible
You
here
could
to
still have someone here.
Use the fact they've got numbers.
This is so goddamn tense, though. Trent here, waiting. Angle's good, shots
Ah,
better.
such a devastating way for Trace to lose this. Dude, Trent is having a... Trent has been incredible this year, by the way. It's wild how good he's
To
playing.
get to 12.
Yeah, you'd think G2 got bored with Trace winning all those ecos in the first half. Coming in here with a fire under them. I mean, Trent.
I mean, he said my ideas are crazy. I mean, yeah, we spoke about that earlier. We watched it. Mate, he's the one losing to it sometimes as well, though, so... I don't know what that says about him. That's all I'm saying.
Cooked the round completely.
Starting to show a little bit more of that pedigree there, that potential with G2. Looking deadly.
Okay.
They near on have the
4 chances, and I
hand
don't
of
think
ults
this
as well,
is going to
depending
get
on barring
much
Jorgamos.
lower.
They've got everything they need. A broken buy for Trace, but hey, this is what happens when you play up against some of the best in the world here. You got to deliver where it matters. Trent, very deep with the utility. This map feels tiny for Trace.
Trace, they've got the Visol to play with, but Jaw's trying to get right up in their face. He's going for
Oh, God.
Oh, this man's looking
The
nasty.
timing
This
is
the moment
wild.
the Jorgamo is
He's
all
out
showing. How's he
again.
getting out of there? How
How's everyone alive?
What is this bloodbath we are witnessing?
Don't really
Jonah P,
like the
he
breach ult
fancies
too much,
going
but
in.
it does give them a
This is
lot
a
of space. So
mental
honestly, with this comp, I guess they don't have any kind of force them into these.
G2 are still hanging around, though. They're still fighting for this space beyond K and Fung Fung. We're going to take them down and open up this site.
Force them back into place. Force them to heal a little. That's too far. G2 wants to remember there's some fire with these Trace boys.
Look at Leap.
Nice shot.
Hanging out here.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Looking for more.
Oh, Trace is such a devastating game for them to lose. Oh my goodness, some of these rounds are
He
brutal.
reads around and Kai
Really, really
from high
brutal.
hopes. So what could
So
he
like
do?
a
Corner with a shorty and
3v5,
a
this
leaf.
one's a 2v5.
25 seconds.
Oh, just that taste of potential for Trace there. Maybe
Yeah,
the
he did
game
good though.
could've
Dodged the
continued,
boom
but
bot, but the
Leaf, I
boom bot
think,
also
might have
missed,
crushed this
so it
one.
didn't
Look at the
proper
spike.
clear
And
everything.
Kai has to try and fight. He does.
15
13
seconds.
You gotta go now, Kai. It's game on.
Oh god! Even this as an ending is nuts as well. Alright. And that was one of the maps that honestly Trace had to win in my opinion. So devastating.
What a beast! Taking down 3 there. The round was completely lost from G2.
Yeah, I thought he was just gonna run
keeps
away,
his
man.
head
Time was
high
so low.
and carries it through.
It was a big timeout at 4-4. They look G2 kind of stabilized after that timeout, no doubt.
Water. How do you guys say water? Water. I say it with a D as well. Water, water, water. Can I get a bottle of water? Water. Can I get a water? Water. Can I get a water? Can I get a water? Dude, I feel bad for our voice comms editing. We're just stupid.
Water? I mean, they said it right every single time. What do you mean? Damn, it's ad is loud. Dude. Water? Yeah, water. I think I got to pronunciate it, but bottle of water. Yeah. 2-0 again. I mean, maybe Trace can have a curveball. No doubt. Right, let me upload this. One Lotus. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
I'm standing here right now with Josh of G2. Now, the boys look very calm. They look very steady on stage. I've heard many coaches say that, you know, high emotions, whether good or bad, can sometimes massively impact judgment. I wanted to ask how that, you know, balance, that calmness on stage is able to help G2, especially during rounds that look like at first it might not be going your way, and then you guys manage to turn it around.
Well, as a coach, you always want to get like a temperature check on your players, and knowing that this is the first game on stage in front of a massive crowd, like I knew like energy is not going to be an issue, and it's more about being calm. So the advice that I've been giving is just, hey, let's be calm, let's have like a fighter's mentality when things go wrong, and let's just correctly diagnose problems, just solve it. It's just another day in the another day in the office, right? We just take care of business.
Another day in the office in Thailand this time around. Well, good luck to you guys.
I am so glad Josh RT was calm through that map, because me, Achilles, and Mimi were not. We were screaming because what was going on, especially in that final round.
Final round was absolutely absurd. The way the 1v1 goes down, the steal, I don't know. It was crazy.
It was muddy throughout. There was some crazy moments on both sides, some crazy clutches. Very limited actual like full rifle rounds from both of these teams because of how back and forth it was. But it was certainly entertaining, if nothing else.
It was super entertaining. So let's revisit some of those entertaining rounds, around 4 and 12.
Yeah, I think that G2, these were some of the rounds that highlighted what their game plan was going in. You're playing against a Vice comp. The strength is how powerful that Yoru clone is. Here, Bates had all of the utility, then G2 goes into a late execute, Trace tries to hard anchor, they lose a couple critical gunfights, and, well, the round falls apart for them. And I think we saw that game plan manifest in a few of these rounds for G2. But the issue was, in the late rounds, like you said, Seth, things were getting muddy. G2 had to rely on their individualism, on players stepping up to go for individual clutches quite a lot, but they were able to do so and still win out these rounds, even if it wasn't the most beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, but I like the ideas that they're bringing to the table with this composition. That play here at the very beginning in particular, kind of using that Armageddon as cover for Valen, then TP into the site, gets that backstab. Things get very wonky throughout, and it nearly goes the way of Trace here at the end to make it a 6-6 half, but just narrowly not enough time to be able to get that defuse off. But so while there's some things to tighten up for sure, I like the direction, the creativity that's being brought forward here by G2.
But for Trace, this was a tough one because they were really struggling in the even rifle rounds, right? They had a lot of situations where they were in man-up situations and players made individual mistakes, got caught out of position. G2 capitalized and they kept on losing those key rounds, and what was at times a winnable game kind of snowballed out because of these late rounds.
Unless Jogamo was alive, because when he was alive, it was always winnable. Let's take a look at this.
Gemma Yuki, think I wasn't going to check this time.
Right off the bat.
Thank you so much for the gifted, bro. Appreciate that.
Certainly in this match.
Yeah, and this is off the back of kind of a failed entry attempt that happened over at A, but John just kind of
Do you know what it was as well? The mods were
over
typing
on
too
A
much.
side, and he just says, right, I'm going to go ahead and break open this site. Gets a gorgeous flash into the TP. Just go ahead and absolutely just assassinate everybody. Gets himself to 4K. Can't get the ace. The crowd was chanting for it, but unfortunately, shut down there.
Always the mods fault. What do you think about the Trace coach? Dude, he wants to win, man. That video of him is pretty cool, to be honest.
With Jojimo, when he went on his champs run, when he was playing the Rays, he was taking over games constantly then. But that wasn't the case in this match, or really much of this season at all. Playing the Yoru, he has to be a lot more sacrificial, take risks on teleports like that. And sometimes it looks amazing, like it did in that round, and other times he's just dying early on, but that's the territory of this read
The
that
chat
G2's
window?
getting into.
Yeah, and
Yeah, not
I
wrong.
think that it's still just a huge boon because the
We gotta
biggest
move that
thing
over,
about
thank you for that.
God being the one to make these plays is that he never gets bothered when it doesn't go his
Would
way
I
or
do
when
the
he
same as
messes
well?
something up
I mean,
mechanically.
yeah, it looked very
He's able to
similar
just
to
go
stuff
ahead,
I've
brush
done.
that off very quickly, get the reset, and then focus in for the next round.
Especially when you have Leaf and Tren as your teammates. You know, you can afford to have a few rounds here and there, Achilles, when you don't necessarily do what you want to do, because these two will just pick up the slack.
I mean, from the very outset, Leaf was pretty much dictating this entire map off the rip. I mean, he comes into this tournament, I rated him as the #1 player at this event because of what he's been able to do at Americas. But somebody that we didn't get to talk about too much leading into this series was Trent. And he's another one of those players that
Hey,
last
Trent's playing
year
incredible.
on G2 that runs at international events was having a bit of a rough time. We weren't seeing those highs that we were getting from him when he was on the guard.
This coach is a
This
fire.
fantastic
Dude, he's gonna
way for
be.
him to kick off this series.
He has a. The problem for Trace here is they gave him so much ammo as well. Like the coach can really go in on them. He probably won't do it now as much, but.
Trace Esports and Vera to help with some translation. Now,
Okay, let's
there were
see.
so many rounds from Trace Esports that time that were so good. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for G2. What did you tell the team in order to help them adjust going into the next map?
图一还是看到 T 有很多精彩的回合的，但是最后还是遗憾的没能拿下来。那在图二开始之前，你和队员们都说了什么来帮助他们做调整呢？
因为我感觉图一还是有很多局数可以拿下的，我觉得他们还是第一次就是有点紧张嘛，我只是跟他们说，放轻松，一定要做好自己。
So for map 1, actually I saw a lot of like stage nerves for them. Like there are so many rounds that could have taken. So I just told them to chill, like be yourself.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see if
Damn,
Trace
okay.
can make a comeback.
I think that's very valid,
I
though.
think he was completely right. We saw moments there from Feng Feng where he just looked so nervous, a little bit shaky. Hopefully, that was a warm-up for them because we are going to go to Abyss and Mimi. Things get harder from here out.
Yeah. G2 lost this map in the finals to Sentinels, but other than that, it has been outstanding for them all season long.
Games tomorrow? Yeah, games tomorrow. Draw is after this.
Composition where they're bringing out the chamber on this map, as well as the Yoru into the mix that they've become known for with Jaw. And this is where Leaf, your #1 player, tends to take over, especially on defense. He has so many rounds where he is trusted to solo anchor on this chamber and makes magic happen.
Yeah, I've been watching clips of him throughout the Americas kickoff, and he just gets away with murder round over round. The number of lurks, the timing.
Did Trace have a chance? If they change up their comp, probably.
They need to have a solid understanding
Kalsa with the Prime, thank you with the 2 months. Appreciate that.
That's where we've seen success in the
It'd be interesting to see G2 still stick with Chamber. Yeah, okay, they change it up. They do the Omen.
will not play the Cypher. He's going to play the Omen here instead.
I really like this.
So then maybe they have like a good plan against how they want to handle this. I don't think they have too much to push the Chamber away from middle though. Like Leaf might have a great time. We'll see. Maybe it'll be Sova util. I guess for middle they're planning to just smoke recon.
I just want to iterate that it's Feng Feng on Omen. This is so crazy. I don't understand why.
Even in the
He's just going to play it like a duelist.
Lotus, I still really also like this pivot because this allows Feng Feng to play something a little bit more.
I mean, they needed to change up their Abyss. They weren't going to win without something like this. So.
Being the entry duelist, this could end up being a big boon for him as long as he can carry that performance forward now on Jett.
Crucially, he will still have agency to some extent playing on the Omen. He'll have opportunities to make plays into mid, so excited to see that one. But this is a comp G2 is familiar against. They've beaten it before.
Well, it's definitely not familiar for Feng Feng. He has never played the Omen before. He will be making his debut on this agent against G2. Pansy and Ender, what do you make of this?
The rough thing, I think, or maybe like the good thing that happened to G2 is they lost the Sentinels on this map, so they might have spoke through some more theory with the Chamber as well. They might have some other stuff where Chamber isn't like relying on shutting down middle.
I'm a little worried.
It's hard. I'm worried based on the results of game 1. I think in terms of agent select, I really like this direction.
Absolutely.
Coming into this, because Feng Feng had been playing the Cypher on this map with Kai on the Jett, I'm like, it's a little bit 2024 for my liking, you know? I'd like to see more Vi's.
Okay, G2 on defense. We got Trace on attack.
Giacomo is going to be on the Yoru, which is just a Sentinel.
So yeah, I'm expecting a lot of...
I do like that.
Expecting a lot of smoke, recon here to clear this angle. This is majority of the time where the chamber is.
The output, Trace have done their homework.
Good. This is good. This is good.
Yeah, it's a good sign. Also with the smoke, they create question mark over towards A. Now they can insta group up, hit over towards B. Dodge the recon on middle as well.
Again, I'm trying to sell the picture. There's a real opportunity, and we're kind of seeing the double smokes towards middle, something that Desk was leaning towards. Mimi highlighting that was something that put a lot of pressure on G2. So now
yeah, here come the double
Trace
smokes.
live up to
4 past the middle.
Once again, forcing a teleport out. I really like how Trace have paced their way in here. Valen, though, look at that.
Oh my, Chad, the shock did so much damage, by the way.
Oh, the theory in the world is lovely, but the execution is not
Yeah,
there.
this could get
G2
rough.
reading them like a book. They've been there, they've done this, they felt this pressure.
The overall idea wasn't bad, though.
and that
Smoke, create question mark over towards here. Double block of vision in middle, drone, and then push over towards here for a split B. But to be honest, Trent did great. And then Jonah P did unbelievable, because that stun is everything.
Yeah, and I think this is where we are going to, I'm going to keep a real close eye on this. And Choco just, they're so confident in this too. You're seeing G2 looking kind of, again, I don't know if you guys caught it on camera, but, you know, walking back out on stage, the crowd's behind them as well. They're kind of being a little bit of a showman here. They're starting to enjoy being on this stage, too.
Valen was up there hyping them up, giving them the hearts.
Okay, Recon goes here.
Crowd on their side.
I like this. Good info early.
And he's pop dash like he wants to send it.
Odds at that. Don't fancy it myself. So Trent there willing to kind of puff out the chest a bit, show presence. In this one, it feels like trying to just farm up those old orbs as best you can. See if you can. Oh.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good. It's a Yoru. We're just taking info. Well, they're copying him though.
Absolutely baffled.
Do you think they slipped?
Would you like to explain that for the people at home?
No, not really.
Someone might need to explain it for the crowd.
Did they do a little bait here as well, where like some of them jump off and then they think that it's done, and then two of them like try and
It
duel?
was just kind of classics. They gave it a little bit of a look and went, nah.
Yeah.
G2 will take this. They kind of bought
The important thing
perfect
is,
for this to
again,
happen. So
Trace have seemingly found themselves in this position where they consistently have regen shields going into round 3, and G2 have an outlaw, instant kill. Guardian, I think, is another absolute light.
he might have taken damage. Yeah, he could have taken damage. He was just trying to go down to it anyway. He might be
They've
right.
got to be really clean on the entries, and importantly, Kai and Feng Feng, the first people taking fights, are going to have heavy to try and get into
Okay,
the
so
site.
we said that G2 might have something else where they hold the chamber over towards the middle, or not rely on like the TP here and the chamber here, and we can already see one. So this is the Sentinels game coming into play really for G2 to have actually like an extra layer over towards their middle. But I would imagine he doesn't get anything, and this just gets double vision block. I say as like I nearly peeks into him.
Yeah, I do like how Trace have sort of defaulted open into this A space.
You're being absolutely baited by watching this.
Leaf is cooking me right now. He was doing that in map 1 too. Not to me, but to Trace, but still.
Yeah, here we go. Double smokes over towards middle.
You should
The hell is that shock for? Okay, yeah, missed the first one. Second one goes in, hits the trip.
Trent very deep, but again, Jonah P actually now getting
Did he
caught
get it
offside,
back
so
in
Sun
time
will not
or
be in
not?
range.
I think he did, right?
Snap on this exit,
I
which
wasn't
they
looking
will.
down here. Did it have the?
Instantly evacuate site. No worries.
They have the camera on?
Really, really heads up work. They're going to get the information about this. That's
He
fine.
did putting it back in time. Okay, he did
We're
great.
looking at the post-plant utility. We're looking at that retake potential. Yeah, then this is where maybe the Outlaw does get a little bit trickier, but Leaf's got that.
Might actually help him on the retake. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's most likely Leaf just goes and plays containment here, unless his team can
Yeah,
find
there we
some
go. And then it came back in 30 seconds. Do it over towards middle, so now they don't have to worry about the late luck of the Astra, which means that for sure it'll be over towards A main. It's the first time that I see people not hold like really heavy back of sight, and it might haunt them a little bit.
Trying to play out as best he can, potentially call up his own number. But now G2 have step on the site. Now we've got to look at this post plant. Where's that utility? Where's the pressure? Where's the kills? It's now down to just one. Jonah P in a 1v2. Surely Trace have done enough here. They
Okay,
have.
very nice
With
in the
two
end.
alive,
I feel like
they
G2
get
would
their
be happy with
first
their
on the
damage.
board.
Also saw some good signs for them. The fact that they got something different over towards middle. It's going to work out well. I think Leaf got caught out with something gun-wise there. I'm not sure.
A good enough job there playing off-site with those players in order to stop that one from slipping away.
Did get a little nervous when they made it out to backside so freely, but well played in the end between Hebei and kind of the swing on site.
Who's better, Fang Fang or Kai? Everyone says Kai, but honestly, I think Fang Fang maybe is. I don't know. Kai puts up numbers though.
But quick into this next round already. Trace trying to test the space into mid. So far,
It's hard on Trace to call out like their best players, really.
moved into that space for fear of getting stunned and absolutely murdered again.
I think it's a fair fear to have.
You generally want to avoid being murdered.
Thank you.
Kai on Jet, yeah.
Optimal play. Oh,
got it.
Dude, he keeps going for this info jump TP. It's pretty sick. Yeah, dude, it's so. I'm telling you, long term, like losing to Sentinels really helped out G2. And then they also have like something extra here now, where the trips keeps him getting shocked over towards his. They've started to put, I say keeps first round of it, but he's now putting his trip normally to where like he actually is. So gets the info of if they walk over towards middle. The first time we've seen this. Okay, retake over towards here, but this time we're fast flooding in with 2, and I say fast flooding in. Trent is fighting on his own.
Caught out that time. Surprised that he went for this. I thought he could have shifted back a little deeper, played like he did last time, but maybe they wanted that.
Yeah, Trent just absolutely sent it.
Up numbers. Low King has that late round insurance into mid. I'm still looking back towards spawn. Will fall off after being flashed.
Kai, rinse and repeat, but it's Fun who is the new body here, the new player. What a position from
What is
him.
that for a
3
kill?
back-to-back, big impact.
What
He
is
just
that
drift
for a
away
kill?
now. Leaf's got nothing to do in this one. As good as this man can be, a 1v5
Very, very
Pokemon
nice.
with a kind of lingering around. You got nothing
Phantom
more to
moment? Oh,
achieve.
there's such a phantom moment.
Gnarly fight there. Fengfeng's full blinded after the first kill. The second he gets vision back, instant headshot. Takes him down, spam through the smoke, no problem.
Skipping,
Yeah.
kind of jumping away from this.
Nice
trying
way
to
to
keep
get
what he
out of
can.
there. Saves the
But
gun.
a
We can
really
start
nice
looking at
look from
G2's
Trace so
money.
far.
It
I
is
like
in the
what we're
bin.
doing. I
2
like
full
what
loss
we're seeing
bonus.
from them. They found room to work towards A here, right?
And especially after that first
Yeah, it looked a
round
little
of
bit
playing
rough for
A, where
Trent,
they fell pretty
and
much all offside
I'd be
except for
okay for
Kai. Then
G2 to
this
do
one
like a
worked
timeout
up in
early.
your face.
They're looking like they're on a different page. The
Smokes
retake
back
looks a
towards
little bit
spawn,
rough over
playing
towards
right up
A.
flush with it. It's a really nice adjustment round around.
And we were kind of, I don't want to say discussing it, but we were kind of highlighting Jorgo getting that info towards window, and then we saw kind of Trent opting to use the outrun over towards that A main side, and it still feels like they just didn't have the information. How deep Trace are sitting until it is that site hit time? There's just so many questions.
G2 after a timeout? I mean, they look completely different after the timeout on Lotus.
On that side hold, right?
So there's a good amount to talk about here.
Jonah P had actually stunned out Kai, who was diving into his back sight, so Trent was supposed to have that timing to catch those players coming into
The thing is, the most obvious thing is to put the chamber there.
And
But
again, Jonah P was the new body on the
I'm
side.
sure they
Last
wanna
time
do
around
that.
was Trent quite isolated from the others, and he had to fall back, as far as possible. I like the addition of Jonah P there. It's a real shame to not see it find that value, sadly, but I don't know if that's enough of a cure to the woes right now. Clearly, it's not, at least in G2's mind. They have pumped the brakes. They want to find a bigger, I guess, answer back here, but I don't know what the holistic answer is. Is it trying to get aggressive somewhere, take away some of the question marks, trying to... I don't know
What
what
is
they want to
this?
be looking like coming back into this, but this round's probably not where we're going to see it anyway.
Saved hero gun. Everyone, every focus you would imagine of the timeout is over towards A. We've got 5 persons starting on B. And so we're just going to walk down, we're going to have a late recon, and then we're going to have stun.
Okay, well, this could be the third, and I say that after the first map being back and forth the whole way through, half buys, ecos, all going.
No way, they were going to do the... Dude, it's an old...
Maybe not allowing, that's lovely.
Okay, and then what, these two just hide on site? Some great shots, by the way. So this is the old CS strat, right? In Inferno, 3 run down towards Banana, 2 hide on site, and in theory they're not hiding on site.
Good. I'm glad I brought up how
It's a little bit of what they're doing, but not sure it works great on this.
That's lovely for them. That's kind of
Yeah,
what
it
the
didn't-
doctor ordered,
didn't
right? We
feel
want to
great.
see them looking good in this. Like,
So I was looking at Trent, and he's using no util for the push. I'm like, well,
you know, that was the map you were meant
they're
to
just
do
baiting
well
it.
on. The one you had in your pocket for Trace. They need some stability here.
100%. And, you know, now seeing that aggro look from G2, shutting that down. After playing more controlled early rounds, they've seen a lot of different styles. But now is where that timeout is going to come into play for G2. It's interesting to me that G2 didn't try to save up and get an operator.
That's your
online. I
ranked
thought that was
strat
gonna
at
be
this
the first
point.
thing they were going for.
I mean,
So
mate,
maybe
it's
just playing
it's
the
been
space a little bit more aggressive.
it's been a thing for years and years and years. Old school.
Leaf creeping into main.
Okay, and the overall fix is chamber over towards A, so we kind of called it that was what's going to happen. You at least get the drone and like util out of them early over towards A main, so they have less util for the actual head over towards it.
You can see they've already identified though that Trent is clearly not on that A site anymore, right? They've just pinged him on the knife. They now know that he is certainly not where he was before.
But the knife's not in range to catch Jaw here. So Trace have to be real careful working into mid. First time they've seen G2 play it super aggressively though, so I think they've got to know something's up.
Let's see how they kind of problem solve then, right? They've seen a different look here. This could be the kind of final blow to it though. Does
Yeah,
Leaf
like we
get
said, they're at least going to
cleared?
get the drone out of them. Looks like Kai wants to peek as soon as the drone comes in though.
No, he
Oh,
doesn't. He still takes Kai with
is.
him. Zero respect.
Chat,
The
he made that
perfect
look
play
so
between the
easy
gaps
to
on
do.
it.
That is not that easy to do. That was pretty
Two players walk
impressive.
out there. Jonah P is ready to reinforce. Leaf, who's now repositioned back into sight. Trace have nowhere to go but in.
Yeah, just spammed on and on and on here.
Yeah, and this time just leaving as well. And instant reaction to them losing over towards A is just a fast push behind. There's 3 people over towards middle, so now they can actually react on middle here.
Has to be ready for it. They don't have Cypher, they don't have flank.
Yeah,
blocks.
I mean,
They've gotta
Fun can
this
still win
fight
the
back in
round.
main, or they're just going to get crunched.
This is a good change up from Trace as well, by the way. After their timeout, they're fighting like heavier back of sight.
That the backbone broken for this round. Now they try and fight forward, take the space.
Yeah, and just gets
towards
info
CT,
saw
but
too.
Leaf heads up work, really hard to dig out of that deeper position. He's just going to hold it safe, force them back.
Nice. That is a nut shot, by the way. I hope we see that in the replay.
They found their cure to the woes, leaving Hebe as a formality
Okay,
to the outcome.
Leaf did incredible.
the answer they needed.
Leaf did
I mean,
so
that's just
good.
gorgeous, right? Leaf finding that opener, but then you watch it like G2 back away.
Can you ask Riot if new maps are coming soon?
Think of the next play, they already know
Mate, I don't get special treatment, dude. I have no idea. I thought it would be a map instead of an agent coming out.
Cross map macro that I think G2 have really mastered, and that comes with keeping 4 players
Nice shot.
of your core roster year to year, bringing Jawgamo seamlessly into this team. It's what allowed them to dominate in America's and really volatile offseason, and now you're seeing it on the international stage.
Just call him up. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I have John's number.
That's what I want to keep my eyes on. That's a big investment.
To ask him why an agent's
They've
coming
got
out and not a
answer
map.
back, right? This is the game of kind of chess between these two. You've now got G2 showing the answer, and you've got a Jawgamo being confident. Middle has to respect it though. Falls away. Leaf. That's a high-low swing coming here on the 3-2-1, I'm sure. No,
Oh god, dude, we gotta use some util for this guy. We gotta respect him. He's earned the respect now. This is twice in a row.
Doesn't matter if you have an op. I mean, that was supposed to be the trump card. Take down Leaf with the operator. Surely we can do that. But no.
You've got to be gutted if you're Kai as well. You still had, your owl drones. This was meant to be just purely to deal with the aggression coming out from Leaf that gets them that one-man pick, and it goes completely askew.
Yeah, now the problem is Bianca might need to throw the op off the map, right? Otherwise, either Jaw or Leaf could be taking that into the next. Your life's not going to get any easier.
Sure, it is just a straight up retake over towards B. What is this star?
It doesn't feel like that A hit anymore. Already.
Is this
ready for this B
just gonna be? Is this gonna be smoke? Smoke?
I wonder if they're committing all their ults.
Smoke,
Trace,
smoke.
that's one down, maybe another to send
Oh,
into
that's a
1v5
nice
just
smoke.
falling
Oh,
apart.
these are cool.
G2 carved the perfect place
Wait,
to
that's
play
cool.
from. It's
I like that. I like that a lot.
witness. They know the win conditions the Trace would have wanted. What was available and
You
what
block all
wasn't.
vision and you can just swing out over towards heaven, take the jaw. You spot their feet if they were close. You get full vision block from your smoke that's on site as well.
Sending that perfect. Hebe and Loki, what are you meant to do here? That's what you're meant to do. Fight your way forward. But it's a 1v2. And time is now
Okay,
on your
dude, nice.
side.
This was really nice from G2. I've not seen this before. This smoke like that. This is like that anti-Astra setup, I guess.
Fails for G2 in main. Leaf shuts
That
it
looked
down,
like a
and
prepped round for the Astra ult. Smoke that goes in that leaks over. Like, look how good this smoke is. Also, they gotta respect Leaf. Look how nice that is. The 2 people can go here and isolate those jewels. Like, obviously, eventually that will get spammed. You might not be able to use that twice, but last time you use it, that's awesome.
But I'm happy to see this time out here because kind of when we discussed the switch up from G2s where we saw Leaf kind of new position towards A, the pressure through middle from Jaw.
Could honestly just be a smoke that they like to use.
Right, they haven't found that solution they wanted.
It felt like a counter for the Astra
Time
ult.
to pump the brakes.
They used it a few rounds ago. See, I don't know how long they've had the Astra ult
They've got
for.
a trump card coming up. Hey, why not play it? Whatever you've got, let's see if we can.
Okay, this would be a timeout as well. I imagine to just talk about A main
Momentum starts to build. Their ults come on for themselves.
and just
It's all going to be an
make sure
absolute
they actually
nightmare.
have
So
some
good timing,
some
hopefully, for
util
Trace
to push
check
them off.
back in and find their answer to this new problem that's basically Leaf.
Yeah, and I genuinely hope it's not this simple to read, but Trace, when they
Valen was using it on stream one night.
they really like running AXX.
Yeah, it's
so they
a
sort of
really
glide
sick
off
smoke.
Over onto the right-hand side. They've got really heavy exec ultimate, so I would not be surprised if they moved in that direction. But
Because most people would do like this one, right?
Are you telling me that if
But you could even do both, like here and here, and then you have
like my read on how G2
good
will
areas. Let's
prep,
go.
Against Trace on Lotus is kind of how that map
What smoke
played
we talking
out
about? This
on
one.
the attack and defense side. And
Like that.
now,
It's on the
looks like
box, so
G2
it's
wanna
one
take
way.
this A main fight once again.
Yeah, so Trace, for sure, all of their talk right now is about over towards A main. I like this from Leaf. He knows that they're going to go heavy over towards A main. He was playing real far back because he knew that if he was in this area, he was going to get wrecked. He was trying to get one and get out of there. It's a good reactive smoke here from G2.
Sticking around on this, yeah. Funko might be in real trouble here.
This is weird.
Oh, this is bizarre.
Oh, no way! He's so blind that he managed to get one.
Massacre happening on the side.
Chat, this is impressive from G2 though. Like G2 knew they were gonna go aggro over towards A, so Leaf plays further back, and they're all so ready. They use the I call these heretic smokes. I think they were the first ones to do it, where heretics would do like smoke here and smoke. Was it here? And then they just hold like this area.
Okay.
Doable.
I mean, look, Jaw's a little bit low.
I'm on board.
Ooh, it's doable. 3 HP.
Okay, that round was crazy. We're gonna see in the replay. I'm pretty
Now,
sure
this was really cool from G2. This is like back-to-back really good rounds from them, where they're just like so prepped for what's gonna go on. The fact that Trent gets one there is insane.
But G2 had just already rotated so many players over because Trace paused and waited that 10 seconds.
But yeah, that you saw how the fact that they respected the smoke here just meant that they could have 4 people behind it as well.
And that's a round where they had every ult in the book and they didn't use any of them.
G2 are putting up a lot of numbers on defense. Like way too many numbers, you would imagine.
You know, G2 were going to retake against those ults, but that's not at all how it played out.
High hopes and
How many rounds I think Trace needs? 6 at 6 worst case maybe. Like honestly, they kind of need to get everything. I would, if you had asked me that before this scoreline, I would probably say like a 7. But that seems unrealistic.
Move towards B on the anti-ecos are frantically later into a round.
The G2 comp, it does struggle a little bit on defensive. Sorry, on attack if you don't give Leaf any freedom.
And again, I don't mind people playing off-site on this one. I really don't. Play for that retake. You got so much to bank on. Why not? They haven't really had to depend on these ults either. Yeah, we had Leaf kind of going for his. That's fair enough. That's player's preference. But already Jorgamo going to invest. That's fine. Clear.
Okay, 1, 2. 2 over towards site. Everyone's playing offside against an Astra ult. The ult goes on beyond. He's so crazy.
I don't know how he's done that.
Dude, we're just sticking this full. We're just sticking this full, surely. What util have I missed? Why are we not sticking this? Oh, okay, it didn't come up. Then they got it half. Yeah, they did. And Trace, just way too many off-site against an Astral. They're like
that was
rumbling a little bit here.
Perfect from G2 there. Again, the ult so stunning, and Jorgamo just feels like perfectly controlled chaos.
Yeah, they just had to have everyone on site, really. It's hard to win against these 2 ults, but...
But this is what I'm talking about. G2 play like macro timing so well.
Jorgamo going through there, that was madness.
2 seconds later, Trent is then shooting them in the back. It's
this is
that combination that is just so hard to play against.
It's what, 3 really impressive rounds in a row though for G2. That one was more Trace messing up than anything else.
Comfortable for G2. I wanted that threat. I wanted to see that potential from Trace that a lot of people were excited for.
Oh yeah, they had the breach ult also. Yeah, I mean Trace were always going to lose a round like that because of the ult.
Confidence just getting higher and
higher. Yeah, they're so confident now. It's not wrong.
The second Leaf pulls the attention.
No Lardex, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months.
Snaps into mid.
Dangerous little 1-2 punch they are.
Especially playing the cheater agents, you know, just TP. I mean, look, Leaf's full flashed, he's droned, he's whatever, and he's just out. It's frustrating to play against because you have to use the util to clear him, but then you have to stop moving because you didn't actually kill him.
This pause feels so blindingly obvious. Bianca has to kind of get out of that one. And again, they commit close towards site. This position, we saw it taken before. I think it was Trent here.
Yeah, this time we have.
Jonah P finding the
dude, Trent's recon is everything.
Confidence stays sky high. Bianca, the last one.
Oh, they're getting so wrecked. They're getting so wrecked.
Looking so large and in charge here. They look so damn good.
G2 got punished a couple of times trying to retake the A site, and they've never tried to play retake since rounds 3 and 4 when Trace won on those post plants. That's probably an adjustment that came in from Josh RT in the timeout, you know, around 5 when they lost that eco as well, but you've got a dart landing, you've got Jonah P jumping onto site. They're not going to let you through that choke point.
They are genuinely a treat.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job of just not giving them the site anymore as well.
I'm enjoying what we're witnessing, and we kind of I kind of held them to a high
and
standard.
now they go to the site where there's 3 here.
Going to be that high tier. Stand up to the test. Jorgamo again. Absolute control. Chaos. 3 big kills.
Dude, I was wondering the whole time there, like, is he going to TP out? Is he going to TP out? And he just commits the whole time.
Dude, it looks like he's playing ranked. It's like, you're not supposed to be jumping there in professional play.
And not getting three, not getting away with it time and time again. How many rounds is this man going to get under their skin? God. And you feel for him almost for Trace. They're not getting off these starting positions, right? Like, look at this.
It's sick timing though with the flash peek. Like that's actually really nice.
Come back around.
Get the second one first. Just wild. But genuinely, think of the shift this team had. Between round 4 and 5, Josh calls the timeout. Okay, you throw away the eco round. Since then, they have been undefeated on this side.
Sovo.
Really can't compliment that enough. They've been able to, one, adjust in this game, and adjust so well that there's barely been an
Yeah, I like that idea.
Come up with
Recon of the back, scan for Sovo.
There's layers of adaptation now.
You can see the actionables too, right? Whether it's refusing to play a retake, flood into sight, whether it's abusing this mid space. We saw Jaw do it 3 rounds in a row. Now Leaf's here with an operator.
Yeah, and this is the pause that he used to play all the time, and now he just brings it out on the last round.
Because of that presence from
The problem is they use their recon over to. Oh no, they still have their recon.
Big green, basically, at this point. What are you meant
The
to
person
do?
to
Like,
clear
how do you
this guy is here.
in any sort of way?
Oh boy.
Oh
God, they got so wrecked on this map. They got so wrecked.
Have to keep trying to fight forward. They do
Okay.
find Leaf. Oh, and he's almost
That's kind of cool.
re-peek, and this play back towards A.
But dude, it's just been insta-cleared from Valen.
Really good stuff out of Kai,
And is he going to go fast behind on this one? Trent has his ult. Hasn't had the plant because of the Astro ult. Dude, and he can just combo this with this overall. And he's body blocking him as well, so it hits even more. He goes out midway through while he's dodging it.
Jorgamo is just tearing them apart one by one. This time he's stopped. Finally a 3v3. Time is on their side.
Ah, the timing's outrageous with it as well.
Lokane was so deadly from backside back when Trace were winning their rounds. He's got to show up in a big way because it's him against the world.
Oh, they don't even win that aim, Joe. Oh boy, man, they got 9 on defense. It's
just sophisticated
just
dominance
way
at
too
this
many.
point. That's a 9-3 scoreline, and that is G2 in prime form here.
Yeah, they look great. I'm telling you, the Sentinels' loss really helped them out. Like the loss on this map. They went back and they looked at what they can add to it. Two 0, yeah. I mean, Trace had to win lowers. It's still doable if they win a pistol, but it has to be like pistol bonus and everything has to be going right. And then they have to give Leaf just no picks on the tank. Were they saving strats on the same game? No, they weren't saving the strats. They just got antied, and then they needed to increase their strat book a little bit, more so on defense than anything else. Chew 4 with the prime. Thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. What's on the Nova Vicenti on Abyss? It's so fine. I think it's so fine. As long as you have something over towards middle. Like I think the double smokes is okay. I don't know. I think Abyss is still pretty open. I think if I was still to copy stuff, I would just copy how DRX play. I still think DRX are the best at this map.
Expectations.
They're really cool.
Have been. A 9-3 scoreline is incredibly strong here.
I think it's not that boring when the games aren't even close. I think we've had some close maps, and I think that I don't really need like a close, entertaining thing. I still find like these games entertaining where I can see what's changed, right? Like this was their old Abyss, and then now this is what they're showing. Like this is the stuff that they've added, like the 2 setups over towards middle. A lot of how they were playing over towards A, these like anti-ult rounds over towards B were nice as well. this new jump peak thing over towards B to get info.
Because I think if he can't be finding openers with the operator, G2, they're looking way too clean.
No limits. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Appreciate the 15 months. I can't remember if they were doing this smoke thing over towards A as well. Probably. Most teams probably have that, but I can't remember if I saw that from them last time as well.
Solid here. And rightly so after that first half. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Trace, it starts with a pistol round.
But this is when G2 look on form though. Like when the before barrier, like the barrier isn't down yet, and their calls look spot on. And Knife is great though. Hits 3. What are you meant to do when Trent doesn't miss a shot though? Hey Valen, relax. What is that? What is that? Dude, that's disrespectful. Grizz Bally, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
Yeah, Fong and Kai, those are your playmakers. Those are your
Well, they had to win a pistol. I mean, honestly, they had to get about 6-7 on defense.
It's just hard to imagine a world where it can happen. Smoke's gonna go down, but I mean, look at the utility.
Jesus!
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, that's a real souring moment to see that in this round, Valen.
Very nice. Cool of the breach damage, like because of this box. Oops. Because of this box reaches.
If we were being honest,
that's
you
nice.
kind of wanted to see them pick up that pistol, so it gives them just maybe a breath before the game gets closed out.
It's grim here on the defense side, but you might have to go for a full
Oh, the recon though. That's why he hit the nice shot. Wow.
Are you gonna win on 13-11? I don't know. Or at the very least, channel some of that eco nonsense from Lotus.
What just happened?
Get yourself back into things.
So why is it so easy?
It's a bad news when
They're allowed
the
2
coach that
deaths
is
basically.
crushing you doesn't know how his team is winning.
There was no damage done. Really, no damage done at all. Yeah, that's not a great sign.
We do see they opted for a very light investment of 2 sheriffs.
And the flash high to get back a sight.
And once again, G2 actually do get.
Yeah, I got a regen shield though. Can tank a shot now.
Small silver linings. Maybe
RC Blue, thank you so much, dude. Thank you with the tier 1. Appreciate the 14.
Yeah, that's why we're ignoring it.
Dude, Leaf just isn't dying. 12-4.
No sarcasm detected.
I'm not used to that. Oh, well, the hope's fading quickly, isn't it? Kai, show me something. Get me back on board. Make me a believer right now. I kind of need something to give us a spark here. Valen is on the case, and he ain't dropping it. I mean, it's done for, right? We're already up to 11.
They're owning them a little bit. Let's see what the Byron's like.
Now. For Trace, you're purely back to the wall, and you've got to somehow get through this game without Leaf having a round, Jorg having a round. I mean, list the roster.
Yeah, we forget that Trent was completely dominating on the first map, 23-11. Just snuck up on us out of nowhere.
Okay.
Similarly impressive performance on this map.
I shot around that guy.
But oh dear, Leaf has an outlaw, and there's 5.
Oh, there's everyone that can get one shot. Surely not, guys. He plays it so much.
Having a go. Don't drop this Vandal though, because it's really valuable. Nice work towards Shaw. Gonna get that. Doesn't need to overstay here. He's got his man. He can just shift back a little.
Now's when Leaf is going to try
Still,
to work this
Leaf's
space.
really scary on this. Oh no.
God, that feels so scary up against these
yeah, it feels crazy scary.
Sigh of relief now. Leaf's been spotted. Trace can slow down this round. Bianca gonna have to fall back into heaven after getting pinged out by that drone. But G2 aren't committing into the site. They've read that there's a stack over towards this angle. They're gonna put full faith in Leaf to have a second go of things.
Bite of the cherry waiting towards B. There is rotations coming.
Still very scary. Like Leaf could just open this up and he might get a jump peek here.
Oh my God, Leaf
Okay, so he now knows where they both are.
Every time, but he's getting closer and that scares me. And that's
There's one.
Flokin got curious and you
Oh,
heard
what a
happened to the
stun.
cannon. Now they're falling.
Oh, dude, they can't even win their first full buy against a bonus. Oh, God, we're solo sending it out with the KO as well. Dude, they got so wrecked. So wrecked.
They took down Jorgo, they're good rotations, the right place. Leaf wasn't having that freedom.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for some curveballs, some Trace with the time off, but not on this map.
Up against it. Deep post-plant Trent still with those shock darts as well. Kai trying to be set up here. Bianchi trying to send him in, give him a chance of anything, and Leaf He said, no, this is 12. And that is not how you wanted to see them get to 12 either. Trace are going to be gutted with that one. I feel like the pressure got to them
G2, I mean, do
there.
they just not lose the rounds?
Unnecessary mistakes almost.
They had the numbers right, and then
I mean, to be honest, Leaf's just not even dying.
Where, looking, swinging into Leaf, trying to find his pick. Then Hebei feels like he has to do the same thing because now the site's falling apart. The pressure's on you.
When are they not fighting?
G2 were up on map point. And it hurts as well because Kai had a great shot at the start.
Yeah.
Dude, look at how they're playing, though. Look at how individual they're playing.
This is a rotten timeout, too. Just so you know, the timeout has hit here for Trace. Burning.
Maybe I was too nice putting Trace in B tier for this map.
And even the elation on the other side.
It looks kind of rough.
They got away with it.
I think it's benefit of the doubt. I'll say the G2 are just looking great as well, though.
But at 12-3, this is what we're saying. It was going to only ever take G2 or one of the G2 players to have that round, to have that one moment we have big impact. We weren't even accounting for the pressure that was going to be put on Trace to not make any mistakes. And one mistake kind of opened up a big key part of that round, and that's got to feel horrific now trying to face this. None of them even broken double digits.
What do you even say in this timeout? I mean, you're not believing. I'll be honest, you're not believing. You're just telling them to get some rounds, maybe play together, and then you can start. You can start believing yourself. They've got to at least play together. Like at this point, I would rather they just push together or something.
Made some adjustments coming into the match.
But they should at least play together there. This was one isolated, one isolated, one isolated. It is hard on B though. B's a nightmare. But I would rather just everyone just plays right side, just retake together or something.
No armor on Kai. Guardian out. Nothing there to
Because I said they can't like give Leaf picks, and we had Astra give a pick nearly early on, then Omen nearly early in here.
And they stick the landing.
I don't know if G2 blowing up mid was going to be on my bingo card coming out of that timeout, but
yeah, big TP over towards middle with the smoke blocking it, so that creates pressure over towards middle, which drags one off from B, so they're watching middle, which means that B's weaker for the B hit. And then we got Leaf just in charge of holding over towards middle.
After the plant, Trent's just going to be one off ultimate as well, so G2 could just fall back and play a rolling post.
I love that Leaf still has his position, no threat of the lurk. Doesn't have to
Oh,
stick
that was
around
nice.
too long.
Didn't stick around as well. Got the info.
Leaving just 3 and Kai copping a boatload of damage. Again, no shields to bank on here. Jonah P feeling confident, having a little go at things.
No way, he got one with the timing. Hey, they caught us straight. Damn, bro, they wrecked them on this map. Absolutely wrecked them. And like I said, the Sentinels loss really helped them out on this map. They added some more stuff. Added more stuff on the map where they already looked good, to be honest. Okay, every single thing was a 2-0. All of the games were 2-0. For people that are wondering, we've got a draw after this to see who plays who.
The huge signing of Jogomo in the offseason. Started off a little bit wobbly in that first half of Lotus, but after that completely cruised through here. And Leaf has just continued his reign of terror since kickoff.
Leaf looked exceptional today, and to kind of touch base on Trace here as well. Map 1, there was chances. There were moments where we could have had genuinely a little bit of a closer game in my mind. But map 2 was all theirs.
Ethan, thank you so much. Thank you. Was this or the DRX and Lotus more dominant? They were both really dominant, man. I would kind of say they were on par, maybe.
Absolutely none of it.
Absolutely. No, and I just love how calm Valen is looking up there, right? He's playing up to the crowd.
Yeah, all the #1 seeds looking great.
Well, keeping it chill, you know, making sure the team takes things slow, doesn't overhype, which can be easy to do.
Okay, chat. We have a chance for G2 Vitality. That would be awesome.
Yeah, bloody hell! This is a dangerous team.
What are the big matchups? G2 Vitality. Definitely been waiting for that. That would be pretty awesome.
And again, this has
EDG DRX would be awesome as well if we got it.
Games, a lot of regions being pressured here. A lot of favorites being put under the gun a little, but today G2, as said, didn't look that threatened. Yet map 1 had its moments, a 13-8 eventual scoreline, but this was something else. I mean, that one timeout basically put G2 back fully in control.
Yeah,
wait, the timeout stats might be incredible, by the way.
From there on.
Like if you actually did like how many rounds were won after the timeouts, it was a lot in a row here. Like a lot in a row here, maybe like 10 or 9 in a row here. And then if you look at it on Lotus, it was like a string of 3 or 4 maybe. And then they pretty much won everything after that as well. Like I genuinely think after both of the timeouts from Josh, I think they won every single round apart from one that was on Lotus. I think that's right.
I mean, Leaf just insta-headshot an op that was peeking him, didn't mind. But also their macro calling, what Valen and Josh RT have created in this G2 culture, just puts a leash on their star players when they need to.
There might have been one on Abyss, Eco on Abyss.
To take those timings and get their kills when they need.
No, they do
Was
seem
there?
genuinely like the
Yeah,
full
maybe
package.
right.
That's what
They timed out. You're saying they timed out and then lost the eco and then yeah. You're right.
Idea, but it's the individuals that can then step up. But speaking of individuals,
Yeah, but the timeout was for like the big buy round anyway.
Post-match interview with the big man himself, Jorgamo.
Okay, I'll turn this up slightly.
ก็กลับมาแล้วนะครับทุกคนกับผู้เล่นคนนี้ครับที่หลายๆคนน่าจะรู้จักครับ Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for Joe.
Is there a draw now? Yeah, draw now.
All right, let's get into it. First question, okay? I mean, you know, we know that you have a lot of background, a lot of history, and a lot of people know you for being the world champion once, right? Does that put any pressure on you in this tournament?
Oh, no pressure. My teammates are just as good as me, and everybody that I play with, and our coaches too. I mean, all of us are surrounding us is just like amazing.
Wow, that's great. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับก็ถามไปว่าการที่เคยเป็นแชมป์โลกในปี 2023 นะครับผมส่งผลอะไรทำให้เขา
Let's get the draw. Yeah, it's coming up. Rank all the 1-0 teams. Mate, it's like map dependent.
รวมถึงโค้ชด้วยเนี่ย
I'm probably the most worried for Vitality. I have Vitality out of the 4 though.
And the next question, I love the fact that you answer it this
That's
way
only just
because
because
my next
Fracture was
question deals with your
sloppy.
team. But let me ask it in Thai first. สำหรับคำถามต่อไปนะครับก็คือว่าอยากรู้ว่าเส้นทางของเขากับ G2 เป็นอย่างไรบ้างจนมาถึงตอนนี้นะครับผม I just want to ask you, man, like how has your journey been so far with G2 Esports?
Oh, I love this org. This is my favorite org so far. I mean, it's my second team, but I already know this is where it's at.
โอ้โหก็ถือว่าบอกเลยนะครับว่ายังไงผมก็รักทีมนี้มากๆนี่คือทีมที่ผมรักมากๆจริงๆและนี่คือทีมที่ใช่ทั้งเพื่อนทั้งโค้ชทุกคนยอดเยี่ยมมากจริงๆ
Who's the best matchup for Liquid to get? I mean, whoever doesn't like Lotus, Pearl, and Fracture. Liquid have 3 rough maps.
Let's do one more question, right? Because I do believe that, you know, we've interviewed before. I want to know, how has your journey been so far in Thailand? How has Thailand been so far? I mean, there's so many fans supporting you.
Yeah, I mean, the tuk-tuks, I love the tuk-tuks. Every time I hop in the tuk-tuk, we have the speaker blowing with the subwoofers, and I mean, that's our team bonding right there. Simple as that.
That's your team bonding. Yeah. Wow, okay. ก็ถามนะครับว่าประเทศไทยเนี่ยมาถึงแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าโอ้โหเจ๋งมากนะครับผมตุกๆนี่คือที่ที่เขาไป
Is Jorgamo in the conversation for best Yoru? Mate, he needs. If I take out his ults, then yeah. But his ults are crazy.
Anyways, Jorgamo, so happy for your victory as well. Congratulations. But it seems like all the Thai fans here, they all really want to take photos of you, want to say hi. Of course, some wants your autograph. I'll leave you to our Thai fans right here. But in the meantime, we do have something else for you.
Here we go,
At
draw
the moment,
shot.
congratulations again. And I'll see you soon.
Woo, thank you.
All right. Guys, this is not it. We do have more coming up. And because this is the end of the second day.
So much potential here.
We are now with our beloved
There is
Victoria.
so much potential for a good draw.
Hello. Yeah, we're gonna start the draw show for the round 2 of Swiss.
All right.
So the order that I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna draw the first participant of these 2 matches, and then their opponent after, and then I'll move to the 0-1 teams, and we'll do that. I will say
Inoc,
as far
thank
as
you so much,
schedule,
dude.
it's not
Thank you,
gonna be
thank you.
locked, but since G2 did play the second match today,
Regional
they will play
matchups
the,
are
the
allowed.
second match tomorrow by default.
Not that
We're
it can
gonna
happen
make the
anyway.
second match first
Got
match.
it
So
แล้วก็ขออนุญาตแปลนิดนึงนะครับผมก็จะเป็นการจับรอเนาะแล้วก็ในเมื่อ G2 เนี่ยได้เล่นแมตช์ที่ 2 วันนี้ก็จะถูกเหมือนบังคับไปเล่นแมตช์ที่ 2 วันพรุ่งนี้
Sentinels
ด้วย
Trace.
แต่อย่างไร
Dude,
ก็
I'm
ตาม
trying to work
นะครับผม
out.
ถ้าเกิดว่าใครสงสัยเรื่องตาราง
I'm trying to work
ก็
out.
สามารถ
Dude,
ไปเช็คใน
Vitality
เว็บไซต์
G2 is obviously going to be
ออเดอร์
insane.
หรือว่าลำดับในการจับเนี่ยจะไม่ใช่ว่าเล่น
I don't
แมตช์
even
ไหน
know
เส
who
มอไป
Sentinels
เนาะ
want,
เพราะฉะ
man.
นั้นก็ติดตามดูด้วยครับ and yes
All of the
that
0-1
was
teams
it
have
for
like
now.
really bad
Please
maps.
continue and because I believe all the fans are super excited already.
yeah.
All
So
right.
out of our 1-0 teams, the first match we will have EDG.
EDG.
Okay.
All right.
this is
the
who goes
first team
below,
for the
right?
other 1-0 match.
1-0 อีกทีมหนึ่งนะครับผม
Have
Oh,
DRX.
DRX
Ooh,
now.
okay, so we can't get the good matchup.
Do you have any teams you would like to see against EDG?
All of them.
All of
Dude,
them. Great answer, Victoria.
I don't know who you want to play out of these two.
I see the fans are requesting. Oh!
G2 EDG.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
For those of you watching at home, ใครที่อยู่
That's
ที่
a good
ดู
one.
ที่บ้านนะครับ the fans were screaming.
That is a good
out
one.
their
And then
favorite teams at
Vitality
this point as well.
DRX.
And the last but not least,
Dude, the map pool against for
Vitality.
DRX against Vitality might be alright. Because DRX are gonna make him play Fracture
Alright.
or
So those are
Abyss.
set. Again, G2 will play second tomorrow. So DRX Vitality will be first.
All right, Vitality will be first.
Correct.
นะครับ
DRX, yeah.
ครับผม
DRX
ก็สำหรับ
Vitality play fast
แม
tomorrow.
ตช์แรกนะครับก็จะเป็นทีม Vitality ที่จะไปเจอกับ DRX นั่นเองนะครับผม
All right, we'll move to the 0-1 teams.
ตอนนี้มาอยู่ที่ 0-1 นะครับผมทีมอีก
Team
แบร
Liquid
เก็ตหนึ่งครับทีม Liquid นะครับผม
Liquid
ออกมาทีมแรกเลย
All right. And for the other match,
G2 EDG. Yeah, especially as EDG
And
might
the
have
match ที่
might have
สอง
new comps on
T1
like
นะครับ
five more maps. Not sure you can prep
and
too much
Tia
against
will
that.
face.
Might be good for G2 to
Who
pick
will
one of
it
the maps that
be?
they've shown already.
Sentinels. Oh,
Liquid against Sen.
we're on fire here, guys.
Dude, this one could be crazy game.
เอาละครับและทีม
Sure.
สุดท้ายที่จะต้องไปเจอกับ T1
There you go.
Trace
And then,
Esports will be
sure,
facing
man.
T1
Trace against
on
T1.
the second round.
Oof.
Yes, and the
Yes.
second match day, the order of those matches is still TBD. So we'll figure that out.
ครับผมก็สำหรับ
Damn.
ลำดับในแมตช์นะครับว่าจะเล่นอะไรตอน
Liquid
ไหน
against
ก็
Sentinels.
เดี๋ยวเราแจ้งอีกที
Wait,
ก็
what
ติด
maps
ตาม
the
ทาง
Sentinels
เพจ
like as
social media ของเรา
well?
ได้ต่างๆเนาะ But yeah, thank you so much, Victoria. This is already very, very exciting.
Yeah, no, I
Dude,
mean,
okay,
some
we've
of
got
the
pretty
best
good
teams we've
matchups.
had,
We still have to
so,
wait for Vitality
very, very
G2.
exciting.
It will
For
happen at
sure.
one point.
Anyways,
Hopefully.
thank you so much, Victoria, for all of this. And ตื่นเต้นไหมก่อน
Don't Sentinels have a pretty good
ตื่นเต้นไหม
map? Pool
ดีมากครับ
against Liquid.
ก็ anyways, I think that is enough for us today. This is already very exciting. I'm looking forward to
No?
like watching all of this in the
Sentinels
next
like
couple of
Pearl
days.
and
But
Lotus.
guys, this
Yeah,
would
yeah,
be
I
it
think they're
for
gonna be a map
now.
up.
I really, really want to thank all of you who's coming here into the stadium at UOB Live in Bangkok, Thailand, and as well as all of you
Yeah, I
who's
think
watching
so.
back at home. And at this point in time, this is day 2 of
I think
Masters.
DRX might win a map
really,
as well for
really
sure.
appreciate all of you guys sticking
Against
with
Vitality.
us until
Similar
now.
similar
And I'll
situation.
see you again tomorrow. Thank you
Sentinels
very
are gonna
much,
win
guys. ขอบคุณครับ
yeah, Apollo or Lotus. And then DRX are gonna win an Abyss or a Fracture to start it off, I would imagine.
Oh, what a jaw show that was.
Damn,
Okay, we have
pretty
a
cool
lot to
though.
unpack here. I'm personally very excited for Liquid Sentinels. What about you guys? What's the one that you're excited about?
I mean, EDG G2 is sick. G2 who looked so good that,
Okay,
that
let me
last map there,
upload the
playing
draw
against
to
the
YouTube
reigning
just in case
world
people missed
champion.
it.
You got Georgimo up against Kong Kong. That should be sick.
Chat, who are we raiding? Are we raiding Mini after he flamed us?
Like, you know, 1-0 team.
Or are we withholding the raid from Mini?
I mean, DRX versus Vitality.
Is
it's a scary
is
one.
Mini
Look, I'm gonna be
gonna
honest.
is
I
Mini
mean,
gonna play?
Vitality didn't have necessarily the cleanest showing here today. I think that they did get dragged down a little bit in that series versus T1. Wasn't kind of the level of performance that I was expecting.
Shame
from them,
raid.
but
Dude, who
there are-
in the
there are
head-to-head
teams that
between
can
me and
switch
can I
on.
even
So
give it to
DRX
Mini
is
in the
gonna be a
head-to-head
really tough
head-to-head
performance for
between
them,
me and
but I can't
Mini?
wait to watch it.
okay, it might
Did
still
he beat me
happen
more, or
as the
did I
tournament
beat
goes
him
on,
more?
But I'm just so sad that we're robbed.
I think it's
of Chang'e
3-2.
versus
I
Durka
think
again.
it's
They've never
2-1
played
to
against
me.
each other.
But
I
he
feel
beat me
like
on
at some
land,
point
so
I
it's
wanna
kind
see them
of
play against each other.
kind of
Here you go.
3-2
I
to
got
him
it
because
for you.
land probably counts for
Vitality
3.
loses the DRX. EDG loses the G2. They play against each other in the 1-1 draw.
Raid
You
Forsaken.
finally get the
Forsaken's gonna
matchup
play.
you so
We're gonna
desperately
punish
want.
Mini for flaming. Honestly, I'm in for it.
Or we just get it in playoffs. Maybe
I'm in for it.
I think
He has a
that's what I
trophy.
like.
Ah, yeah,
But
but I
of
was
course,
streaming
the
back then. It
winners
doesn't
will
count.
be playing first tomorrow, so you guys can see.
I wasn't. I couldn't even
We
win the
will
trophies
start,
by
with
streaming.
DRX versus Vitality,
That
which
one
is
doesn't count
crazy
in my
again,
mind.
And then followed by EDG.
But he did own me in
Any
he did own me in
you guys are not on the deck
the
with me
fast
tomorrow.
Reykjavik.
I'm off, and I'm going to be watching from my hotel room, screaming probably. So to my neighbors on the 25th floor, sorry. DRX, I think that they have what it takes to be able to. win this
Sure,
one. I
we'll
think
raid
they've gotten to
Forsaken.
sit back. They
We'll
should've
punish
anticipated
Mini
Vitality
for the
was likely
flame.
going to be their
The
opponent.
only way
They
he's
would
gonna
have to do
learn.
less prep against T1, or, you know, anyway.
Is it Forsaken got anything crazy in his Twitch name?
Sorry.
Anyway, boo, boo.
Sorry.
But I think if Vitality is a team that they're going to have taken the closest look at coming into this because everyone has had them so very high up.
Sure.
So I think that they've
He has
probably got a
Paper
decent
X in front of it.
Predictions?
Predictions? Vitality.
Chat. I might keep an eye on my YouTube channel where I might do pick'ems. I might try and work out the maps and do pick'ems video as well. So that might be out tonight at one point, I would imagine. So go follow my YouTube as well. Guys, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for watching. Hopefully we'll get a third map at one point.
Come back and join us. Starting
Hopefully
with
at one
DRX
point.
versus Vitality. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mini has a Masters, but you have Wyatt's yearly awards. That's actually true. So we're kind of one. Well, he has 2 of them. So I need to get another one of them, maybe. Right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Two super teams of 2025. Team Vitality
Check the group chat, of course.
T1.
Of course.
It does
I
not
will check
get
it. I will
more
check
hype
it.
than
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Keep an eye on YouTube. I'll be posting a video maybe on terms of pick'ems of working out maps. Saying that, I'm 50% though, so you might as well just flip a coin anyway. Alright, see you all soon. Peace, peace, peace. Say hi to Forsaken for me. Peace, 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 peace. Have a good rest of your day. YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'll see you all soon, okay? Love if you can. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
What a menace this guy is.